The most dangerous prison is the one you carry inside your own mind, because no one can unlock a door you refuse to see. Daniel Mercer had everything people spend their lives chasing. He was a respected Chicago attorney. He had money, influence, intelligence, and a reputation built through years of relentless discipline. In a courtroom, he could dismantle an argument before the other side realized it had begun to collapse. But every night, when the city became quiet and there was no one left to impress, Daniel lost every argument against his own mind. One critical email could follow him into bed. One careless remark could replay for days. One unanswered message from his son could become evidence that their relationship was ending. Daniel could defend corporations, negotiate enormous settlements, and remain composed before powerful people. But he could not stop preparing for disasters that had not happened. He could not forgive conversations that had already ended. He could not rest unless every problem was solved, every risk was controlled, and every person he loved remained exactly where he wanted them to be. His body was safe. His mind lived under permanent attack. Then, on the night his carefully constructed life began to collapse, Daniel left Chicago and traveled to a Buddhist retreat in the mountains. He expected techniques, breathing exercises, and clear instructions for controlling his thoughts. Instead, an elderly teacher gave him one command: watch the mountain when the storm comes. That simple instruction began a journey Daniel never intended to take. A mountain would teach him that strength did not mean becoming untouchable. A lamp burning beside an empty road would show him that love could be offered without demanding a response. A public confrontation would force him to decide whether another person's anger had the power to become his identity. Two strangers, speaking behind his back, would reveal how one painful moment could become hours of self-inflicted suffering. A garden would teach him that the smallest thought, if continually fed, could grow roots through an entire life. A dark room would lead him toward the fear he had been escaping since childhood. A broken photograph would expose the cruelty of measuring human worth through youth, success, beauty, and approval. A brick thrown through a shelter window would challenge him to extend compassion without abandoning justice. A bowl of disturbed water would reveal why his mind could not settle, even when nothing was immediately wrong. A hospital room would teach him how to remain present beside suffering he could not control. And one man striking metal every morning would test whether Daniel's peace was real or merely dependent on the world remaining quiet. Through every loss, confrontation, memory, and sleepless night, Daniel would discover that his greatest suffering did not come only from what happened to him. It came from what his mind did afterward: the replaying, the predicting, the resisting, the judging, the desperate belief that he had to control life before he was allowed to rest inside it. This is not the story of a man who escaped difficulty. It is the story of a man who slowly stopped turning every difficulty into an enemy. It is a journey through anger, fear, grief, pride, uncertainty, and the exhausting need to be in control. But beneath all of it is a question every restless person eventually has to face. What if peace does not begin when your problems disappear? What if it begins when you stop allowing every passing thought, every painful memory, and every uncertain future to tell you who you are? Tonight, Daniel's journey may feel uncomfortably familiar. You may recognize his need to prepare for everything. You may recognize the conversations he cannot stop replaying. You may recognize the fear that wakes him before his thoughts can explain it. And somewhere inside his story, you may discover something your exhausted mind has been waiting a very long time to hear. You do not have to solve your entire life before you are allowed to sleep. You are not exhausted because life keeps attacking you. You are exhausted because you keep turning every storm into proof that you are broken. Daniel Mercer heard those words on the worst night of his life. He was 38 years old, successful by every standard he had once believed mattered, and completely unable to rest. For 12 years, he had built a career in corporate law in Chicago. He had the corner office, The expensive apartment, the tailored suits, and a calendar so crowded that people had to compete for 15 minutes of his time. But none of it could protect him from his own mind. A single critical email could destroy his entire evening. A cold response from a client could follow him home, sit beside him during dinner, and climb into bed with him after midnight. One careless comment from a colleague could replay in his head for 3 days. He would revise conversations that had already ended. He would prepare defenses for accusations no one had made. He would imagine disasters, then react to those imagined disasters as though they had already happened. His body was always somewhere safe. His mind was always under attack. On the night everything finally collapsed, Daniel had been awake for nearly 40 hours. He had lost an important case. His senior partner had questioned his judgment in front of the entire team. His former wife had called to tell him that their teenage son no longer wanted to spend weekends at his apartment. Daniel had answered each blow the way he always did. He stayed controlled. He remained professional. He said the correct things. Then he drove home, locked the door, sat on the edge of his bed, and realized he could not remember the last time he had felt peaceful, not distracted, not entertained, not exhausted enough to pass out. Peaceful. The next morning, Daniel left the city without telling anyone where he was going. Months earlier, a former client had mentioned a Buddhist retreat center in the mountains of Colorado. The client had gone there after surviving a heart attack and returned with an unsettling calm that Daniel had secretly envied. At the time, Daniel had laughed. Now he called the retreat center from his car. A man answered. Daniel did not know how to explain what was wrong, so he said the first honest sentence that came to him. "I cannot make my mind stop." The man on the other end was quiet. Then he said, "Come." Daniel expected meditation classes, breathing exercises, and detailed instructions. He expected someone to explain how to control his thoughts with the same precision he used to control legal arguments. Instead, when he arrived, he was introduced to an elderly teacher named Elias. Elias did not ask about Daniel's career. He did not ask about the failed case, the divorce, or the son who no longer wanted to visit. He looked at Daniel for a long moment and said, "You have mistaken sensitivity for weakness." Daniel immediately disliked him. "I did not come here to discuss weakness." "No," Elias replied. "You came here because everything touches you, and you do not know how to stop it from becoming you." Daniel felt the sentence enter him like an accusation. He crossed his arms. "I need a method." Elias nodded. Then he pointed toward a large window at the end of the room. Beyond it stood a mountain. "Watch that mountain when the storm arrives." Daniel waited for the rest. There was none. "That is the method? That is the instruction. I drove more than 1,000 miles for you to tell me to look out a window. You drove more than 1,000 miles because every method you already know has failed." Daniel wanted to argue. Arguments were familiar. Arguments gave him structure. If he could prove the teacher wrong, he could preserve the part of himself that still believed intelligence should be able to solve anything. But he was too tired. "When will the storm come?" he asked. "Soon. And what am I supposed to look for?" "Nothing." Daniel stared at him. Elias continued, "Do not analyze the mountain. Do not turn it into a lesson before it has taught you anything. Do not meditate. Do not control your breathing. Do not try to become calm. What should I do?" "Watch." The storm arrived the following afternoon. Daniel sat alone before the window. At first, he felt ridiculous. Then the first strike of lightning hit the mountainside. The thunder followed with enough force to shake the glass. Rain covered the valley. Wind tore through the trees. Branches snapped. Loose objects were thrown across the retreat grounds. Every structure seemed to tighten against the pressure. Daniel watched the mountain. Lightning struck its face. Rain poured over it. Wind pressed against it from every direction. The mountain did not resist. It did not prepare a defense. It did not demand that the storm become less violent. It did not interpret the lightning as an insult. It did not treat the rain as evidence that something had gone wrong. It received everything, and it remained. Daniel leaned closer. For most of his life, He had believed strength meant becoming untouchable. He had built himself that way. He controlled his voice. He concealed uncertainty. He prepared for every possible criticism. He never entered a meeting without knowing how to respond if someone challenged him. He had constructed walls inside himself and called them discipline. But the mountain had no walls. The storm reached every part of it. The rain touched it completely. The wind crossed its entire surface. The lightning found it without difficulty. Nothing was being blocked. Nothing was being denied. And yet nothing passing through the mountain could change what the mountain was. Daniel stayed at the window for hours. At some point, he stopped thinking about his failed case. Then he stopped replaying the senior partner's words. Then, for several quiet seconds, he stopped rehearsing what he would say to his son. The thoughts had not disappeared. They had simply lost their authority. For the first time, Daniel saw them as events moving through him, rather than commands requiring immediate action. The criticism was there. The grief was there. The fear that his son might one day stop loving him was there. But something else was also present. Something that knew the criticism. Something that felt the grief. Something that could observe the fear without becoming the fear itself. When the storm finally weakened, Elias entered the room. He stood beside Daniel without speaking. Daniel kept looking at the mountain. "I thought being strong meant preventing things from getting inside me," Daniel said. Elias waited. "But the mountain lets everything touch it." "Yes, and it does not become any of it." Elias nodded. Daniel felt a pressure rising behind his eyes. He had not cried when his marriage ended. He had not cried when his father died. He had not cried when his son first refused to answer his calls. Now tears moved down his face, and for once, he did not wipe them away. "I have spent my entire life fighting weather," he whispered. Elias sat beside him. "The storm is real," the teacher said. "Your pain is real. Your fear is real. Buddhism does not ask you to pretend otherwise." Daniel listened. "But pain enters the mind as a visitor. You have been giving every visitor ownership of the house." Daniel closed his eyes. Immediately, the familiar thoughts returned. "You failed. You embarrassed yourself. Your son is pulling away. You are losing everything." His chest tightened. He almost followed them. Then he remembered the mountain. The thoughts were loud, but loud did not mean permanent. They were moving. Something in him was watching them move. He opened his eyes again. The mountain was still there. "What happens when the storm lasts longer than one night?" Daniel asked. Elias looked at him. "Then you learn that what is watching the storm can outlast it." Daniel remained at the window until darkness came. Nothing in his life had been solved. The lost case was still lost. His position at the firm was still uncertain. His son was still angry. The future remained beyond his control. But for the first time, Daniel understood that inner peace did not require those things to change before he could rest. Peace was not the reward waiting at the end of a perfect life. It was the space in which an imperfect life was already happening. That night, when Daniel lay down, his mind produced the same arguments, warnings, and memories it had produced every night before. He did not fight them. He did not answer them. He did not force them to leave. He let each thought arrive. He let it remain for as long as it remained. Then he watched it pass. One thought, then another, like wind crossing stone, like rain moving down the side of a mountain, like weather that had never possessed the power it claimed to have. Daniel did not know exactly when he fell asleep. He only knew that, for the first time in years, he had not fought his way into the night. He had allowed the night to receive him. From a Buddhist perspective, the mind is not made peaceful by destroying every uncomfortable thought. Peace begins when we stop confusing temporary mental weather with the awareness that sees it. Fear may come, anger may come, grief may come, but they are visitors, not owners. The mountain does not defeat the storm. It simply remembers what it is while the storm passes. The next lesson came when Daniel discovered that peace without purpose can become another form of emptiness. He woke after nearly 10 hours of sleep. For a few seconds, he did not know where he was. Then he remembered the retreat, the storm, and the mountain that had accepted everything without becoming anything that touched it. His body felt rested. His mind felt quieter. But beneath the quiet, another question had begun to rise. What was he supposed to do with his life now? Daniel had spent years believing that exhaustion was the price of ambition. Every morning had been organized around winning, protecting, advancing, and preventing loss. His days had always contained objectives, but they had rarely contained meaning. Now that his mind had briefly stopped racing, he could feel the emptiness those objectives had been covering. At breakfast, Elias placed a ring of keys beside Daniel's plate. "The lamp at the lower shelter needs to be lit before nightfall," he said. Daniel looked at the keys. "What lamp?" "There is a small shelter beside the mountain road. Travelers sometimes stop there during bad weather. The lamp above the door tells them the shelter is open." Daniel waited for a deeper explanation. Elias began eating. "You want me to turn on a light?" "Yes." "That is all?" "That is all." Daniel looked at the keys again. "Is this another lesson?" "It is a lamp." Daniel had already learned that Elias could make silence feel like a challenge. "What happens if I do not light it?" "Then the road will be dark." Daniel took the keys. He expected the task to take 5 minutes. It took nearly an hour. The lamp was old. Its glass had to be cleaned. The fuel needed to be checked. The wick had to be trimmed carefully so it would not smoke or burn out too quickly. A retired schoolteacher named Margaret showed him how. She was 73 years old and had been volunteering at the retreat for more than 2 decades. She moved slowly because of arthritis in her hands, but nothing she did felt hesitant. "You have to leave enough wick for the flame to breathe," she told him. "Too little, and it dies. Too much, and it consumes itself." Daniel watched her adjust it. "How long have you been doing this?" 22 years. "Every night?" "Every night I am here." "Why?" Margaret smiled. "Because people still travel after sunset." Daniel thought she was avoiding the question. "No. I mean, why you? Why spend 22 years caring for one lamp?" Margaret placed the glass back over the flame. "Years ago, my husband and I were driving through these mountains when a snowstorm closed the highway. We lost visibility. Our car slid off the road, and we could not get it back onto the pavement." Daniel said nothing. "We had no cell service. My husband had injured his leg. We knew staying inside the car was dangerous, but we did not know where to go." She pointed toward the light above them. "Then I saw this lamp." Daniel looked at it differently. "We followed it," Margaret continued. "Someone had left the shelter unlocked. There were blankets, water, and an emergency radio inside. That lamp did not solve our entire problem. It did not stop the storm. It did not repair the car. It simply showed us the next safe place." "What happened to your husband?" "He lived another 11 years. Margaret's voice did not break, but Daniel heard the weight inside the sentence. "After he died, I came back here. I wanted to thank the person who had lit the lamp that night." "Did you find them?" "No one knew who had done it. Different volunteers took turns. The person who saved us probably went home without ever knowing we had seen the light." Daniel glanced at the flame. "So you stayed?" "I stayed because gratitude needs somewhere to go." The sentence entered Daniel slowly. Margaret handed him a small container of fuel. People often think purpose must be impressive. They imagine it has to change thousands of lives, build something enormous, or be recognized by someone important. She closed his fingers around the container. But most meaningful things happen when no one is watching. Daniel thought about his own life. Every hour he had worked had been documented. Every victory had been measured. Every promotion had been announced. Every accomplishment had required witnesses. He had never done anything for an unknown person on an unknown road who might never know his name. "Does anyone still use this shelter?" he asked. "Sometimes." "How often?" "Not often." Daniel looked toward the road. "Then most nights, no one sees the lamp." Margaret nodded. "And you light it anyway?" "Especially then." Daniel did not understand. If no one sees it, what difference does it make? Margaret studied him with the patient expression of a teacher who had heard the wrong question many times. You are still measuring the value of the action by the response it receives. Daniel felt himself becoming defensive. In my world, results matter. Results matter here too, but they are not always visible to the person performing the action. She pointed to the lamp. My responsibility is to make the light available. I do not control who travels the road. Daniel looked away. He thought of his son, Ethan. For years, Daniel had treated fatherhood like another performance with measurable outcomes. He paid tuition, scheduled vacations, bought expensive gifts, and tried to offer advice whenever Ethan struggled. When Ethan did not respond with gratitude, Daniel felt rejected. When Ethan ignored his advice, Daniel felt disrespected. When Ethan withdrew, Daniel withdrew even further. He had believed love was an investment that should produce visible returns. Perhaps Ethan had not needed a manager. Perhaps he had needed a light that stayed on, without demanding proof that it had been seen. That evening, Daniel lit the lamp himself. No travelers came. The next evening, he lit it again. No one came then either. On the third night, Daniel asked Elias why the retreat maintained a shelter that was rarely used. Elias answered without looking up from the book in his hands. Because rarely is not never. Daniel sat across from him. I understand helping someone when they ask for help. I understand responding to a crisis. But this feels different. We are preparing for a person who might not come. Yes, and we may never know whether it mattered. Yes. Daniel leaned back. How is a person supposed to stay motivated without knowing whether their effort matters? Elias closed the book. By deciding what kind of person they wish to be before the world responds. Daniel remained silent. Elias continued. You have built your life around transactions. You give effort and expect success. You give loyalty and expect loyalty. You give love and expect love to return in a recognizable form. Is that wrong? It is exhausting. Daniel's jaw tightened. People should be accountable, of course, but accountability and calculation are not the same thing. Elias placed the book on the table. A calculating mind cannot rest because it is always reviewing the balance. Who gave more? Who failed whom? What was earned? What was wasted? What should have happened in return? Daniel knew that mind intimately. It reviewed conversations while he showered. It counted sacrifices during arguments. It compared his success to that of his colleagues. It measured love by returned calls, appreciation, obedience, and acknowledgement. You believe your mind is busy because you have too much responsibility, Elias said. Often it is busy because you keep waiting to be repaid. Daniel looked at him. And what am I supposed to do? Give everything away and expect nothing? No. You are supposed to discover that some actions are complete the moment they are sincerely offered. Elias pointed toward the road. The lamp does not become more complete because someone sees it. It was lit. The work was done. The offering was made. Daniel thought about that sentence all night. The following morning, he called Ethan. The call went to voicemail. Daniel almost hung up. Then he spoke. Hey, Ethan. This is Dad. Quote. Towels. Quote. He stopped. His usual instinct was to explain himself, defend his past decisions, or ask why Ethan had been avoiding him. Instead, Daniel took a breath. I have been thinking about the way I show up in your life. I think I have spent a lot of time trying to fix things when you may have needed me to listen. He felt his throat tighten. I also think I have treated your distance like something you were doing to punish me. Maybe you were just trying to protect yourself. Daniel looked at his own hand. He had delivered arguments before judges, executives, and rooms full of attorneys without losing control of his voice. Now every word required courage. You do not have to call me back today. You do not have to make me feel better about this. I just want you to know that I love you. He almost ended the message. Then he added, the light is on. Whenever you are ready. Daniel set down the phone. For the rest of the day, He checked it 17 times. No response came. By evening, the old calculating mind had returned. You made yourself vulnerable. He does not care. You should not have apologized first. You gave him power. Daniel felt the familiar urge to send another message, one that would clarify what he had meant and protect him from being misunderstood. Instead, he went to the lower shelter. Margaret was waiting beside the lamp. "Did anyone come last night?" he asked. "No. Do you ever get tired of lighting it?" "My hands get tired. That is not what I meant." "I know." She handed him a cloth. Daniel cleaned the glass. What if someone sees the light, but decides not to stop? Then they continue driving. And that does not bother you? No. What if they never know who lit it? They do not need my name to receive the light. Daniel trimmed the wick. What if the person you most want to help refuses what you offer? Margaret looked at him. Then, you make sure what you are offering is truly help, and not a demand disguised as help. Daniel stopped moving. Margaret continued softly. Sometimes we say, "I am here for you," when what we mean is, "Please respond in a way that proves I am a good person." Those are not the same offering. Daniel stared at the lamp. He could see how often his generosity had contained hidden conditions. He had paid for Ethan's summer program, then became angry when Ethan did not call often enough. He had helped his former wife during a financial emergency, then used that help as evidence during a later argument. He had mentored younger attorneys, then felt betrayed when they accepted positions at competing firms. He had given, but he had rarely released ownership of what he gave. Margaret touched the match to the wick. The flame rose. "Real generosity leaves the gift where it was placed," she said. "It does not keep returning to ask whether the gift has been admired." That night, a winter storm moved across the mountain. Daniel went to the shelter twice to check the lamp. No one came. At midnight, he returned to his room and looked at his phone. Still no response from Ethan. The old pain was there, but Daniel did not send another message. He reminded himself that the apology had been an offering, not an invoice. He had spoken honestly. The action was complete. For the first time since leaving the voicemail, Daniel felt his shoulders lower. Shortly after 2 a.m, someone knocked on his door. It was Margaret. "We have travelers at the shelter." Daniel followed her. A young couple had been driving home from a hospital when their vehicle overheated. Their infant daughter was wrapped in the mother's coat. The father had seen the lamp from the road. Daniel helped bring them inside. He found blankets. Margaret contacted emergency services. Elias warmed milk for the baby. No one spoke about spiritual lessons. No one needed to. The young father held Daniel's hand before leaving. "I do not know what would have happened if that light had not been there." Daniel looked at the lamp. 3 nights of work. 1 family. No applause. No promotion. No public recognition. Only a child who would reach home safely because someone had decided that darkness was reason enough to keep a light burning. Later, Daniel sat alone in the shelter. His phone vibrated. A message from Ethan. "I heard your voicemail. I do not know what to say yet." Daniel read it once. His instinct was to answer immediately. He wanted to explain more. He wanted to ask when they could talk. He wanted to transform 4 uncertain words into a complete reconciliation. Then he looked at the lamp. It did not chase anyone down the road. It did not demand that travelers stop. It simply remained available. Daniel typed 1 sentence. "You do not have to know yet. I am here." He placed the phone face down. The message had been sent. The lamp had been lit. Nothing else was required from the night. In Buddhist teaching, generosity is not measured only by what returns to us. An act of care can be complete before anyone thanks us, understands us, or responds as we hoped. When the mind stops keeping accounts, it finally discovers a place to rest. The deepest purpose is often not found in being seen by many people, but in keeping one small light available for whoever may need it. 3 days later, Daniel returned to Chicago and discovered that peace is easy to admire from a mountain and much harder to protect in a conference room. At 8:15 on Monday morning, he stepped out of the elevator and saw Richard Cole waiting beside his office. Richard was the senior partner who had questioned Daniel's judgment in front of the legal team. He had spent 30 years building a reputation for winning arguments by making other people feel smaller than him. He did not greet Daniel. "Where have you been?" Daniel set down his bag. "I took personal leave. You disappeared after losing the most important case this firm has handled in 5 years. I informed human resources. I did not ask whether you completed the paperwork." Richard stepped closer. "I asked why you ran away." The words landed exactly where they were intended to land. Daniel felt heat move through his chest. His body remembered the old routine immediately. Tighten the jaw. Control the expression. Identify the weakness in the other person's argument. Prepare the most damaging possible response. Richard continued, "The client is furious. The managing committee wants answers. Half the associates think you have lost your edge. And now you walk in here looking as though you just returned from a wellness commercial." Several employees had begun slowing down as they passed. No one stopped, but everyone was listening. Daniel knew what Richard was doing. Public humiliation was not an accident. It was a strategy. A month earlier, Daniel would have responded with equal force. He would have mentioned Richard's failed negotiations in Boston. He would have exposed the mistakes Richard had made during trial preparation. He would have made sure every person in the hallway understood that Daniel Mercer could not be attacked without consequences. The response formed fully in his mind. Then he saw the lamp. Not physically, he remembered it. A light that did not chase anyone down the road. An offering that did not demand to be accepted. Daniel took one breath. "I will prepare a complete review of the case and meet with the committee this afternoon." Richard laughed. "That is your answer. That is the work that needs to be done." "No. What needs to be done is for you to admit that you failed because you were arrogant." Daniel felt the second wave of anger rise. This one was stronger. Richard was no longer discussing the case. He was reaching for Daniel's identity. "You ignored advice," Richard said. "You underestimated opposing counsel, and when the result exposed you, you vanished. That is not leadership. That is cowardice." The hallway went quiet. Daniel looked at the people pretending not to watch. He knew what they expected. They expected him to strike back. More importantly, Richard expected it. Richard had thrown anger toward him and was waiting for Daniel to catch it. Daniel suddenly understood something the mountain had not taught him. A storm does not always arrive as weather. Sometimes it wears a suit. Sometimes it knows your name. Sometimes it has studied your weaknesses and knows exactly which word will make you reach out and take what it is offering. Daniel looked directly at Richard. "You are angry." Richard's face tightened. "I am responsible for protecting this firm." "That may be true. You are also angry." "I have every right to be." "I did not say you did not." Richard waited for the counterattack. "It did not come," Daniel continued. "I will take responsibility for every decision I made in that case. I will answer every question the committee asks. I will not stand in this hallway and trade insults with you." Richard moved closer. "You think this calm act makes you look strong? No. You think going to the mountains has made you enlightened? No. Then defend yourself." Daniel heard the invitation clearly. Not explain yourself. Not clarify the facts. Defend yourself. Accept the anger. Carry it. Return it with interest. Daniel remembered something Elias had told him on the morning he left the retreat. People will try to give you what they can no longer carry themselves. Be careful what you agree to hold. At the time, Daniel had thought Elias was speaking in metaphors. Now the meaning stood in front of him. Richard's anger was real. His disappointment was real. His fear about the firm's reputation was probably real. But beneath all of it was something else Daniel could not fully know. Perhaps Richard was afraid of losing control. Perhaps the failed case threatened a reputation he had spent decades protecting. Perhaps humiliating Daniel was the only way he knew to move his own fear out of his body. Whatever its source, it belonged to Richard. Daniel did not have to become its new owner. "I will discuss the case with you in a private meeting," Daniel said. "I will not accept being spoken to this way." Richard smiled without warmth. "You do not get to decide what you accept." Daniel held his gaze. "Yes, I do." For the first time, Richard had no immediate answer. Daniel picked up his bag and walked into his office. His hands were shaking. His heart was beating hard. Peace had not made him numb. He could still feel the insult. He could still feel the desire to turn around and destroy Richard with a sentence. But the anger was no longer controlling his body. He had not swallowed it. He had not thrown it back. He had let it remain where it began. Daniel closed the door. For several minutes, he stood beside his desk and breathed. Then the doubts arrived. "You looked weak. Everyone saw him humiliate you. You should have answered. You should go back out there." Daniel reached for his phone to call Elias. Before he could dial, someone knocked. It was Maya Reynolds, a young associate who had worked with Daniel for almost 2 years. "Do you have a minute?" Daniel gestured toward the chair. Maya sat down, but did not speak immediately. "What happened in the hallway was not acceptable," she said. Daniel nodded. "I know. I thought you were going to hit him." "So did I." Maya almost smiled, then became serious again. "How did you do that?" "Do what?" "Not give him what he wanted." Daniel sat across from her. "I'm not sure I did anything." "You did. He wanted a fight. Everyone could see it." Daniel looked through the glass wall of his office. Employees were returning to their desks, but the energy of the confrontation was still moving through the floor. "I realized he was offering me something," Daniel said. Maya waited. His anger, his shame, whatever else he was carrying, he wanted me to take it so he would not have to hold it alone. "And you just refused." "I am still learning what that means." Maya looked down at her hands. "My father used to do that." Daniel said nothing. "He would come home angry about work and find a reason to be angry with us. The food was wrong. The house was too loud. My brother's grades were not good enough. He always arrived carrying something. And before the night ended, one of us was carrying it instead." Daniel understood. "What happened after he gave it to you?" "I kept it." "For how long?" Maya's expression changed. "Years." The word was almost a whisper. Daniel leaned forward. "What Richard said to me hurt. Refusing to carry his anger does not mean pretending it did not. It means I do not have to turn his anger into my identity." Maya nodded slowly. "Is that why you did not defend yourself?" "I will defend the facts. I will defend the people who worked on the case. I will defend boundaries. But I do not have to defend myself against every judgment someone throws in my direction." Maya looked toward the hallway. "What if people believe him?" "Some will. And that does not bother you." "It bothers me." Daniel paused. "I am beginning to understand that being bothered and being controlled are not the same thing." Maya left a few minutes later. Daniel opened the case file and began reviewing every decision he had made. He found mistakes. Some were his. Some belonged to the team. Some were the result of information the client had withheld. The loss was not caused by one act of arrogance, but neither was Daniel, innocent of every error. By noon, he had prepared a document that did something he would once have considered dangerous. It told the truth without protecting his ego. At 2 o'clock, Daniel entered the managing committee meeting. Richard was already seated. The committee chair, a woman named Helen Brooks, opened the discussion. "We need a clear account of what happened." Daniel placed copies of his report on the table. "You have one." For 40 minutes, he explained the case. He did not minimize his mistakes. He did not exaggerate Richard's role. He did not defend choices that could not be defended. When a committee member asked why Daniel had rejected a proposed settlement, he answered plainly, "I believed the evidence would produce a stronger result at trial. That judgment was wrong." Richard leaned forward. "You believed you were smarter than everyone advising you." Daniel looked at him. "That is not what I said. It is what happened." Helen raised a hand. "Richard, let him answer." Richard ignored her. "You always do this. You hide arrogance behind preparation. Daniel felt the old reflex again. This time, it came with a complete inventory of Richard's failures. He could expose him. He could describe every private conversation in which Richard had supported the trial strategy. He could prove that Richard was rewriting history. Then Daniel recognized the gift. It had been wrapped differently, but it was the same gift. Take my anger, carry my fear, make this your fight. Daniel opened the meeting notes. Richard recommended accepting the settlement 3 weeks before trial. That recommendation is documented here. Richard's expression changed. Daniel continued. 2 days later, after reviewing the new financial evidence, he supported proceeding to trial. That is also documented. The committee members turned toward Richard. Daniel could have pressed harder. Instead, he said, "The final decision was mine. I made it. I am responsible for it." Richard stared at him. Daniel did not look away. He had defended the truth without accepting the hatred. That distinction changed everything. The committee requested several procedural changes and postponed any decision about Daniel's leadership role. It was not a victory. It was not a defeat. It was an honest result. After the meeting, Richard followed Daniel into the elevator. For several floors, neither man spoke. Then Richard said, "You made me look dishonest." Daniel faced the closed doors. "I stated what happened. You could have left my recommendation out of it. You accused me of ignoring your advice." The record showed something more complicated. Richard's voice sharpened. "You are enjoying this." Daniel turned toward him. "No, do not lie to me. I am not enjoying any part of this." "Then why are you so calm?" Daniel considered the question. "I am not calm." Richard looked confused. "My heart is racing. I am angry. Part of me wants to say things that would hurt you. Then say them." "No." "Why not?" "Because feeling anger does not require me to hand it to someone else." The elevator doors opened. Richard did not move. For the first time that day, he looked less like an attacker and more like a tired man. "You think you are better than me now," he said. Daniel recognized the sentence for what it was. Not an accusation, a fear. "No," Daniel said. "I think we are both carrying more than we admit." Richard's face hardened again, but the force behind it had weakened. He stepped out of the elevator. Daniel remained inside as the doors closed. That evening, he met Ethan at a small restaurant near the university campus. It was their first time seeing each other in nearly 2 months. Ethan arrived late and sat across from him without removing his jacket. Daniel wanted to fill the silence. He wanted to apologize again, explain the retreat, describe everything he had learned, and prove that he had changed. Instead, he waited. Ethan opened the menu. "I almost did not come. Thank you for coming. Mum thinks you are having some kind of crisis. She may be right." Ethan looked up. "Are you going to quit your job and become a monk?" "No." "Are you going to start telling me to meditate?" "No." Ethan studied him suspiciously. "Then what is different?" Daniel thought about the mountain, the lamp, and Richard standing in the hallway with anger in both hands. "I am trying to stop making other people responsible for what I am feeling." Ethan looked back at the menu. That would be different. The sentence hurt. Daniel felt the sting immediately. His first instinct was to defend himself. "I worked for everything you have. I was there when you needed me. You have no idea what I sacrificed." The words lined up inside him. Then Daniel paused. Ethan was offering anger too, but this anger was not a weapon thrown by a stranger. It was the pain of a son who had not felt heard. Refusing to accept another person's anger did not mean refusing to hear the truth inside it. Daniel had to distinguish between poison and information. He could decline the contempt without rejecting the wound. "You are right," Daniel said. Ethan looked up again. Daniel continued, "I have blamed you for my fear. When you pulled away, I treated it as an attack, instead of asking why you did not feel safe staying close." Ethan's expression shifted, but he remained guarded. "You always made everything into a trial." "I know. You never listened." You waited for your turn to prove me wrong. I know. And now you expect me to believe one trip changed you? No. The answer came without hesitation. I expect you not to believe me yet. Ethan stared at him. Daniel felt grief rise in his chest. He did not push it away. He also did not turn it into guilt for Ethan to carry. I cannot demand that you trust a change you have not had time to see, Daniel said. All I can do is keep the light on. Ethan shook his head. What does that mean? It means I will be here without forcing you to make me feel forgiven. For the first time since arriving, Ethan removed his jacket. They ate slowly. Nothing was repaired completely. There was no dramatic reconciliation. But when dinner ended, Ethan did not leave immediately. He sat with Daniel for another 20 minutes and talked about a class he hated, a roommate who never washed dishes, and a woman he had recently started dating. Daniel did not interrupt. He did not offer solutions. He did not turn the conversation toward himself. He listened. When they stood to leave, Ethan hesitated. Maybe we can do this again. Daniel felt hope rush through him. He resisted the urge to schedule the next dinner immediately. I would like that. They walked in opposite directions. Daniel returned to his apartment alone. Richard's insults were still available in his memory. He could replay them. He could sharpen them. He could imagine the responses he should have given. He could carry Richard's anger into dinner, into the night, and eventually into the next day. Instead, Daniel pictured a person arriving at his door with a heavy package. The package had Richard's name on it. Daniel did not need to destroy it. He did not need to send it back. He did not need to prove that it should never have been delivered. He simply did not bring it inside. That night, he lay in bed and felt the day moving through him. The confrontation, the meeting, the conversation with Ethan. Some moments still hurt. Some questions remained unresolved. But Daniel no longer believed every emotion that reached him required a permanent room in his mind. Before sleep came, he whispered one sentence into the dark. I will carry what is mine, and I will leave the rest where it belongs. In Buddhist teaching, anger can be offered, but it cannot fully enter us without our participation. Refusing the gift does not mean denying pain, avoiding truth, or allowing mistreatment. It means setting a clear boundary between another person's suffering and our own identity. We can hear what is useful, respond to what is real, and still decline to carry the poison that was never ours. The first arrow struck Daniel at 9:07 on Wednesday morning. The second arrow did not stop striking him until after midnight. He was standing in line at a coffee shop near his office when he heard two junior attorneys speaking behind him. They had not noticed him. Mercer is finished, one of them said. The other lowered his voice, but not enough. He should be. Everyone knows he lost that case because he refused to listen. I heard the committee is removing him from the leadership team. My friend works on his floor. She says he disappeared to some meditation retreat after the trial. The first attorney laughed. That sounds like him. Create a disaster, vanish, then come back pretending he has discovered inner peace. Daniel remained facing forward. His name had been spoken many times in rooms where he was not present. He knew this. Every person in a position of authority eventually became a story told by people who knew only fragments of the truth. But knowing that did not protect him from the words. The attorney continued. He has always been arrogant. He acts like he is helping younger lawyers, but he only supports people who make him look good. Daniel felt his stomach tighten. That accusation reached deeper than the others. He had made mistakes during the case. He could admit that now. He had been too certain. He had ignored warning signs. He had allowed pride to influence decisions that affected an entire team. But he had never believed his mentorship was selfish. For years, he had defended younger attorneys when senior partners dismissed them. He had stayed late to review their arguments. He had recommended them for opportunities that could have gone to people closer to him. Now, two people who barely knew him had transformed those efforts into another form of vanity. Daniel could have turned around. He could have told them exactly who he was. He could have watched their faces change as they realized he had heard everything. He imagined asking their names, their departments, and the partners they worked under. One sentence from him could have placed fear inside both of them. He almost did it. Then the person ahead of him moved, and the cashier called for the next customer. Daniel ordered his coffee. His voice sounded normal. He paid, walked past the two attorneys without looking at them, and returned to the office. He told himself the moment was over. It was not. By the time he reached his desk, the conversation had already begun again inside his mind. Everyone knows he lost that case because he refused to listen. He opened an email and read the first line 3 times. He has always been arrogant. Daniel began composing a response no one had asked him to give. They do not know what happened. They were not in the meetings. They do not know how many people I have helped. He looked at the documents on his screen, but his mind had returned to the coffee shop. He imagined turning around. I heard every word. In the first version, the attorneys apologized. In the second, they tried to defend themselves, and Daniel dismantled every excuse. In the third, he reported them for unprofessional conduct. In the fourth, he said nothing threatening at all. He simply introduced himself and watched humiliation spread across their faces. Each version offered a brief sense of control. Each version also kept him inside the coffee shop. At 10:30, Maya entered his office with a draft motion. Daniel reviewed the first page, found a minor problem, and spoke more sharply than necessary. This analysis is incomplete. Maya looked surprised. I used the framework you approved yesterday. Then you did not apply it carefully. I can revise it. You should not need me to identify something this basic. The words left Daniel's mouth before he fully heard them. Maya became still. He saw the effect immediately. A moment earlier, she had entered expecting guidance. Now she was defending herself against something she did not understand. Daniel looked at the draft again. The problem was not basic. It was a reasonable interpretation that needed adjustment. He knew that. The two attorneys had fired their words at him in the coffee shop. Daniel had carried them into his office. Now he was handing part of their weight to Maya. He closed the document. That was unfair. Maya did not answer. The analysis needs revision, but I spoke to you as though you had failed at something obvious. You did not. She watched him carefully. Is something wrong? Daniel almost said no. Then he remembered what he had told Ethan about making other people responsible for feelings he refused to acknowledge. I overheard 2 people talking about me this morning. What did they say? Nothing I need to repeat. Maya sat down. Was it true? Some of it. And the rest? Daniel leaned back. The rest was a story they built from pieces. Maya nodded. Those are usually the hardest ones. What do you mean? A completely false accusation is easier to reject. A story with one true piece can make you question the whole thing. Daniel looked at her. The 2 attorneys had said he refused to listen. That was sometimes true. They had said he was arrogant. There were moments when he had been. They had said every act of mentorship was designed to make him look good. That was the part his mind could not release. Because one accusation was true, he had begun examining whether all of them might be true. Leave the motion with me, Daniel said. I will mark the sections that need revision. Maya stood. Before she left, she paused. Do not let people who know 5% of your story define the other 95. The door closed. Daniel stared at the motion. He understood the advice. It did not help. At lunch, he searched the internal directory for the 2 attorneys. He told himself he only wanted to identify them. Then he began reviewing their work histories. One had joined the firm 8 months earlier. The other had been there less than a year. Neither had worked directly with Daniel. That should have weakened their judgment. Instead, it made him angrier. How dare they speak with such certainty? Daniel opened a blank email. He typed, I overheard your conversation this morning. He stopped. He deleted the sentence. Then he typed, before discussing a senior colleague's professional conduct in a public place, you may want to ensure that you understand the facts. He read it twice. It sounded controlled. That made it more dangerous. He could damage them while convincing himself he was teaching them professionalism. Daniel closed the draft. 5 minutes later, he reopened it. By mid-afternoon, the original conversation had lasted less than 1 minute. Daniel had now spent almost 6 hours continuing it. The attorneys were working, eating lunch, answering emails, and moving through their day. They might have forgotten the entire exchange. Daniel was still standing in line behind them. At 5:30, he left the office. He did not remember most of the drive home. His body followed the route, while his mind conducted another trial. He presented evidence of his generosity. He called imaginary witnesses. He cross-examined the 2 attorneys. He proved that they were careless, immature, and wrong. Then another voice appeared. What if they are not the only people who think this? The question opened a deeper wound. Daniel began searching his memory. He remembered a former associate who had transferred to another team without explaining why. He remembered an assistant who once told him that his feedback made people afraid to ask questions. He remembered Ethan saying, "You always made everything into a trial." The accusations from the coffee shop began pulling old memories toward themselves. Perhaps they were right. Perhaps every generous thing Daniel had done was secretly designed to protect his reputation. Perhaps the retreat had not changed him at all. Perhaps his calm behavior around Richard was only another performance. The thought frightened him. Then shame arrived. Then anger at himself for feeling shame. Then embarrassment that 2 strangers had been able to ruin his entire day. The first arrow had been their words. Everything after that was Daniel reaching down, picking up the arrow, placing it against the string, and firing it into himself again. He did not see this yet. He only knew he could not stop. At home, Daniel reheated food and left it untouched. He checked his phone. There was a message from Ethan. "Are you free this weekend?" Under any other circumstances, the message would have filled him with hope. Instead, Daniel immediately wondered why Ethan was asking. Did he need money? Had his mother told him Daniel was unstable? Was this another conversation in which Daniel would be judged? He typed 3 different responses before sending a simple one. "Yes. Tell me what works for you." He placed the phone down. Then he picked it up again and reread Ethan's message as though hidden meaning might appear. By 10 o'clock, Daniel was in bed. His body was tired. His mind was preparing for another full day of argument. He heard the attorney's voice again. "He only supports people who make him look good." Daniel rolled onto his side. He remembered every younger attorney he had mentored. Had he helped them because he cared about their development, or because their success reflected well on him? He remembered recommending Maya for a major assignment. Had he done it because she deserved it, or because he wanted loyalty from her? He remembered calling Ethan. Had the apology been sincere, or had he simply found a more sophisticated way to control the relationship? Each question created another. Each answer became evidence for another accusation. At 11:40, Daniel called Elias. The teacher answered after several rings. "You are awake," Elias said. "So are you." I answered a telephone. Daniel sat up. "I heard people talking about me today. Did they know you were listening?" "No." "Did they know you?" "Not really." "What did they say?" Daniel repeated the conversation. He expected Elias to reassure him. He expected him to say the attorneys were ignorant or that their opinions did not matter. Instead, Elias asked, "Which part hurt most?" "They said I only help people to make myself look good." "Is it true?" Daniel felt betrayed by the question. "No." Then he added, "Not entirely. That was not my question." Daniel stood and began walking through the apartment. "I have helped people because I genuinely wanted to help them. I believe you. But I have also enjoyed being respected for it. I believe that too. So what does that make me?" "Human." Daniel stopped. "That is all? What else should it make you?" "I do not know." "Selfish. Fraudulent." Elias was silent for a moment. "You heard one accusation this morning. How many times have you repeated it since then?" Daniel looked at the clock. "I do not know. 10 times. More. 50. Probably." Then the people in the coffee shop were responsible for the first wound. Who is responsible for the other 49? Daniel did not answer. Elias continued. The Buddha described 2 arrows. The first arrow is the painful event that reaches us from the world. A criticism, a rejection, a loss, a body that becomes sick, a person who speaks without understanding. Daniel sat on the edge of the bed. The first arrow hurts, Elias said. Training does not make the body unable to feel it. Wisdom does not turn a painful word into a pleasant one. Daniel looked toward the dark window. The second arrow is what the mind does next. It replays the moment. It adds judgment. It asks what the pain proves about us. It searches the past for supporting evidence. It imagines the future repeating the same injury. Daniel felt his breathing slow. The first arrow says, "Someone criticized me." The second says, "Everyone must think this. Perhaps I have always been a fraud. Perhaps nothing good I have done was sincere. Perhaps I will never change." Daniel closed his eyes. Elias had described the entire day. The first arrow entered once, the teacher said. "You have been firing the second one all evening. How do I stop?" First, stop pretending the second arrow is an investigation. Daniel opened his eyes. "I am trying to understand whether they were right." "No, you are trying to achieve certainty about your own goodness." Daniel felt resistance rise. "Should I not examine my motives?" "Yes, but honest examination has an end." Self-punishment keeps asking the same question because it does not want an answer. It wants a sentence. Daniel said nothing. "You are not required to prove that every action you have ever taken came from a perfectly pure motive." Elias continued. "No human being could survive that standard. Then how do I know what to change? Take the useful information and leave the weapon." Daniel considered the sentence. "What does that mean? Were you sometimes arrogant during the case?" "Yes." "Then learn from that." "Do you sometimes struggle to listen?" "Yes." "Then practice listening." "Have you helped people only to improve your reputation?" Daniel hesitated. "Sometimes recognition mattered more to me than I wanted to admit." "Then become more honest when you give." Elias paused. "But do not turn imperfect motives into proof that every act of care was false. That is not humility. It is another form of obsession with yourself." Daniel leaned forward. "What about the attorneys? What about them? Should I confront them? Are you asking because a boundary needs to be established, or because you want them to remove the arrow from you?" Daniel knew the answer. "I want them to admit they were wrong." "Would their apology make every part of the accusation false?" "No." "Would their refusal make it true?" "No." "Then they cannot perform the work you are asking them to perform." Daniel lay back. His mind produced the coffee shop again. This time, he tried to observe only what had actually happened. 2 attorneys had spoken carelessly. They believed a story about him. Part of that story touched a real weakness. Part of it was invented. The conversation ended. Everything after that had been created inside him. "What do I do when it starts again?" Daniel asked. "Say, the first arrow has already landed, and then do not fire another." That sounds too simple. Simple is not the same as easy. Daniel remained on the phone. Elias continued. "You do not have to forgive them tonight. You do not have to feel peaceful. You do not have to decide what action to take tomorrow. You only have to stop recreating the injury in this moment." Daniel listened. "The event is no longer happening," Elias said. "Do not make your bed." Another coffee shop. After the call ended, Daniel turned off the light. Almost immediately, the attorney's voice returned. "He only supports people who make him look good." Daniel felt the familiar tightening. "The first arrow has already landed," he said aloud. His mind responded, "But what if everyone thinks it?" Daniel recognized the bow being drawn. He did not answer. A few seconds later, another thought appeared. "You should have confronted them. The first arrow has already landed." Then, another. "Perhaps you are exactly what they said." Daniel placed one hand against his chest. The accusation hurt. He allowed it to hurt. He did not build a courtroom around it. He did not call witnesses. He did not search his entire past. He felt the sting as a sensation in the body. Tightness, heat, pressure, then movement. The feeling changed when he stopped feeding it explanations. It did not disappear, but it became smaller than the story surrounding it. Daniel remembered the mountain. The storm had been real. The mountain had not denied it. He remembered the lamp. An offering could be sincere even when no one responded. He remembered Richard. Another person's anger did not have to become his identity. Now he understood the next step. Even after refusing another person's poison, he could still manufacture more of it inside himself. He had spent the entire day doing exactly that. At 12:18, his phone vibrated. Ethan had replied, "Saturday afternoon? I want to talk about something important." Daniel's mind immediately began generating possibilities. Something is wrong. He is dropping out of school. He needs money. He is moving away. The chain formed quickly. Daniel noticed the first link. Ethan wanted to talk. That was all he knew. Every disaster after that was another ad's arrow waiting to be fired. Daniel typed, "Saturday works. I will be there." He placed the phone down. The uncertainty remained. But he did not turn uncertainty into catastrophe. He returned his attention to the weight of his body against the mattress. A thought came. It passed. Another came. It passed. At some point, Daniel realized he had been quiet for several minutes. Not empty. Not perfectly peaceful. Simply no longer injuring himself in the name of preparation. The next morning, he found the two attorneys near the elevators. Both recognized him immediately. Their expressions changed. One of them looked down. The other began speaking. "Mr. Mercer, we wanted to apologize. We did not realize you were behind us yesterday." Daniel noticed the wording. They were sorry he had heard them. That was not the same as being sorry they had spoken carelessly. The old Daniel would have exposed the distinction. He would have made the apology precise. Instead, he asked, "Do you believe what you said?" Neither answered. Daniel continued, "You are allowed to form opinions about me, but you should understand the danger of turning incomplete information into certainty, especially when discussing another person's character." The first attorney nodded. "You were right about one thing," Daniel said. "I made serious mistakes during that case, and I did not listen as carefully as I should have." They looked surprised. "You were wrong about other things. You do not know enough about my relationships with the attorneys I mentor to describe my motives." "We understand," the second attorney said. "I hope you do." Daniel could feel the remaining anger inside him. He did not pretend it was gone. "I am not going to report this conversation," he said, "but I expect you to learn from it." Both thanked him. As Daniel turned away, one of them spoke again. "Mr. Mercer?" He looked back. "For what it is worth, I am sorry. Not only because you heard us." Daniel nodded. "Thank you." He walked into the elevator. The apology felt good, but it did not rescue him. It did not rewrite the previous day. It did not prove he was a good man. It was simply an apology. The deeper work had already happened during the night, when Daniel stopped demanding that the wound explain his entire identity. When the elevator reached his floor, Maya was waiting with the revised motion. "I fixed the analysis." Daniel accepted it. "I owe you another apology." "You already apologized." "I spoke harshly because I was carrying something from another conversation." Maya nodded. "I figured. That explains it. It does not excuse it." "No, it does not." Daniel almost smiled. "Thank you for making that clear." She handed him the document. "Are you feeling better?" Daniel considered the question. "Yes." "Because they apologized?" "No." He opened the motion. "Because the conversation finally ended." In Buddhist teaching, the first arrow is the pain life delivers. The second arrow is the suffering we create by reliving, enlarging, and turning that pain against ourselves. Wisdom does not require pretending the first arrow did not hurt. It asks us to feel what is real without firing it again. One arrow is enough. We do not have to carry the second one into the night. By Friday morning, Daniel believed he understood how suffering worked. Then one small thought nearly destroyed the most important conversation of his life. It began with a calendar notification. Saturday, 2 p.m. Ethan. Daniel had seen the appointment several times that week. Each time, he reminded himself of the facts. Ethan wanted to meet. Ethan said the conversation was important. Daniel did not yet know why. That was all. But on Friday, while reviewing a contract at his desk, a thought appeared. What if Ethan is leaving Chicago? Daniel stopped reading. The thought had no evidence behind it. Ethan had not mentioned moving. He had not mentioned transferring schools or accepting a job elsewhere. It was only a possibility. Daniel returned to the contract. 30 seconds later, the thought came back with more detail. Maybe he is moving to California with his mother's family. Daniel read the same paragraph again. Then, another thought appeared. Maybe that is why he has been distant. He has already decided to leave and does not want you involved. Daniel leaned back in his chair. He knew what was happening. The first arrow had not even arrived. There had been no bad news, no rejection, no painful event. His mind was firing arrows at a target that did not yet exist. He placed both feet on the floor and took a slow breath. Ethan wants to talk, he said quietly. That is all I know. For a moment, the thought released him. Then his phone rang. It was his former wife, Laura. Daniel hesitated before answering. Hello, do you have a minute? Yes, I heard you are seeing Ethan tomorrow. Daniel sat straighter. He told you? He tells me things occasionally. There was tension in her voice, but Daniel could not tell whether it belonged to the present conversation or to the history between them. Do you know what he wants to discuss? He asked. Laura paused. That pause was enough. Daniel's mind took it and ran. Something is wrong. She knows. They have discussed this without you. What happened? Daniel asked. Nothing happened. Then why did you pause? Because I am deciding how much to say. His grip tightened around the phone. Laura. He should be the one to tell you. Tell me what? I am not doing this. You called me. I called because I want you to listen tomorrow. Daniel stood. I have been listening. I mean really listen. Do not turn it into an argument. Do not interrogate him. Do not make him defend every sentence. The advice was reasonable. Daniel could not hear it that way. His mind had already converted Laura's warning into evidence. Ethan had made a major decision. Laura supported it. Daniel was the last person to know. What has he decided? Daniel asked. Ask him tomorrow. So there is a decision. Laura exhaled. This is exactly what I mean. You hear one word, build an entire case, and then respond to the case instead of the person. I am asking a direct question, and I am giving you a direct answer. Talk to your son. She ended the call. Daniel stared at the phone. For several seconds, there was only anger. Then the thought returned. He is leaving. This time, it no longer felt like a possibility. It felt like information. Daniel walked to the window. Maybe he is transferring to a university on the West Coast. Perhaps Laura had encouraged him. Perhaps they had been planning it for months. Daniel imagined Ethan sitting across from him at lunch and announcing that he was leaving. He imagined Laura helping him pack. He imagined holidays arranged without him. He imagined phone calls that became less frequent, then stopped. Within 2 minutes, Daniel had lost a son who had not gone anywhere. A knock came at the door. Maya entered, holding a folder. You asked for the revised settlement terms. Daniel turned. Leave them on the desk. She did not move. Are you all right? I am fine. Maya looked at him. Daniel had learned that people often asked whether he was all right when they already knew he was not. My son wants to talk tomorrow, he said. That sounds good. My former wife says I need to listen. That also sounds good. She would not tell me what the conversation is about. Maya set down the folder. Do you think something is wrong? I think he is moving away. Did he say that? No. Did Laura? No. Then where did it come from? Daniel almost answered. I know my family. Instead, he stopped. Where had it come from? A pause, a warning to listen, an unfinished sentence. His mind had taken 3 small pieces and constructed an entire future. "I do not know," he admitted. Maya nodded toward the phone. "Are you going to call him?" "I was considering it. To ask what he wants to discuss." "Yes. Would that help you listen tomorrow?" Daniel knew the answer. No. Calling would not be an act of curiosity. It would be an attempt to remove uncertainty before the conversation was ready to happen. He sat down again. "This is ridiculous." "What is?" "I have dealt with billion-dollar negotiations. I have questioned hostile witnesses. I have walked into courtrooms knowing one bad decision could alter an entire company. And one conversation with my son makes me feel powerless." Maya gave him a faint smile. "Maybe that is because you cannot prepare a son the way you prepare a witness." Daniel looked at the calendar notification. Saturday, 2 p.m. Ethan. A simple line, nothing more. But his mind had planted something beneath it, a seed of fear. The seed was still small. He could feel it trying to grow. He remembered Margaret's lamp. The act had been complete without controlling the response. He remembered the first and second arrows. Pain did not need to be repeated, but this was different. There had been no pain yet, only anticipation. What did Buddhist teachings say about suffering that had not happened? Daniel opened his contacts and found Elias's number. Then he stopped. He had begun calling the teacher every time his mind became uncomfortable. Elias would probably tell him that wisdom could not be outsourced. Daniel closed the phone. At lunch, the thought returned. "He is leaving." Daniel answered it. "You do not know that." The thought changed. "Then he is in serious trouble." "You do not know that either." "Perhaps he failed his classes." "There is no evidence of that." "Perhaps Laura is hiding something." Daniel spent 20 minutes arguing with each possibility. He believed he was stopping the thoughts. In reality, he was feeding them. Every response gave them another moment of attention. Every denial invited them to present new evidence. Every attempt to prove the fear wrong kept the fear at the center of his mind. By late afternoon, Daniel had imagined 7 different versions of the conversation. In one, Ethan announced he was transferring. In another, he said his girlfriend was pregnant. In another, he admitted he had been using drugs. In another, he asked Daniel to pay a debt. In another, he said he wanted to change his last name. The scenarios became more extreme because ordinary fear was no longer producing enough urgency to hold Daniel's attention. His mind had learned that the fastest way to regain his focus was to raise the stakes. At 5 o'clock, Maya returned. "You have been looking at the same page for an hour." Daniel glanced at the document. She was right. "I am going home. That is probably a good idea." Daniel gathered his things. In the elevator, he almost called Ethan. He stopped himself. In the parking garage, he opened Ethan's last message. "Saturday afternoon. I want to talk about something important." Daniel typed, "Can you give me some idea what this is about?" He looked at the message. It was reasonable. Any father would want to know. He pressed send. The reply came 10 minutes later. "I would rather talk in person." Daniel read it twice. The seed broke through the surface. If it were good news, he would tell you now. Daniel drove home, with both hands locked around the steering wheel. By the time he entered his apartment, the fear had roots. He checked Ethan's social media accounts. Nothing unusual. He searched Laura's public profile. Nothing. He looked at the university calendar to see whether transfer applications were due. He did not know why. Then he searched symptoms of substance abuse in college students. 20 minutes later, he was reading an article about warning signs of severe depression. Daniel stopped. He looked at the browser tabs, transfer deadlines, student debt, drug addiction, mental health emergencies. His son had asked for lunch. Daniel had turned it into a catastrophe with multiple possible endings. He closed the computer. The apartment became quiet. Immediately, the thoughts grew louder. He tried watching television. He heard nothing the characters said. He tried eating. His stomach was too tight. He tried walking around the block. Every person he passed reminded him of Ethan at a different age. Ethan at 5, asking Daniel to check beneath the bed. Ethan at 11, waiting outside the principal's office after a fight. Ethan at 16, learning to drive. Ethan at 19, standing in the doorway and saying, "You do not actually know me." Daniel returned home. At 9:30, his phone rang. Elias. Daniel stared at the name before answering. "I did not call you." "I know. Then why are you calling?" "Margaret told me the weather in Chicago was becoming dangerous." Daniel almost laughed. "There is no storm here." "That is not what she meant." Daniel walked into the kitchen. "Did she speak with Ethan?" "No." "Laura?" "No." "Then how would she know?" "Because you called her yesterday and asked whether a lamp can be kept burning for someone who might be walking away." Daniel remembered the conversation. At the time, he had thought he was asking a philosophical question. Margaret had apparently heard the fear beneath it. "My son wants to talk tomorrow," Daniel said, "and you have already completed the conversation many times." Daniel looked at the closed laptop. "Yes. What has he told you?" "That it is important." "What else?" "Nothing." "Then what are you carrying?" Daniel began listing his fears. Ethan might leave. He might be in trouble. He might need money. He might want to end their relationship. Elias interrupted. "I asked what you are carrying, not what you are imagining." Daniel became irritated. "I am carrying uncertainty." "Good. There is nothing good about it. It is good that you named the correct burden." Daniel sat at the kitchen counter. "How do I get rid of it?" "You do not." Daniel closed his eyes. "Of course, you keep asking how to remove every uncomfortable experience. That is the habit causing most of your difficulty. What am I supposed to do with uncertainty?" "Carry uncertainty. Stop decorating it with disasters." Daniel looked at the clock. "That sounds simple when you say it." "It is simple. It does not feel simple, because the seed is no longer small." Daniel became quiet. "What seed?" "The first thought. The one you received before all the others." Daniel remembered it. Exactly. "What if Ethan is leaving Chicago?" "That thought appeared this morning," he said. "And what did you do?" "I told myself it was not true." "Then?" "It returned." "What did you do then?" "I argued with it." "And then?" "It presented other possibilities." "You watered it." Daniel stood and walked toward the living room. "I was trying to stop it. You gave it your full attention." "What should I have done?" Elias paused. "When a weed first appears in a garden, do you debate it?" "No." "Do you demand that it explain why it entered the soil?" "No." "Do you spend the day proving that the garden is not a weed?" Daniel rubbed his forehead. "No." "You recognize what has appeared. Then you decide whether to feed it." Daniel looked at the dark television screen. "I cannot control which thoughts appear." "No." "I cannot prevent fear." "No." "Then what choice do I have?" "You choose which thought receives the next thought." Daniel let the sentence settle. Elias continued. "The first fear may arise on its own, but the chain does not build itself without attention. One thought says, 'Perhaps Ethan is leaving.' The next asks where he will go. The next imagines why he did not tell you. The next accuses Laura. The next predicts a lonely future. Soon, you are no longer responding to one thought. You are living inside a world that thought created." Daniel looked at the computer again. "That is exactly what happened. The garden is easier to tend in the morning." "What does that mean?" "Every thought is small when it first arrives." Elias told Daniel about an old monastic gardener who walked through his rows before dawn. The gardener did not wait for weeds to become large enough to see from a distance. He searched for the first pale shoots breaking through the soil. A mature weed required force. Its roots wrapped around everything nearby. Removing it could damage the plants the gardener wanted to protect. A new shoot required almost nothing. One touch, one moment of recognition. Then it was gone. The gardener was not more powerful than the weed, Elias said. He was earlier. Daniel returned to the counter. "How do I become earlier?" Notice the first movement. I noticed the thought this morning. You noticed its content. Did you notice what your mind did next? Daniel thought back. The thought appeared. Then his body tightened. Then he searched for evidence. Then he created a response. Then he imagined the conversation. It had happened quickly, but not instantly. There had been small spaces between each step. No, Daniel said. I only noticed after I was already inside it. That is why practice matters. Daniel Seahill. I thought meditation was supposed to make thoughts disappear. Meditation helps you see them before they become architecture. The phrase stayed with him. Before they become architecture. Daniel had built an entire house of fear from one sentence. He had furnished it with memories. He had placed Laura in one room, Ethan in another, and himself alone at the center. None of it existed outside his mind. What do I do when the first thought arrives? Daniel asked. There are several responses. I am listening. First, you can move attention to something wholesome and real. The feeling of your feet, the sound in the room, a sincere wish that your son be safe, whether or not you know what he will say. That sounds like distraction. It becomes distraction only when used to avoid what must be faced. Tomorrow, you must face the conversation. Tonight, there is no conversation to face. Daniel nodded. Second, look at what the thought produces. Has imagining disasters prepared you to listen? No. Has it protected Ethan? No. Has it made tomorrow clearer? No. Then see the consequence honestly. The thought promises preparation, but delivers exhaustion. Daniel glanced at the time. What else? Sometimes, you simply do not continue. A thought appears. You acknowledge it, but you do not answer. Attention is nourishment. Without nourishment, many thoughts cannot survive. Daniel remembered arguing with every possibility. Each rebuttal had kept the chain alive. And if it keeps returning, slow the process. Feel the moment one thought reaches for another. How? Listen for the connecting words. Daniel frowned. What connecting words? Therefore, maybe. That means, what if? Because of that, Elias spoke slowly. Ethan wants to talk. That is a fact. Maybe he is leaving, is a thought. That means Laura has been hiding. It is another. Therefore, they no longer want me in their lives is another. Each phrase is a bridge. You have been crossing the bridges without noticing them. Daniel repeated the sequence silently. Ethan wanted to talk. Maybe he was leaving. That meant Laura knew. Therefore, they were excluding him. The connections had felt natural. Now they looked invented. And the last response? Daniel asked. If the thought becomes overwhelming, interrupt it firmly. Stand. Wash your face. Say no aloud. Change rooms. Use force briefly, not as a permanent habit. Why only briefly? Because a mind cannot spend its life fighting itself without becoming exhausted. Daniel looked around his apartment. What should I do tonight? Close the garden. I do not know what that means. You have received the information available to you. Nothing useful can be grown from it before tomorrow. Stop digging. The call ended. Daniel remained at the counter. A thought appeared. Ethan could be in danger. Daniel noticed the first bridge. Could be. He did not cross it. My son asked to speak with me tomorrow, he said. The thought remained nearby. He turned his attention to the physical contact between his hands and the counter. Cool stone, pressure beneath his palms. The thought tried again. Laura sounded worried. Daniel felt another bridge forming. That means he stopped. Laura asked me to listen. The garden became quiet for several seconds. Then another seed appeared. What if you fail him again? That one reached deeper. Daniel did not argue. He did not promise himself he would be perfect. He did not search the past for evidence. He placed one hand on his chest. May I listen without defending myself? He whispered. The fear changed shape. It did not disappear, but the attention beneath it became gentler. Instead of imagining how the conversation might hurt him, Daniel considered what Ethan might need, not what outcome Daniel wanted, not how to preserve the relationship, only the sincere wish. that Ethan feels safe enough to speak honestly. May he be safe. Daniel repeated the words. May he feel heard. The mind tried to convert the wish into strategy. You should prepare questions. You should decide what to say. Daniel noticed the movement. No more planning tonight. He shut off the lights and went to bed. The thoughts continued arriving. Some were small. Some already had roots from the hours he had spent feeding them. He treated each one differently. When a new possibility appeared, he let it pass without response. When a familiar fear returned, he examined what following it had already cost him. When a chain began forming, he listened for the bridge. Maybe. That means, therefore, what if? Each time, he stopped before crossing. The spaces between thoughts grew longer. Daniel realized the mind was not a machine that had to be switched off. It was a garden that responded to nourishment. He had spent years feeding whatever frightened him most, then wondering why fear grew faster than peace. Before sleep, the thought returned one final time. He is leaving. Daniel answered only with the truth. I do not know. For once, uncertainty did not immediately demand a story. It remained uncertainty, uncomfortable, incomplete, survivable. Daniel slept. At 1:45 the next afternoon, he arrived at the restaurant where Ethan had asked to meet. Ethan was already seated. A folder lay on the table in front of him. Daniel saw the folder and felt the first seed break through the soil. Transfer documents. He noticed it. He did not water it. He sat down. Thank you for coming, Ethan said. I am glad you asked. Ethan placed both hands around a glass of water. I do not know how you are going to react. Daniel felt another thought form. He expects you to be angry. He did not follow it. I am going to try to listen. Ethan looked unconvinced. Then he opened the folder. Inside were photographs, not university forms, not medical reports. Photographs. People sleeping beneath bridges. Families standing in food distribution lines. Veterans waiting outside a temporary housing center. Daniel looked at Ethan. What is this? For the last 6 months, I have been volunteering with a non-profit called Open Door. Daniel had never heard of it. We help people find temporary housing and legal support. Ethan continued. A lot of them are working. Some have children. Some lost housing after medical bills or an eviction. Daniel looked through the images. Ethan's voice became steadier as he spoke. The organization has one attorney, and she is handling more cases than anyone could manage. Landlords ignore repair requests. People get removed without understanding their rights. Veterans lose benefits because they miss one deadline. Daniel felt pride rise. Immediately, another thought followed. He wants money. Daniel noticed it. He let it pass. What do you need from me? He asked. Ethan watched him carefully. I want to take a semester away from school and work with them full time. The first arrow landed. Daniel felt it immediately. A semester away? His mind began producing arguments. He will fall behind. He may never return. He is throwing away an education you paid for. Daniel could feel each thought reaching for the next. A familiar structure began rising. He saw the first beams. He heard Elias. Meditation helps you see thoughts before they become architecture. Daniel placed his hands beneath the table. What would you be doing? He asked. Ethan blinked. You are not going to tell me. It is irresponsible. I have thoughts about it. I am sure you do. But I want to understand first. Ethan began explaining. The non-profit had received funding for a 6-month outreach program. He would help interview clients, organize records, coordinate with shelters, and document cases for legal review. He had already spoken to the university. He could take an approved leave without losing his enrollment. He had saved enough money for basic expenses. He was not asking Daniel to finance the decision. As Ethan spoke, Daniel noticed how much preparation had already happened. This was not an impulsive escape. It was a considered choice. Still, fear remained. What made you want to do this? Daniel asked. Ethan looked at the photographs. Because I met a man named Marcus. He handed Daniel one image. The man in the photograph appeared to be in his late 50s. He wore a work jacket and held a cardboard box. He worked maintenance at the same apartment building for 17 years. After an injury, he missed rent. The property owner evicted him and withheld his final paycheck. He lived in his truck for 3 months. Ethan looked directly at his father. He did not need someone to tell him to make better choices. He needed someone who understood the system. Daniel looked again at the photograph. He eventually got his wages back, Ethan said. The attorney at Open Door helped him. I watched what happened when someone finally stood beside him and knew what to do. Daniel understood. Ethan was not running away from school. He was moving toward a lamp. I know you think I should finish my degree first, Ethan said. I do, and you probably think this will damage my future. I am afraid it might. Ethan's shoulders tightened. Daniel saw the conversation beginning to close. He had told the truth, but fear had entered his voice as judgment. He slowed down. Fear is not the same as certainty, Daniel said. Ethan waited. I am afraid you may lose momentum. I am afraid 6 months could become longer. I am afraid because I cannot control what happens next. That does not mean it is the wrong decision. No. Daniel looked through the photographs again. It means I am your father, and part of me wants every road cleared before you walk it. Ethan's expression softened slightly. Daniel continued, but I have spent the last 24 hours imagining this conversation. None of the stories I created looked anything like what you are telling me. What stories? Daniel almost laughed. California, debt, drugs, dropping out permanently, possibly joining a cult. Ethan stared at him. A cult? My mind became ambitious. For the first time. Ethan smiled. Daniel felt relief. He noticed the desire to use the smile as proof that everything was now safe. He let that thought pass too. What do you need from me? Daniel asked again. Advice. The answer surprised him. About what? The executive director wants to create a network of volunteer attorneys. They do not know how to approach firms or structure the legal work. Ethan hesitated. I told them you might know. Daniel felt something move through his chest. Not pride exactly. Something quieter. Ethan had not asked him to control the decision. He had asked him to contribute. I can help, Daniel said. I am not asking you to take over. I understand. I mean it. So do I. Ethan studied him. You are really going to let me decide? Daniel considered the word let. His son was 20 years old. The decision was already his. I am going to tell you my concerns, Daniel said. I am going to ask difficult questions. Then, I am going to respect that this is your life. Ethan nodded. That is all I wanted. Daniel looked at the folder between them. For an entire day, his mind had treated uncertainty like an enemy. It had filled the unknown with the most painful possibilities available. But the unknown had contained this. His son discovering purpose. His son asking for guidance. His son opening a door Daniel had assumed was closing. Daniel had almost arrived at the conversation exhausted, defensive, and prepared to fight a decision that had never been made. One small thought had nearly grown roots through everything he was trying to protect. After lunch, Ethan left the photographs with him. Daniel remained at the table. He studied the picture of Marcus holding the cardboard box, a man who had worked for 17 years and lost his home after one injury. Daniel thought about the junior attorneys, the committee meeting, and the power legal knowledge carried when placed in service of someone without it. His phone rang. Richard, Daniel answered. The committee has made its decision, Richard said. Daniel felt a seed appear. You are being removed. He noticed it. He did not follow it. What did they decide? They are keeping you in leadership. But Helen wants another partner, assigned to major trial decisions for 6 months. Daniel felt disappointment, then embarrassment, then the beginning of a story. They no longer trust you. Your career is declining. Everyone will know. He stopped at the first bridge. The committee had created oversight after a major loss. That was the fact. How do you feel about it? Daniel asked. Richard seemed surprised. I think it is unnecessary. I do not. There was silence. Daniel continued. I made decisions that needed more challenge. 6 months of oversight is reasonable. You are accepting it. Yes, Richard exhaled. I thought you would fight. So did I. After the call, Daniel felt the disappointment fully. He did not turn it into humiliation. He did not predict the end of his career. He did not search for someone to blame. He let one difficult fact remain one difficult fact. Then he opened his calendar. On Monday morning, he would meet with the director of Open Door. He created the appointment. For several seconds, he looked at the screen. One decision had reduced his authority at the firm. Another might allow him to use that authority where it mattered differently. The mind could turn either event into a disaster or an identity, or it could meet each event while it was still small, before thought covered it with a story. That night, Daniel lay down without rehearsing Monday. A concern appeared. What if the non-profit project fails? He noticed it. A second thought reached for the first. What if you disappoint Ethan? Daniel felt the chain attempting to form. He did not pull against it. He simply declined to provide the next link. Monday has not arrived, he whispered. His attention returned to the weight of his body against the bed. The concern remained for a few breaths, without another thought to feed it. It faded. Another seed appeared, then another. Most passed without taking root. Daniel finally understood that peace was not a garden where nothing unwanted ever grew. Peace was the willingness to notice what had arrived before it took possession of the ground. In Buddhist teaching, an unhelpful thought is easiest to release when it is still small. We cannot control every seed that enters the mind, but we can choose what receives our attention. Worry often pretends to be preparation, even as it exhausts us before anything has happened. Notice the first thought. See where it leads. Do not give it the next thought automatically. What is not watered tonight does not have to grow through the night. The most dangerous thought is not the one that frightens you. It is the one you mistake for yourself. Daniel heard those words on the roof of a homeless shelter in downtown Chicago. 3 weeks had passed since Ethan introduced him to Open Door. During that time, Daniel had helped the organization create a volunteer network of attorneys from 4 major firms. He had reviewed eviction cases, negotiated with property owners, and built a system that allowed volunteer lawyers to handle urgent cases without overwhelming the non-profit's small legal team. For the first time in years, Daniel was using his training without thinking about rankings, promotions, or billable hours. The work mattered. That should have made him peaceful. Instead, one case had begun following him home. The client's name was Leonard Hayes. Leonard was 61 years old and had worked as a city bus driver for nearly 3 decades. After surgery on his right knee, he had fallen behind on rent. His landlord filed for eviction, even though a rental assistance payment was already being processed. The case should have been straightforward. Daniel filed the necessary documents and contacted the landlord's attorney. Then the landlord changed the locks before the court hearing. Leonard returned from physical therapy and found his belongings stacked inside black garbage bags beside the building. His work uniform was missing. His medication was inside the apartment. A framed photograph of his late wife had been broken. When Daniel arrived, Leonard was sitting on the curb with one hand resting on a plastic bag. He was not shouting. He was not crying. He was staring at the sidewalk with the stillness of a man who had reached the point beyond visible anger. Daniel knelt beside him. "We are going to fix this." Leonard looked at him. Daniel recognized something in the man's eyes. He had seen that look in clients before. It was the look of someone deciding whether hope was still worth the risk. "You cannot put 30 years back into those bags," Leonard said. Daniel had no answer. The court ordered the landlord to restore access to the apartment. The medication was recovered. A temporary housing order was issued. The legal result was favorable, but Daniel continued thinking about the photograph. Leonard's wife had died 8 years earlier. The broken frame had been the last gift she gave him before entering the hospital. Daniel knew the landlord could be sued. He knew damages could be requested. He knew how to convert suffering into legal categories: property loss, emotional distress, unlawful eviction. retaliation. But he also knew none of those phrases could describe a man holding broken glass beside a garbage bag. On the evening after the hearing, Daniel remained at open door long after the other volunteers had left. Ethan found him reading the same page of the case file repeatedly. "You already won the emergency motion," Ethan said. "The case is not over." "I know. The landlord should lose the building." Ethan sat across from him. "That is probably not going to happen. He locked an injured man out of his home. I was there. He threw Leonard's life onto a sidewalk." "I know." Daniel closed the file. "Then why are you speaking as though this is normal?" "I am not saying it is normal. You sound calm." Ethan looked at his father carefully. "Are you angry with me because I am calm?" Daniel leaned back. The question exposed something he had not noticed. Part of him wanted everyone nearby to be as furious as he was. Ethan's calm felt like indifference, even though nothing in his behavior suggested that he did not care. "I am sorry," Daniel said. "You have said that a lot lately." "I have needed to." Ethan pulled the file toward himself. "What are you actually angry about?" "The landlord." "That is the obvious answer." Daniel looked toward the empty office. "I keep imagining Leonard on the curb." "So do I. I keep thinking about what it would feel like to find your life in garbage bags." Ethan nodded. Daniel lowered his voice. "I keep thinking that I should have prevented it. You did not know he was going to change the locks. I should have anticipated it." "How?" "I should have contacted the building. I should have asked for an emergency order sooner. I should have warned Leonard. You filed everything the same day you received the case." "It was not enough." Ethan was silent. Daniel felt the familiar structure forming. If he had acted earlier, the lockout might not have happened. If he had been more careful, the photograph might not have broken. If the photograph had not broken, Leonard might have been spared one more loss. Daniel knew this pattern. It was the second arrow, but knowing the name did not stop the pain. "This is not only about Leonard," Ethan said. Daniel looked at him. "What is it about?" "You tell me. I am not in the mood for therapy." "Then stop asking questions you only want lawyers to answer." Daniel felt irritation rise. He was about to respond when Ethan stood. "There is a roof above the 3rd floor. The door is usually unlocked. Why are you telling me this?" "Because you have been sitting in this office for 6 hours, and you are no longer helping anyone." Ethan left. Daniel stared at the closed door. He almost reopened the case. Instead, he stood and followed. The roof was flat and surrounded by a high safety wall. Office buildings rose around it. Traffic moved below. The city continued with complete indifference to Leonard's broken photograph, Daniel's anger, and every legal argument taking place inside the building. Ethan stood near the wall, looking upward. Daniel stopped beside him. "What are we doing?" "Looking." "At what?" "The sky." Daniel almost returned downstairs. "Ethan, I am serious." "So am I." "Then look." Daniel looked up. Clouds were moving above the city. Some were thin and almost transparent. Others were dark enough to suggest rain. They passed above the buildings, without changing direction for anything below. "What do you see?" Ethan asked. "Clouds." "Anything else?" "The sky." "Which one were you looking at first?" Daniel understood where the conversation was going. "Did Elias teach you this?" "No." "Margaret did." Daniel looked back at the clouds. Ethan continued. "She asked me the same question when I was at the retreat last year." "You went there?" "Twice." Daniel turned toward him. "When?" "After you and Mom separated. You never told me." "You were not listening then." The words hurt. Daniel felt the first arrow. He did not fire another. He looked back at the sky. "What did Margaret tell you?" "She asked whether the sky was damaged when a storm passed through it." Daniel waited. "I said no." "And then?" "She asked why I believed every thought passing through my mind had the power to damage me permanently." Daniel watched one dark cloud move behind a glass building. For years, he had used weather as a metaphor. The mountain had shown him how to remain present while storms moved through experience. But this was different. The mountain represented stability. The sky represented space. One remained beneath the storm. The other held the storm without being reduced to it. Ethan pointed upward. Is that cloud the sky? No. Is it separate from the sky? Daniel considered the question. It appears inside it. Exactly. Ethan turned toward him. You keep trying to control every cloud. I am trying to respond responsibly. No. You are trying to make sure nothing painful appears. That is not possible. I know. Daniel heard the quiet accusation. Ethan had learned that lesson before him. A memory arose. Ethan, at 16, standing in the kitchen after receiving a poor grade. Daniel remembered asking what went wrong. He remembered correcting the study schedule, criticizing the teacher, and explaining how one mistake could affect college applications. He did not remember asking how Ethan felt. Another memory followed. Ethan at 17, crying after his first serious relationship ended. Daniel had told him the pain would pass. Then he explained why the relationship had never been stable. He had offered analysis where his son needed company. Daniel felt shame. The mind immediately reached for a larger conclusion. You failed him throughout his childhood. He noticed the thought. A cloud. Then another thought appeared. You are changing too late. Another cloud. Ethan will always remember the man you were. Another. Daniel did not argue with them. He looked directly at his son. When you were younger, did you feel as though I was trying to control everything you felt? Ethan placed both hands on the wall. Yes. Daniel waited for the rest. When I was angry, you told me why I should not be. When I was afraid, you gave me a plan. When I was sad, you tried to identify the mistake that caused it. I thought I was helping. I know. That does not make it better. No. Daniel felt his throat tighten. I did not know how to sit beside something I could not fix. Ethan looked at him. I do not think you knew how to sit beside your own feelings either. The sentence entered Daniel without resistance. Leonard's broken photograph returned to his mind. He had told himself he was angry about injustice. He was. But beneath that, anger was helplessness. Daniel had watched a man suffer a loss the law could not reverse. No motion could restore the moment before the frame shattered. No judgment could remove the memory of seeing a life packed into garbage bags. Daniel's mind had transformed helplessness into blame, because blame gave him something to do. It created a target. It created movement. It protected him from the harder experience of standing beside pain, without being able to erase it. I keep thinking I should have prevented what happened to Leonard, Daniel said. Could you have? I do not know. Did you act as soon as you knew? Yes. Did you abandon him? No. Did you help him return home? Yes. Then maybe the part of you that still feels terrible does not need another argument. Daniel looked upward. What does it need? To be allowed to feel terrible for a while. Daniel watched the clouds. He had spent his life believing emotions became dangerous when allowed to remain. Anger had to be directed. Fear had to be solved. Grief had to be translated into action. Otherwise, they might take over. But the sky did not remove the clouds. It allowed them to complete their movement. What happens if I let the feelings stay? Daniel asked. It changes. And if it does not, it still exists inside something larger. What is larger? Ethan smiled slightly. That is the question Margaret asked me. Daniel waited. She asked, what knows that you are hurting? Daniel felt the words before he understood them. What knows? Yes, I know. Who is I? Daniel shook his head. I am not having a philosophical debate on a roof. Then do not debate it. Look. Daniel closed his eyes. Leonard appeared immediately. The black garbage bags, the curb, the broken frame. Daniel felt pressure in his chest. He noticed the image. He noticed the physical reaction. He noticed the thought that followed. You failed him. Then he asked silently, what knows this thought is here? For several seconds, nothing happened. Then something subtle shifted. The thought remained, but Daniel could see it. Not visually. He could recognize its presence as clearly as he had recognized the clouds. You failed him was an event occurring in his mind. It was not the mind itself. The pressure in his chest was an experience being felt. It was not the entirety of the person feeling it. A memory was being observed. The observer was not contained inside the memory. Daniel opened his eyes. I do not know how to describe it. You do not need to. The thought is still there. I know, but there is space around it. Ethan nodded. Daniel looked upward again. A dark cloud had moved across the sun. The light changed. The sky had not vanished. The cloud had simply occupied Daniel's attention. Did Margaret tell you that you are the sky? Daniel asked. She said I should be careful with that sentence. Why? Because the mind will turn anything into an identity. Daniel looked at him. She said awareness is not a special person hiding behind thoughts. It is the simple fact that experience is being known. Daniel remained quiet. That distinction mattered. He had spent years building identities. Successful attorney, provider, father, failure, victim, man trying to change. Each identity became another position to defend. If he turned awareness into a new identity, he would begin protecting that too. He would tell himself he was the calm observer and then feel ashamed whenever he became angry. The point is not to become the sky, Ethan said. The point is to notice that thoughts are already being seen. Daniel looked at his son. When did you become wiser than me? Probably around 11. Daniel laughed. The sound surprised both of them. For a few moments, neither spoke. Then Ethan asked, "What is happening in your mind right now?" Daniel answered honestly, "I am proud of you." "What else?" "I am ashamed that I did not know you came to the retreat." "What else?" "I want to explain why I was not available then." "What else?" "I am afraid this moment will end, and we will become distant again." Ethan nodded. "Can you see all of those thoughts?" "Yes." "Are any of them permanent?" "No." "Are any of them the whole truth?" Daniel considered each one. Pride was true, but incomplete. Shame was true, but incomplete. Fear was true, but incomplete. Each thought presented itself as the full sky. Each was only a cloud. "No," Daniel said. Ethan turned back toward the city. "Then let them move." The roof door opened. A woman stepped outside. She was in her 40s and wore an open-door identification badge. Daniel recognized her as Renee Carter, the organization's executive director. "I have been looking for you," she said. Daniel felt his body tighten. A new thought appeared. Something went wrong with Leonard's case. He noticed it before it grew. "What happened?" he asked. "Leonard is downstairs." Daniel's fear intensified. "Is he all right?" "He is fine. He wants to speak with you." Daniel followed her inside. Leonard was waiting in the conference room. A cardboard box sat on the table in front of him. For 1 second, Daniel saw the garbage bags again. The mind tried to connect the images. Another lockout. Another loss. He did not cross the bridge. Leonard stood. "I was told you stayed late working on my case." Daniel looked at Ethan. Ethan said nothing. "I was reviewing the damages claim," Daniel said. Leonard nodded. "I do not want to pursue all of it." Daniel sat across from him. "You are entitled to compensation." "I know. The landlord violated the court process. He damaged your property. He exposed you to serious medical risk." "I know that too." "Then why would you withdraw any part of the claim?" Leonard opened the box. Inside was the broken photograph. The frame had been replaced. The image showed Leonard as a younger man standing beside a woman in a yellow dress. "My wife's name was Camille," Leonard said. Daniel looked at the photograph. She hated courtrooms. She used to say the law could tell you who was responsible, but it could not always tell you what would make you whole. Daniel listened. "I want the wages I lost. I want the medical expenses covered. I want the landlord to pay for violating the order. That is reasonable, but I do not want to spend the next year proving how much this photograph meant to me." Daniel looked at Leonard. "I understand." "No, you do not." The words were firm but not hostile. "You see a case that can be won. I see another year in which this man gets to remain at the center of my life." Daniel leaned back. Leonard placed the photograph between them. "I spent 8 years learning how to remember my wife without being destroyed by missing her. I am not giving this landlord another year." What do you want instead? I want the building investigated. There are other tenants he has threatened. Some of them are afraid to speak. Daniel nodded slowly. I want any settlement to include repairs, written protections for those tenants, and independent oversight. That may be harder to obtain than personal damages. I know. You could receive more money through an individual claim. Leonard looked at him. I have spent enough of my life asking what I can get from pain. I want to know what the pain can protect. The sentence silenced the room. Daniel thought of Margaret's lamp. He thought of Ethan's work at Open Door. He thought of every hour he had spent replaying Leonard's suffering and trying to turn it into a personal failure. Leonard was not asking Daniel to carry his grief. He was asking him to help direct its energy towards something useful. I will revise the proposal, Daniel said. Thank you. Leonard lifted the photograph. Before returning it to the box, he turned it toward Daniel. Camille chose that dress because she said yellow made people trust the future. Daniel smiled. She was right. Leonard looked at the photograph most of the time. After Leonard left, Daniel remained in the conference room. Ethan sat beside him. You thought something bad had happened when Renee came to the roof, Ethan said. Yes. How far did the thought get? Not far. That is progress. Daniel looked at the empty chair where Leonard had been sitting. I keep trying to become someone who never has difficult thoughts. That sounds exhausting. It is. What if you became someone who does not automatically obey them? Daniel nodded. That afternoon, he drafted a new settlement proposal. The work required concentration. Every few minutes, thoughts about the case appeared. The landlord will refuse. The other firms will not support this. The tenants will be too afraid. The proposal will fail. Daniel noticed each one. He did not demand that the mind become silent. He did not close the door on uncertainty. He simply returned to the sentence he was writing. The thoughts passed through his awareness. Some returned. Some changed form. Some disappeared before he finished reading them. The work continued beneath them. At 6 o'clock, Daniel drove to the retreat. He had not planned the trip, but he wanted to speak with Elias in person. The teacher was sitting at a long table sorting donated books. Daniel placed the photograph of Leonard's repaired frame on the table. Ethan had taken a picture of it before Leonard left. Elias looked at the image. Who are they? Leonard and his wife. Camille. Elias waited. Daniel sat down. I think I understand what you meant about the witness. What do you understand? That my thoughts are not me. Elias returned to sorting the books. That sentence can become another thought. Daniel frowned. Then what am I supposed to say? Nothing. Daniel watched him. Elias placed one book into a box. You are trying to create a correct belief about awareness. Awareness is present before the belief. Daniel leaned forward. Ethan said something similar. Then listen to your son. I am trying. What happened today? Daniel told him about Leonard, the roof, and the clouds. When he finished, Elias asked, Where are the clouds now? Daniel looked toward the window. The evening sky was clear. They moved. Where are the thoughts you had this morning? Some are gone, and the ones that remain, they have changed. Did you make them change? No. Did you force them to leave? No. Then why have you spent your life believing every thought requires your intervention? Daniel looked down at his hands. Because some thoughts feel urgent. Urgency is a sensation. Some feel true. Truth is not established by intensity. Some return repeatedly. Repetition is not authority. Daniel absorbed each answer. What should I do tonight when they come? Notice that they are known. That is all. That is already happening. Daniel felt the familiar frustration. Why does everything you teach sound like I am being asked to do nothing? Because you have mistaken interference for responsibility. Elias closed the box. Rest does not begin when every thought has been resolved. It begins when the mind no longer assigns itself the impossible task of resolving every thought before sleep. Daniel thought of his nights in Chicago. The mind reviewed conversations because it believed review would create safety. It predicted disasters because it believed prediction would create control. It criticized him because it believed punishment would create improvement. Every form of suffering had presented itself as a duty. What happens to responsibility? Daniel asked. If I simply watch thoughts, how do I know when to act? The same way the sky allows rain to reach the ground. Daniel waited. Awareness does not prevent action. It prevents confusion. When a thought is seen clearly, you can ask whether it points to something that requires action now. And if it does, act. And if it does not, let it pass. Daniel thought about Leonard's case. The landlord's actions required a legal response. Daniel's belief that he should have predicted everything did not. Ethan's request required listening. Daniel's imagined disasters did not. Richard's documented criticism required accountability. Daniel's fear that his entire career was ending did not. The difference seemed obvious now. It had been invisible while he was inside each thought. You do not need fewer clouds, Elias said. You need a wider view. That night, Daniel slept at the retreat. He lay down and waited. The mind did not disappoint him. The landlord will reject the proposal. A cloud. You should have asked Leonard more questions. Another cloud. Ethan may still leave the university permanently. Another. Richard may be gathering support against you. Another. Daniel noticed each thought. Then he noticed that he was noticing. There was no image for that recognition at first. Only a quiet shift from being inside the sentence to seeing that a sentence had appeared. The words remained readable. They no longer filled the entire mind. A memory followed. Leonard. On the curb. Pain moved through Daniel's chest. He allowed it. He did not convert the pain into blame. He did not tell himself the memory had to leave. He felt the grief inside a larger field of awareness. The grief changed, not into happiness, into movement. It rose. It stayed. It softened. Then another experience took its place. The weight of the blanket, the sound of his breathing, a faint pressure behind his eyes, a thought about the morning. The awareness holding all of it did not need to choose which experience was allowed. It received each one. Daniel remembered the roof. The sky did not chase clouds. It did not become proud when the clouds were white. It did not become ashamed when they were dark. It did not fear that a storm proved the sky had failed. It remained open. Daniel did not tell himself he was the sky. He did not need another identity. He simply recognized that every thought appearing that night was already being held inside something larger than its content. His mind did not become empty. It became spacious. The difference was enough. Before sleep arrived, one final thought appeared. You may lose everything you have built. Daniel felt the fear inside it. He did not answer. He noticed the sentence. He noticed the body responding. He noticed that both were known. The thought moved on. The knowing remained. In Buddhist teaching, thoughts are like clouds moving through an open sky. Some are light, some are heavy, and some carry storms. The practice is not to destroy the clouds or force the sky to remain clear. It is to recognize that every thought is already being observed. A thought may be painful without being permanent. A memory may be vivid without being your identity. Rest begins when we stop living as though each passing cloud contains the whole sky. The first time Daniel heard his fear speak clearly, it used his father's voice. You are alone because no one can stay close to you. Daniel opened his eyes. The room was silent. He was still lying in the small guest room at the retreat, exactly where he had fallen asleep several hours earlier. Nothing had entered. Nothing had moved. No danger stood beside the bed. Yet his body had already responded as though the sentence were a physical threat. His chest was tight. His breathing stopped before reaching the bottom of his lungs. His jaw had locked. Every muscle seemed to be waiting for something terrible to happen. Daniel sat up and checked the time. 3:05. 7 a.m. He had awakened at nearly the same hour every night for more than a decade. Sometimes he woke with a specific thought, a case he might lose, a deadline he had forgotten, a conversation he had mishandled. Most nights, there was no clear reason. The fear arrived first. The mind created the explanation afterward. Daniel would wake with his heart racing, then search through his life for the emergency his body believed must exist. Work, money, Ethan, health, the future, the past. His mind would inspect each possibility until it found one frightening enough to justify the alarm. By sunrise, Daniel usually had a complete story. He had always assumed the story caused the fear. Now, sitting alone at the retreat, he realized the fear had been waiting before the story began. He placed one hand against his chest. The pressure intensified. A thought appeared. Something is wrong. Daniel recognized it as a cloud. He let it pass. Another came. You are not safe. He noticed that one too, but the fear remained. It was not behaving like an ordinary thought. It lived deeper than language. It was inside his breath, his throat, and the rigid position of his shoulders. Watching the mind was not enough. Daniel stood and turned on the light. The fear immediately weakened. He looked around the room. Nothing had changed. The door was locked. The window was closed. His phone rested on the table. He felt embarrassed. A 38-year-old attorney who could face judges, hostile witnesses, and corporate executives without hesitation had been frightened by a dark room containing nothing. Daniel walked into the hallway and found Elias sitting in the kitchen. The teacher was drinking tea. Daniel stopped in the doorway. Do you ever sleep? Yes. When? When I am tired. That is not helpful. It was not intended as guidance. Daniel sat across from him. I woke up afraid. Elias poured tea into a second cup. Of what? I do not know. Then perhaps fear is not the correct word. Daniel stared at him. My heart is still racing. I did not say the experience was not real. Then what would you call it? An alarm without an identified fire. Daniel wrapped both hands around the cup. It happens often. How often? Most nights. And what do you normally do? I find something to think about. Elias waited. Daniel heard what he had just said. I thought thinking was the problem. Sometimes thinking is the hiding place. Daniel looked toward the dark hallway. The idea disturbed him. He had treated his thoughts as enemies keeping him awake. Perhaps some of them had been distractions protecting him from something less defined and more difficult to face. What happens if you do not find something to think about? Elias asked. The fear becomes stronger. Then you find a problem. Yes. You analyze it. Yes. You create a plan, if possible, and the fear becomes easier to tolerate. Daniel nodded slowly. A work problem had boundaries. A legal problem could be divided into facts, arguments, and actions. Even a disaster was easier to face when it had a name. Nameless fear offered nothing to solve. When did this begin? Elias asked. I do not know. That answer came quickly. Because I do not know, or because knowing would require looking somewhere you prefer not to look. Daniel felt irritation rise. I am not avoiding anything. Elias lifted his cup. You turned on the light. There is nothing spiritually valuable about sitting in darkness when a light switch is available. I agree. Daniel waited. Elias said nothing more. You think I am afraid of the dark? No. What do you think? I think you are afraid of what becomes audible when nothing else is demanding your attention. Daniel looked down at the tea. The sentence from the room returned. You are alone because no one can stay close to you. The voice had not sounded exactly like his father, but it carried the same certainty. Daniel's father had rarely shouted. He did not need to. Robert Mercer could make disappointment feel permanent without raising his voice. When Daniel was 9, he lost a regional spelling competition after missing a word he had practiced dozens of times. His father drove him home in silence. Daniel finally said, I am sorry. Robert kept his eyes on the road. Do not apologize to me. Daniel waited. You are the one who will have to live with being unprepared. I practiced. Then perhaps you are not as capable as everyone thinks. Daniel remembered watching the streetlights pass across the windshield. He remembered feeling that something inside him had been exposed. Not a mistake, a defect. For the rest of his childhood, Daniel prepared for everything. He studied beyond exhaustion. He rehearsed conversations. He arrived early. He anticipated criticism before anyone spoke. Preparedness became the way he kept his father's disappointment outside the room. Robert died when Daniel was 31. The preparation did not stop. "What are you remembering?" Elias asked. "Nothing useful." "Useful for what?" "Sleeping. Perhaps sleep is not the task yet." Daniel pushed the cup away. "I came here because I wanted my mind to become quieter. And it has. Then why am I waking up terrified?" "Because the noise was covering something." Daniel stood. "I am not spending the rest of the night discussing my childhood." "Then go back to bed." Daniel almost left. "What would happen if I stayed in the dark?" Elias answered, without hesitation. "You would meet what the light has been helping you avoid." Daniel felt the fear return. "What if I do not want to meet it?" "Then you will continue arranging your life so that you never have to be alone with it." "I live alone." "No. You live with a telephone, a computer, legal files, television, messages, and a mind trained to manufacture emergencies." Daniel looked toward the hallway. "You are describing modern life. I am describing your method of escape." The words landed sharply. Daniel wanted to argue, but the evidence surrounded him. He checked email while eating. He listened to podcasts while driving. He reviewed cases while exercising. He fell asleep to news reports or legal analysis. Even during silence, he rehearsed conversations. He could not remember the last time he had been alone, without consuming information or producing thought. "What do you expect me to do?" Daniel asked. "There is an old fire lookout station 2 miles above the retreat." No, Elias had not yet explained the idea. Daniel's answer exposed him before he could protect himself. The teacher studied him. "What do you believe I am going to ask?" "You want me to spend a night there?" "Yes." "Alone?" "Yes." "In darkness?" "There is a lamp." Daniel felt brief relief. "You will leave it outside." The relief vanished. "That is absurd." "Perhaps." "What would it prove?" "Nothing." "Then why do it?" "To stop proving that you must escape." Daniel crossed his arms. "I have work on Monday. It is Thursday. I need to prepare for a meeting." "You prepared yesterday." "I should review the documents again." "You reviewed them twice." Daniel felt anger rising because each excuse had been true and insufficient. "What happens if I refuse?" "You return to Chicago. That is all." "That is all." "You would let me leave knowing this is still happening?" "It has been happening for years. I cannot make you stop running." Daniel remained standing. Elias poured more tea. "Tonight?" Daniel asked. "Yes." "No preparation." "You have prepared for 30 years. Daniel did not agree. He simply failed to leave. The next afternoon, he carried a sleeping bag, water, and a small emergency radio to the lookout station. Elias walked with him but did not enter. Daniel inspected the room. 1 bed, 1 chair, 1 table, 1 door, no electricity. His phone showed no signal. "I am keeping the lamp inside," Daniel said. "No, this is not a monastery. There are animals in these mountains. The door locks. I may need to see. You may light the lamp if there is a real emergency." "How will I know whether the emergency is real if I cannot see?" "Turn toward what frightens you before you decide." Daniel disliked the instruction immediately. Elias placed the lamp outside the door. "What exactly am I supposed to do all night?" "Nothing." That answer is becoming predictable. When fear comes, acknowledge it, and then invite it to remain. Daniel laughed once. "You want me to invite fear to stay. It has stayed without your permission for most of your life." Daniel looked into the room. "What if it becomes worse?" "It may." "What if I panic?" "Then panic will be present." "What if I cannot handle it?" Elias met his eyes. "That is the story fear has been telling you. Tonight, allow it to present its evidence." Daniel waited for reassurance. None came. Elias turned to leave. "Are you really walking away?" "Yes." "You are not going to stay nearby?" "I will be at the retreat." "That is 2 miles away." "Yes." Daniel felt abandoned before Elias had taken 10 steps. The feeling shocked him with its intensity. Elias. The teacher stopped. Daniel did not know what he wanted to say. Do not leave me. The words appeared inside him. Immediate and humiliating. He had not spoken that sentence since childhood. Perhaps he had never spoken it at all. Elias waited. Daniel forced his voice to remain steady. What should I say when the fear comes? Say what is true. What is true? That you know it is there. Elias continued down the path. Daniel entered the station and locked the door. For the first hour, he remained confident. Daylight still entered through the windows. He organized the supplies, checked the lock 3 times, and examined the room for possible problems. He identified a loose board near the bed. He tested the radio. He placed his shoes where he could reach them quickly. He reviewed the fastest route back to the retreat. Preparation created the illusion that he had accepted the challenge. In reality, he was constructing an exit. When darkness arrived, Daniel sat on the bed. He could still see the outline of the windows. Then even that disappeared. The first sound came from above him. A brief scraping across the roof. Daniel's body tightened. A branch, he told himself. The scraping came again, longer this time. He reached for the emergency radio. Then he remembered the instruction. Turn toward what frightens you before you decide. Daniel faced the sound. What is actually here? His voice sounded smaller in the darkness. The roof, a scraping sound, a body reacting. That was all. The sound stopped. A few minutes later, something struck the outer wall. Daniel stood. The fear arrived so quickly that it bypassed thought. His heart accelerated. His hands became cold. His breath turned shallow. The mind began its work. An animal, a person, someone followed you. The lock will not hold. Daniel took 1 step toward the door. Then he stopped. The story was already forming. He separated what he knew from what he imagined. A sound had occurred. Once, against the wall. Nothing more. He waited. The sound returned, followed by a series of smaller impacts. Daniel recognized it. A loose object moving in the wind. His body did not immediately believe the explanation. The alarm remained active. He sat again. This is fear, he said. The word did not calm him. He tried again. I know you are here. The fear moved through his chest, like pressure, seeking an exit. Daniel wanted to turn on the lamp. He wanted to call Elias. He wanted to walk back to the retreat, even if doing so meant admitting failure. Instead, he spoke into the darkness. I am not asking you to leave. His voice shook. The sentence felt dishonest. He desperately wanted the fear to leave. He corrected himself. I want you to leave, but I am not going to force you. The fear remained. Daniel placed both hands on his knees. You can stay. The words nearly broke apart in his throat. Another sound came from outside. This time, Daniel did not stand. His body prepared to run, but he remained seated. I know you are here, he repeated. The fear did not shrink. It became clearer. Without the attempt to escape, Daniel could feel its exact shape. The pressure beneath his collarbone, the hollow sensation in his stomach, the tension behind his eyes, the need to know what would happen next. He had called all of this anxiety. Now he realized anxiety was not one experience. It was a collection of sensations, thoughts, predictions, and old instructions, moving together so quickly that they appeared to be one solid wall. Daniel stayed with the sensations. His breathing remained shallow. He did not force it deeper. He had used breathing techniques before as another command. Calm down, control yourself, perform peace. Tonight, he allowed the breath to be frightened. You are trying to protect me, he said. The sentence came from something Elias had told him earlier. Fear was not an enemy arriving to destroy the mind. It was an old guard continuing to perform a job after the danger had changed. Daniel considered the possibility. What are you protecting me from? A memory appeared. Daniel was 12 years old. His mother had packed 2 suitcases and placed them beside the front door. She told him they were going to stay with his aunt for a while. Daniel did not understand. His father came home early. There was no shouting. That made the memory worse. Robert stood beside the suitcases and asked Daniel's mother whether she truly believed she could survive without him. She said nothing. He asked again. She began crying. Daniel watched from the stairs. His father turned and saw him. "Go to your room." Daniel obeyed. For nearly an hour, he sat on the floor with his back against the door. He listened for footsteps. He tried to understand whether his family was ending. He imagined his father leaving. Then he imagined his mother leaving. Then he imagined both of them leaving him. No one came to explain. Eventually, his mother unpacked the suitcases. The family stayed together. The subject was never discussed. Daniel had forgotten the suitcases. His body had not. The fear in the lookout station deepened. It was no longer attached to the scraping roof or the dark windows. It was the fear of a child waiting behind a closed door, unable to see what was happening, and convinced that the people he loved might disappear before morning. Daniel pressed his hands against his face. "I remember." His voice broke. The darkness did not respond. He saw himself sitting on the floor at 12 years old, listening for a decision that would determine the shape of his life. He had spent decades preparing so no one could make a decision without him again. He became an attorney because facts provided protection. He controlled meetings because uncertainty felt dangerous. He managed Ethan because a son making independent choices reawakened the terror of people leaving. He worked late because returning to an empty apartment felt too much like waiting behind that childhood door. He did not fear darkness. He feared the moment when nothing stood between him and the possibility of abandonment. Daniel bent forward. The old sentence returned. "You are alone because no one can stay close to you." He heard his father's certainty inside it. He also heard the frightened child who had accepted it. For years, Daniel had responded to that sentence by becoming indispensable. He worked until clients depended on him. He provided until his family could not question his value. He advised, corrected, paid, rescued, and controlled. If everyone needed him, perhaps no one could leave. But Ethan had still pulled away. Laura had still ended the marriage. His father had still died. Control had never delivered the safety it promised. Daniel felt something beneath the fear. At first, it seemed like greater fear. Then its quality changed. It was grief. Not only grief for the marriage or his father, grief for the boy who had sat alone behind a door and learned that love could disappear without warning. Daniel had never comforted that boy. He had trained him. Be useful. Be prepared. Do not fail. Never need anyone more than they need you. Daniel lowered his hands. "I am sorry." He did not know whether he was speaking to himself, his mother, Ethan, or everyone he had tried to keep close through control. The grief moved through him. He let it. He did not ask what it meant. He did not search for a lesson. He did not convert it into a plan for becoming a better father. For once, Daniel did not make pain prove its usefulness. He allowed it to be pain. Minutes passed, perhaps an hour. Time became difficult to measure. The fear still appeared whenever the station made a sound, but it no longer formed a wall. It became a presence sitting beside him. "I know you are here," Daniel said again. This time, the sentence carried no demand. He imagined fear as the child on the other side of the room, alert, exhausted, convinced that closing his eyes would allow something irreversible to happen. "You kept watch for a long time," Daniel whispered. His chest tightened. "You thought I needed you awake." Tears returned. "You were trying to make sure no one left without me knowing." Daniel had never spoken to himself with this kind of tenderness. It felt unnatural. A voice inside him called it weak. He recognized his father again. Daniel did not argue with the voice. He turned his attention back to the fear. "Thank you for trying to protect me." The words felt almost impossible. He had hated his anxiety for years. He had treated it like evidence of personal failure. He had pushed it down with work, preparation, control, and exhaustion. Now he saw it differently. Fear had learned its role when Daniel was too young to create safety for himself. It had stayed awake when no adult came to explain. It had scanned every room for danger. It had studied faces, pauses, tones, and closed doors. It had helped him become observant. It had helped him prepare. It had helped him survive uncertainty. But it had never received the message that the child had grown. Daniel placed a hand against his chest again. You do not have to guard the door alone tonight. The pressure shifted, not dramatically. The fear did not disappear, but it loosened enough for Daniel to breathe more fully. He waited. Another sound crossed the roof. His body reacted. Daniel turned toward it. He did not need to identify the source immediately. He was safe inside the locked station. The emergency radio was within reach. The sound could remain unexplained for a few minutes. That realization felt new. Not knowing did not automatically mean danger. The fear rose and fell. Daniel stayed. At some point, the sentence returned. No one can stay close to you. Daniel listened. Then he answered. Some people have left. He did not soften the truth. Some people may leave again. His throat tightened. I cannot prevent that by refusing to rest. The darkness remained still around him. I cannot force love to stay by becoming impossible to disappoint. The sentence reached somewhere deep. Daniel thought of Ethan. He remembered managing every conversation, turning concern into advice, and love into supervision. He had believed he was protecting the relationship. He had been protecting himself from the terror of watching someone choose a direction he could not control. People are allowed to move, Daniel whispered. The thought hurt. He stayed with it, and I am still here. For years, Daniel had searched for safety in other people's continued presence. Now, inside the dark station, he felt another kind of presence. Not dramatic, not mystical. Only the simple fact that he had remained with himself through every wave of fear. He had not abandoned the experience. He had not turned on the lamp. He had not run to the retreat. He had not filled the night with artificial emergencies. He had stayed. The fear had expected rejection. It had expected another command to disappear. Instead, Daniel gave it a place to sit. Beneath the fear and grief, he noticed warmth. It was subtle enough that he might have missed it. A softening in the center of his chest. A feeling of being held without anyone holding him physically. Daniel did not try to define it. The moment he named experiences, his mind usually began building theories around them. He allowed the warmth to remain ordinary. It was not a revelation. It was the absence of war. For the first time, fear did not have to fight Daniel for recognition. Grief did not have to become anger to earn attention. Loneliness did not have to become work to justify its existence. Everything was permitted to be present without being asked to leave or explain itself. Daniel lay down. The mind offered one final warning. If you fall asleep, you will lose control. He felt compassion for the sentence. I know why you believe that. He pulled the sleeping bag around his shoulders. You can rest too. Daniel did not know when sleep came. He woke to someone knocking on the door. His body reacted for half a second. Then he recognized Elias's voice. Daniel. He unlocked the door. The teacher stood outside. Daniel looked toward the lamp. It had remained untouched. What time is it? Daniel asked. Almost 8. Daniel stared at him. I slept. Yes. How long? I do not know. Daniel sat on the edge of the bed. The room no longer felt like a test. It was simply a room. Elias entered and placed a container of coffee on the table. Daniel accepted it. For several minutes, neither spoke. Then Elias asked, What did you find? Daniel looked at his hands. My father. Elias waited. My mother's suitcases. More silence. A 12-year-old boy who believed he had to stay awake, or everyone would disappear. Elias sat in the chair. What happened to the fear? It stayed. And you? I stayed too. The teacher nodded. Daniel looked toward the door. I thought if I stopped resisting it, the fear would take over. What happened instead? It became grief. And beneath the grief, Daniel remembered the warmth. I do not know. You do not need to. Daniel drank the coffee. I thanked it. The fear. Yes. How did that feel? Ridiculous. Elias smiled. What else? Kind. Daniel had difficulty saying the word. I have never thought of fear as something deserving kindness. What did you think it deserved? Discipline. And did discipline make it leave? No, it made it hide. Daniel understood. Fear had disappeared beneath his productivity, anger, and need for control. It had not been healed. It had become more skillful at wearing respectable forms. Daniel looked at Elias. Does this mean it will stop waking me? No. The answer disappointed him. Then what changed? You know who is knocking. Daniel considered the sentence. The fear might return at 3:11. His chest might tighten. His mind might search for disaster. But the experience would no longer be a nameless enemy. He could recognize the old guard arriving for duty. He could acknowledge its effort. He could tell it that the danger was not happening now. And if it does not believe me, Daniel asked, remain with it until it learns from your presence. How long will that take? As long as it takes. Daniel almost protested. Then he remembered the night. The fear had spent decades waiting. It had earned more than one conversation. On the walk back to the retreat, Daniel's phone regained service. Several messages arrived at once. 2 from the firm. 1 from Open Door. 1 from Ethan. Call me when you are back. Nothing is wrong. I just want to talk. Daniel read the last message twice. His mind began forming possibilities. He noticed the first movement. Then he smiled. Ethan had written that nothing was wrong. But even if something had been wrong, Daniel did not need to solve it before hearing it. He typed, I am back. Call whenever you are ready. He placed the phone in his pocket. The old fear stirred. What if he changes his mind? Daniel felt it in his chest. I know you are here, he said quietly. Elias glanced at him but did not ask. The fear remained beside Daniel as they walked. It did not block the path. That night, Daniel returned to Chicago. At 3:08 inches the morning, he woke with his heart racing. For one moment, panic took control. Something is wrong. He reached for the lamp beside the bed. His hand stopped before touching it. Daniel felt the tight chest, the shallow breath, the mind searching for a fire. He placed his hand over his heart. I know you are here. The fear intensified. Daniel allowed it. You do not have to leave. A memory of the suitcases appeared. Then his father's voice. Then the old certainty that everyone he loved would eventually leave. Daniel felt grief rise. He stayed. You kept watch for a long time. His breathing slowly deepened. Thank you. The room remained dark. No disaster announced itself. No problem demanded a plan. Daniel rested his head against the pillow. You are safe enough for this moment. He did not promise permanent safety. He did not promise no one would leave. He offered only what was true. The door was locked. The room was quiet. His son had asked to speak with him. Morning had not yet arrived. This moment required nothing more. The fear stayed for several minutes. Then it softened. Daniel felt the warmth beneath it again. A quiet presence that did not depend on certainty. He closed his eyes. Sleep returned before the clock reached 4. In Buddhist teaching, fear grows stronger when we treat it as an enemy that must be defeated before we can rest. Fear often began as protection. It learned to stay alert when vigilance once seemed necessary, then continued long after the original danger had passed. Meeting fear does not mean obeying it or believing every story it tells. It means acknowledging its presence without shame, thanking it for trying to protect us, and gently allowing it to discover that this moment is safe. What we stop running from often becomes smaller. Beneath the fear, we may find grief. Beneath the grief, we may find the compassion that has been waiting for us to stop and listen. Claire Bennett had spent 20 years being praised for a face she secretly believed had ruined her life. Daniel met her on a Tuesday morning in the conference room at Open Door. She arrived 10 minutes early, wearing dark glasses and a baseball cap pulled low over her forehead. She declined coffee, chose the chair farthest from the glass wall, and asked whether the blinds could be closed. Daniel recognized her before she introduced herself. Most people in Chicago would have. For nearly 15 years, Claire had been the evening anchor for one of the city's largest television stations. Her face had appeared on billboards, buses, airport screens, and televisions in waiting rooms across the Midwest. She had interviewed senators, athletes, grieving parents, and corporate executives. She had reported from flooded neighborhoods, election headquarters, and hospital parking lots. She had won awards for investigative journalism, but whenever the public discussed her, the conversation usually returned to the same subject: her appearance. She was beautiful, beautiful enough that strangers felt entitled to comment, beautiful enough that network executives described her as an asset before they described her as a journalist, beautiful enough that viewers sent letters explaining what she should wear, how she should style her hair, and whether she looked tired, beautiful enough that every sign of aging became public property. Daniel had seen her on television hundreds of times. Now, sitting across from him, without studio lighting or professional makeup, Claire appeared less like a celebrity and more like a person who had not slept well in months. Renee, the director of Open Door, placed a folder on the table. Claire is considering legal action against her former employer. Daniel looked at her. Wrongful termination, age discrimination, Claire said. Her voice was familiar, calm and precise. Daniel opened the folder. Claire had been removed from the evening broadcast 6 months earlier. The station claimed it was changing direction and wanted to attract younger viewers. She had been offered a smaller role, producing occasional reports behind the scenes. Her male co-anchor, who was 9 years older than she was, remained on the air. Daniel reviewed the emails. One executive had written that the station needed a fresher visual identity. Another had suggested researching whether Claire appeared energetic enough for a younger demographic. A third had asked whether changes in makeup and lighting could extend her viability. Daniel looked up. This is significant. I know. Why did you wait 6 months? Claire removed her glasses. Daniel saw how carefully she had applied makeup around her eyes. He also saw the fatigue beneath it. I kept hoping I could handle it privately. Did you negotiate with the station? They offered money. How much? Enough that everyone I know thinks I am insane for refusing. Why did you refuse? Because they wanted me to sign a statement saying the decision was mutual. Daniel closed the folder. It was not. No. Then why come to Open Door instead of a private employment firm? Claire looked toward the closed blinds. Because every private firm I contacted wanted a press conference. Daniel understood immediately. They wanted the case because you are famous. They wanted my face attached to their name. Daniel heard the bitterness. They promised to protect my dignity while discussing media strategy, magazine interviews, and documentary rights. What do you want? I want the station held accountable, and publicly. Claire hesitated. I do not know. Daniel waited. She looked down at her hands. I have spent my entire adult life being looked at. I do not know whether I can survive another year of people examining my face and deciding what it proves. Daniel studied her. The case will involve attention. I know. The station may argue that the decision was based on audience research. I know. They may release unflattering internal footage or comments about your performance. I know. They may say the change had nothing to do with age. I know. Her answers became sharper each time. Daniel stopped. Claire leaned back. I am sorry. You do not need to apologize. Yes, I do. You are doing your job. She took a breath. The problem is not that I do not understand the case. The problem is that I understand exactly what they will do. What will they do? They will make me defend whether I am still attractive enough to exist in public. Daniel did not respond. Claire continued. They will pretend the argument is about ratings. Then every photograph of me from the last 20 years will be placed beside a photograph of me now. People will enlarge my face. They will discuss my eyes, my neck, my weight, my hair. Her voice remained controlled. That discussion will happen on television, online, and in rooms where I am not present. Half the people will defend me by saying I still look good. The other half will say, I should accept that my time is over. She looked directly at Daniel. Both sides will believe my value depends on the same question, whether she was still beautiful. Daniel had no legal answer for that. He had arguments. He had statutes. He had evidence. But Claire had named a deeper trial that would occur outside any courtroom. What would justice look like to you? He asked. Claire considered the question. I want them to admit that they treated aging in a woman as professional failure. That may be difficult to obtain. I know. A settlement could include compensation and policy changes without an admission. They would still call it a business decision. Probably. Claire put her glasses back on. Then perhaps I should take the money and disappear. Daniel recognized the word. Disappear. Not retire. Not change careers. Disappear. Is that what you want? I do not know what I want anymore. She stood. I thought coming here would make the decision clearer. Sometimes clarity comes after we identify what we are actually afraid of. Claire looked toward him. I just told you. You told me what the station may do. She remained standing. What are you afraid you will discover? The question changed the room. Claire slowly returned to her chair. For several seconds, she said nothing. Then she removed the glasses again. That they are right. Daniel waited. Not legally, she said. Not morally. I know what they did was wrong. What do you mean? Claire looked toward the blank television mounted on the wall. I am afraid they are right. That the thing people valued most about me is disappearing. Daniel did not interrupt. I entered journalism because I wanted to report stories that mattered. I worked harder than anyone around me. I learned how to ask questions people did not want to answer. I stood outside courthouses in freezing weather. I missed birthdays, holidays, and most of my marriage. She paused. But the first time I received national attention, it was not because of an investigation. It was because a photograph of me went viral. What kind of photograph? I was reporting during a storm. My hair was wet. Someone posted a screenshot and called me the most beautiful news anchor in America. Claire gave a brief, humorless laugh. My station promoted me 2 months later. Do you believe the photograph caused the promotion? I believe it helped. That does not erase your work. I know. But she did not sound as though she knew. At first, I used the attention. Claire continued. I told myself that if appearance opened the door, my work would prove I belonged in the room. That sounds reasonable. It was reasonable. Her voice softened. Then I became dependent on the door remaining open. Daniel listened. I knew which camera angles were best. I knew how much sleep I needed before my face looked different. I knew when the station changed the lighting and why. I knew the exact day the makeup team began using stronger products around my eyes. She touched the edge of the table. I pretended not to care. I made jokes about aging on air. People called me confident. You were not. I was terrified. The word came out quietly. Every younger woman hired by the station felt like a warning. Every birthday felt like evidence. Every photograph became something to inspect. Daniel thought of the way he had reviewed case files, searching for threats before anyone else could find them. Claire had done the same thing with her reflection. I hated that my appearance mattered, she said. Then I hated myself for caring that it mattered. Pride and shame. 2 arguments built around the same unstable thing. Daniel remembered Elias telling him that the mind often creates suffering by demanding certainty about its own goodness. Claire had been demanding certainty about her worth. The station had trained her to associate that worth with a face. She had resisted the system while secretly obeying it. What happens when you look in a mirror now? Daniel asked. Claire's expression hardened. I evaluate. What do you see? Evidence. Of what? That time is winning. Daniel closed the file. Time is not competing with you. Claire stared at him. That is easy for a man to say. You are right. The answer surprised her. Daniel continued. Aging does not carry the same professional punishment for me that it carries for you. Richard Cole is nearly 70, and people describe his age as authority. The same industry might describe a woman's age as decline. Claire nodded once. So, do not tell me this is only in my mind. I am not. Then what are you saying? The injustice is real. I am asking whether the station's judgment has become the only voice you hear when you see yourself. Claire looked away. Daniel understood the risk of the question. A legal consultation was becoming something else. He could not advise her out of pain. He could only place the distinction in front of her. What if I do not know how to see myself without their judgment? She asked. Then the case may not be the only thing requiring attention. Claire's eyes narrowed. You think I need therapy. I think almost everyone needs a place where they can examine the stories they have been forced to live inside. That sounds like therapy. It probably is. She almost smiled. Daniel reopened the folder. We can handle the legal case, but winning it will not decide what your face means. Claire's expression changed again. What if I need it to? Then the station will still control the answer. She understood immediately. If a court ruled in her favor, she might feel vindicated. If the case failed, every fear could return with greater authority. Either way, her worth would remain attached to an external verdict. Claire looked toward the door. I need time. Take it. She stood at the end of the table. She stopped. Would you represent me? Yes. Even if I decide against going public? Yes. Even if the case never becomes useful to open door. Daniel remembered Margaret's lamp. Yes. Claire put on the baseball cap. I will call you. She left. For 2 weeks, Daniel heard nothing. He reviewed the evidence anyway. The emails were strong. Audience research did show a small decline among younger viewers, but it did not connect the decline to Claire. Internal reports described her as one of the station's most trusted journalists. Her performance evaluations were excellent. A consultant had recommended replacing her with a woman under 35 to reset the visual age of the brand. The discrimination was barely concealed. Daniel prepared a complaint. He did not file it. Claire had not given permission. On the 3rd week, she called him at 6:30 in the morning. Are you awake? I am now. I need you to come somewhere. Where? She gave him an address. It belonged to a long-term care facility outside the city. Daniel arrived an hour later. Claire was waiting near the entrance without dark glasses or a hat. She looked different, not because her face had changed, because she was no longer trying to hide it. My mother lives here, she said. Daniel followed her inside. They stopped outside a room where an elderly woman was sitting beside a window. Her hair was white, her shoulders curved forward. One hand trembled slightly as she turned a page in a magazine. She has dementia, Claire said. Some days she knows me. Some days she thinks I am her younger sister. Daniel watched the woman. She was beautiful too, Claire continued. People used to stop her on the street. My father kept a photograph of her in his wallet until the day he died. Claire entered the room. Mum. The woman looked up. For a moment, recognition appeared. Claire. Yes. You are late for school. Claire smiled. I know. Her mother reached toward her face. Claire bent down. The elderly woman touched the lines beside her daughter's eyes. You are worried, she said. Claire became still. What makes you think that? You always looked worried before a performance. I am not performing. Her mother smiled faintly. You always are. The sentence struck Claire with such precision that Daniel looked away. Claire sat beside the bed. Her mother opened the magazine again. On the page was an advertisement featuring a young actress. She is pretty, the woman said. Yes, I was pretty once. You still are. Claire's mother shook her head. No, the answer was not sad. It was simple. I was pretty then. I am old now. Claire's eyes filled. Her mother turned another page. Both happened. Nothing in her voice suggested defeat. No, tragedy. New argument. Only a life moving through different forms. Claire looked at Daniel. He said nothing. Her mother touched the photograph beside the bed. It showed her as a young woman holding Claire as a baby. Who is that? Claire asked. The woman studied the photograph. My daughter. What is she like? Serious. Claire laughed through tears. What else? She wants people to see how hard she works. Claire covered her mouth. Her mother continued looking at the photograph. She thinks being admired is the same as being safe. The room became silent. Daniel did not know whether the woman understood whom she was speaking to. Perhaps she did. Perhaps memory had opened briefly. Perhaps she was describing herself. Claire took her mother's hand. Was what? Was being admired the same as being safe? Her mother looked confused. Then she returned to the magazine. The moment had closed. Claire remained beside her for another hour. They spoke about small things. Breakfast. A nurse Claire's mother liked. A television program she believed had aired the night before, though it had ended 20 years earlier. At one point, her mother asked Claire's name again. Claire answered without correcting her. When they left the room, Claire walked to a small family lounge and sat down. Daniel remained standing. She did not remember my divorce, Claire said. Daniel waited. She did not remember the station fired me. Her voice trembled. She may not remember this visit tomorrow. Daniel sat across from her. I have spent 30 years terrified that people would forget me. She wiped her face. Now I am watching someone forget almost everything. Daniel said nothing, and she is still here. Claire looked back toward the hallway. She has lost the face from that photograph. She has lost most of her memories. Some days, she loses my name. Her breathing became uneven, but when I held her hand, something was still there. What? I do not know. Daniel remembered the roof with Ethan. Experience being known. A presence deeper than the story. He did not offer the language. This discovery belonged to Claire. She did not become worthless when she stopped being beautiful, Claire said. No, she did not become worthless when she stopped being useful. No, she did not become worthless when she forgot who she was. Daniel felt the force of the final sentence. No. Claire pressed both hands against her eyes. Then why have I spent my life believing my value could disappear from my face? The question had no answer that would improve it. Daniel stayed. Claire cried without apologizing. She did not turn away. She did not ask whether her makeup had moved or whether anyone nearby was watching. The woman who had controlled her expression before millions of viewers allowed grief to pass through her face without managing how it appeared. When she finally looked up, her eyes were red. I want to file the case. Daniel nodded. But I do not want the argument to be that I am still attractive. It will not be. I do not want experts proving I could have remained on camera for another 5 years. Understood. I do not want the station to replace one beauty standard with a more generous beauty standard. Daniel leaned forward. What do you want the argument to be? That a woman's professional value does not expire when the public begins seeing her age. That is a stronger case. It may be a harder one. Yes. Claire looked toward the room where her mother sat. I am tired of defending the reflection. I want to question the mirror. The complaint was filed 4 days later. The station responded exactly as Claire had predicted. Its public statement praised her long career, while insisting the decision was based on market conditions. Anonymous sources described her as difficult. Old footage appeared online, showing her adjusting makeup between broadcasts. People debated whether she had aged well. Some defended her by posting photographs and insisting she was still gorgeous. Others told her to accept reality and step aside for younger women. Daniel watched the reaction carefully. He expected Claire to collapse beneath it. She did not. That did not mean she was unaffected. She called him after one article, compared photographs from different decades. I read the comments, she said. Why? Because part of me wanted to know. Know what? Whether strangers would decide I was still allowed to believe I mattered. Daniel heard the pain. What did you find? Some said I looked wonderful. Some said I looked ancient. How did either answer help? They did not. What will you do now? Claire was quiet. Stop asking the crowd to return something it never had the authority to take. The case became national news. Claire agreed to one interview. She chose a small public radio program instead of television. The host asked why she had rejected a large settlement. Claire answered without attacking the station. For years, I believed I was fighting against a system that reduced women to appearance. I did not realize how much of that system I had carried inside myself. The host asked what she meant. I was proud of being admired. Then, I was ashamed that admiration mattered to me. Both reactions kept my appearance at the center of my identity. She paused. Aging did not create that suffering. Aging exposed it. Daniel listened from his office. The host asked whether Claire had learned to accept how she looked. Claire answered carefully, "I am learning that acceptance is not looking in the mirror and convincing myself that nothing has changed. Things have changed. My face has changed. My body will continue changing." Her voice remained steady. The relief comes from understanding that change is not an accusation. Daniel stopped taking notes. Claire continued, "A younger face was something I temporarily had. An older face is something I temporarily have now. Neither one has ever contained the full measure of my life." The interview spread widely. Some people called it courageous. Others accused Claire of using spiritual language to seek attention. The criticism still hurt her, but it no longer defined the case. Several former employees contacted Daniel. A producer said she had been pressured to leave after developing a visible medical condition. A reporter described being told that pregnancy had made her less visually flexible. A camera operator provided records showing that male anchors were permitted to age on screen, while women were repeatedly replaced. The case expanded. 6 months later, the station agreed to settle. The terms included compensation, independent review of employment practices, transparent standards for on-air personnel decisions, and the removal of language related to visual age from internal evaluations. The station did not admit wrongdoing. Claire accepted the agreement. At the press conference, dozens of cameras waited. Daniel stood beside her. Before speaking, Claire looked directly into the nearest lens. For most of her career, cameras had been instruments of judgment. Now she treated them as witnesses. "This case was never about whether I remained attractive enough to appear on television," she said. "It was about whether professional dignity can be conditioned on a woman's ability to appear untouched by time." No one interrupted. "Time touches everyone. That is not failure. It is not misconduct. It is not a defect requiring concealment." Claire paused. "I believed for years that losing public admiration would mean losing part of myself. What I lost was an image. What remained was the person who had been hidden behind the work of preserving it." After the conference, Daniel and Claire walked into a private hallway. She leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. "How do you feel?" Daniel asked. "Relieved." "What else?" "Old." Daniel laughed. Claire opened her eyes. "I mean it. I know. And strangely, that does not feel like an emergency today." She looked at him. "My mother did not recognize me this morning. I am sorry." She held my hand anyway. Claire's eyes filled, but she did not look away. "I used to think love depended on being remembered correctly." Daniel understood why the sentence mattered. His own fear had spent decades insisting that safety depended on preventing people from leaving. Claire had believed worth depended on remaining recognizable to the public. Both had tried to freeze what life would never agree to keep still. "What do you think now?" he asked. Claire considered the question. "I think something can change completely without becoming meaningless." A week later, Daniel visited Elias. He told the teacher about the case, Claire's mother, and the settlement. Elias listened while repairing the cover of an old book. When Daniel finished, he asked, "Did she overcome vanity?" "I do not think that is the right word." "Why?" "Because vanity was not the only problem." "What else was there?" "Shame about vanity." Elias nodded. Two chains attached to the same object. Daniel watched him smooth the book cover. She thought pride made her shallow. Then she treated herself harshly for caring. Did harshness free her? No. What did? Seeing the whole thing clearly, Elias looked up. Clarity is often kinder than reassurance. Daniel understood. No one had needed to tell Claire that she was still young. No one had needed to promise that beauty would never fade. No one had needed to convince her that appearance did not matter socially. Those reassurances would have remained trapped inside the original argument. The deeper release came from seeing that appearance changed, had always been changing, and could not carry the burden of defining an entire person. What makes clear seeing compassionate? Daniel asked. It removes the false reason for punishment. Daniel waited. People are often cruel to themselves because they believe a temporary condition reveals a permanent defect. Elias set down the book. Aging becomes proof of decline. Fear becomes proof of weakness. Anger becomes proof of failure. Vanity becomes proof of corruption. Daniel thought of his own mind. One thought became an identity. One mistake became a verdict. One difficult emotion became evidence that he had not changed. When the condition is seen as changing, Elias continued, the verdict loses its foundation. Daniel looked toward his hands. What about responsibility? If everything changes, could someone use impermanence to avoid accountability? Impermanence does not erase consequences. Elias spoke firmly. It makes transformation possible. If a harmful pattern were permanent, no one could change it. If a mistake were a fixed identity, accountability would be meaningless. Daniel nodded. Clear seeing says, this action caused harm. Shame says, this harm is what I am. One allows repair, the other builds a prison. Daniel thought of Claire. She could acknowledge enjoying admiration without reducing herself to vanity. She could grieve aging without treating age as humiliation. She could challenge discrimination without asking a court to prove she remained beautiful. She had not escaped the mirror. She had stopped expecting the mirror to tell her who she was. That evening, Daniel returned to Chicago and found an envelope beneath his apartment door. It contained a photograph. Claire and her mother were sitting together. Her mother was looking away from the camera. Claire was laughing. No professional lighting. No carefully controlled angle. No attempt to stop time. On the back, Claire had written, she did not know my name that day. She knew I was someone safe. Daniel placed the photograph beside the lamp on his desk. Later, while preparing for bed, he caught his reflection in the bathroom mirror. He looked tired. There were grey hairs near his temples he had not noticed before. The skin beneath his eyes had changed. For years, Daniel had treated physical aging as something that happened to other people while he was too busy to pay attention. Now he looked more carefully. A thought appeared. You are running out of time. He felt its urgency. Then he saw the hidden assumption. That time belonged to him. That youth had been a possession. That the future was something he could protect from change through preparation. Daniel did not argue with the reflection. He did not tell himself he looked young. He did not reassure himself that he had many years left. He simply acknowledged what was true. This face had changed. It would continue changing. The person looking at it was not being accused. Daniel turned off the light. At 3:11, he woke again. The old fear arrived. His chest tightened. His mind said, you will lose everyone. Daniel placed a hand over his heart. Some relationships had ended. Others had changed. One day, every relationship would be altered by distance, age, or death. The truth was painful. He did not run from it. You are afraid because you love, Daniel whispered. The fear softened slightly. You are afraid. Change means love has failed. Another breath. But something can change without becoming meaningless. He thought of Claire's mother holding her daughter's hand without remembering her name. The memory brought grief. It also brought tenderness. Daniel did not need the moment to last forever in order for it to be real. He did not need Ethan to remain close in exactly the same way. He did not need his career to preserve its present form. He did not need his face, body, reputation, or identity to remain unchanged before he could rest. The night itself was changing around him. Each breath arrived differently. Each thought formed and dissolved. The fear rose. The fear fell. Nothing remained fixed long enough to become a final verdict. Daniel closed his eyes. The mind offered another sentence. You are becoming someone you no longer recognize. He noticed it. Then he answered gently, "That may not be a loss." In Buddhist teaching, impermanence is not merely a warning that everything we love will disappear. It is also the truth that no wound, identity, fear, or judgment can remain fixed forever. Suffering grows when we demand that changing things define us permanently. We become proud of what cannot stay, then ashamed when it begins to change. Clear seeing releases both chains. The body changes, reputation changes, relationships change, even our image of ourselves changes. Change is not an accusation. It is the movement of life, and what changes does not become meaningless simply because it cannot remain. The night Daniel finally stopped being afraid of strangers was the night a stranger threw a brick through the window. It happened at Open Door's newest emergency shelter on the south side of Chicago. The building had once been an elementary school. After years of standing empty, it had been converted into temporary housing for families who had nowhere else to go during the winter. There were 60 beds, a small kitchen, 2 classrooms turned into legal offices, a former library filled with donated coats, diapers, blankets, and children's books. The shelter was scheduled to open on Monday. By Friday, someone had painted the words "Go Home" across the front entrance. No one knew exactly who the message was for. The veterans sleeping in cars, the mothers escaping violent homes, the families removed from apartments after missing rent, the volunteers preparing rooms. Perhaps it was intended for all of them. Renee called Daniel before sunrise. Someone damaged the building. How badly? Broken windows, paint on the doors, nothing that cannot be repaired. Did anyone see who did it? No. Were there threats before this? A few messages online. Daniel sat up. What kind of messages? People saying the shelter will bring crime into the neighborhood. Someone posted our address yesterday. Why was I not told? Because anonymous comments are not a legal emergency. They became one this morning. Renee was silent. Daniel recognized the tone in his own voice. He was not asking for information. He was searching for someone to blame. "Are the police there?" he asked. "Yes, I am coming." When Daniel arrived, volunteers were sweeping broken glass from the front hallway. Ethan stood beside the damaged entrance with a broom in his hands. "You did not tell me there were threats," Daniel said. "Good morning to you too. This is not a joke. I know. Someone posted the address. Yes, and you planned to open without additional security. We have security. One person at the entrance is not security." Ethan placed the broom against the wall. "What do you want us to do? Delay the opening?" "No." Daniel stared at him. "There are families coming here in 3 days." "Exactly. You cannot bring children into a building people are targeting. And where should they sleep instead? We find another location. In 3 days? We try. We have been trying for 9 months. Daniel lowered his voice. "This is dangerous." Ethan looked at the broken window. "Yes, you are saying that as though it changes nothing. It changes what we prepare for. It does not change why the shelter exists." Daniel felt fear rise. The fear did not arrive alone. It brought anger with it. Anger was easier to use. Fear made him feel helpless. Anger made him feel powerful. "We need cameras, additional guards, exterior lighting, and a formal police presence," Daniel said. "We can discuss all of that. The opening should be postponed until those measures are in place." "No." "Ethan, Dad," Daniel heard Richard's voice inside his own. The controlled pressure, the assumption that repeating a command made it more reasonable. He stopped. Renee approached them. "The police believe this was vandalism, not a coordinated threat." "Based on what?" Daniel asked. "Based on what they found." "What did they find?" "1 brick, 2 cans of paint, and footprints leading toward the alley. That proves nothing." "No," Renee said. "It also does not prove an organized attack." "No." Daniel looked around the hallway. Volunteers were working quietly. Some had brought plywood. Others were cleaning the painted entrance. No one appeared calm because they believed nothing bad could happen. They were calm because something had happened. and work was required. Daniel had been learning to distinguish facts from stories. The fact was that someone had damaged the shelter. The story in his mind was already larger. They will return. They will bring weapons. Someone will be hurt. Ethan will be hurt. Daniel felt the chain building. "What do you need from me?" he asked. Renee handed him a folder. "The city inspector arrives this afternoon. We need approval to replace the glass with reinforced panels. We also need help responding to a neighborhood petition." "What petition?" "Some residents want the shelter blocked." "How many?" 43 signatures. Daniel opened the folder. "Are any of the signers connected to the vandalism?" "We do not know." He looked at the names. Ordinary names. Teachers, retired city employees, business owners, parents, people who probably believed they were protecting their homes. Daniel wanted villains. The list gave him neighbors. "What are they claiming?" he asked. "Increased crime, lower property values, inadequate supervision. Do they have evidence?" "No." "Then we challenge it." "Yes." Daniel turned toward Ethan. "You are not staying here overnight." Ethan folded his arms. "I am scheduled to stay." "Change the schedule." "No." "Someone attacked this building. Someone broke a window." "That is an attack. It is vandalism. You are minimizing this, and you are turning it into a war." Daniel stepped closer. "I am trying to protect you." "No. You are trying to control how afraid you feel." The words stopped him. Ethan continued. "I am afraid too." Daniel searched his son's face. "You are?" "Of course I am. You do not look afraid." "What should fear look like?" Daniel had no answer. Ethan picked up the broom. "I do not need you to pretend nothing can happen. I need you to help us prepare without teaching everyone here that the neighborhood is the enemy." He returned to the broken glass. Daniel stood alone beside the entrance. The sentence stayed with him. Without teaching everyone that the neighborhood is the enemy, Daniel had already divided the world. Inside the shelter were good people. Outside were threats. Inside were families deserving protection. Outside were residents driven by ignorance and hatred. The division felt clean. It also felt familiar. His mind created safety by deciding who belonged on which side of the door. By noon, Daniel had reviewed the neighborhood petition. Several concerns were based on false information. One signer believed the building would house people recently released from prison. Another believed residents would be allowed to use drugs inside. A third claimed Open Door had no security plan. Daniel prepared a response correcting every factual error. He also requested a meeting with the petition organizers. Renee looked surprised. "You do not want to send the response first. I want to know who we are answering. They may not agree to meet. Then we document the invitation." The meeting was scheduled for Saturday evening in the shelter's former cafeteria. 27 neighborhood residents attended. Some looked uncomfortable entering the building. Others arrived prepared for confrontation. Daniel recognized the posture. Tight shoulders, documents held like shields, faces arranged in advance. A woman named Patricia Mills spoke first. She was a retired nurse who had lived across the street for 34 years. "We are not bad people," she said. Daniel had not accused them of being bad people. The sentence revealed that she already felt accused. "We worked our entire lives for our homes," Patricia continued. "We raised children here. We survived years when this neighborhood was ignored by the city. Now, an organization arrives and tells us we have no right to ask questions." "You have every right to ask questions," Renee said. "We did ask. No one listened until the petition." Renee looked toward one of her staff members. "We held 3 public meetings. They were held at 4 in the afternoon," Patricia replied. "Most working people could not attend." Daniel wrote that down. A man near the back raised his hand. "My store has already been broken into twice this year. Who pays if this shelter brings more problems?" A volunteer began responding. Daniel noticed the tone rising on both sides. Defensiveness meeting defensiveness. Each person listened only long enough to identify the next attack. Daniel stood, We need to separate the concerns we can verify from the fears none of us can prove. The room quieted slightly. He continued, "The shelter has rules, trained staff, security, and controlled access. It is not a drop-in facility. Residents are referred through partner organizations." Patricia looked at him. "And the broken window? We do not know who did it. Someone from the neighborhood. Perhaps. You think it came from another state." A few people laughed. Daniel felt irritation. He noticed it before answering. "We know a person damaged the building. We do not know whether that person represents anyone in this room." Patricia leaned forward. "Just as you do not know whether the people entering this shelter represent the worst thing you fear." The room became still. Daniel saw the opportunity to strike back. He could expose the symmetry. They did not want to be judged by one vandal, yet they judged every homeless person by the possibility of crime. The argument was strong. It was also dangerous. If he used it as a weapon, the meeting would become another courtroom. Daniel changed direction. "What are you most afraid will happen?" he asked Patricia. She looked surprised. "I already told you. You told us about property values and safety. What are you personally afraid of?" Patricia glanced at the people beside her. Then she looked toward the hallway. "My granddaughter lives with me." Daniel waited. "She is 12. She walks home from school. Are you afraid she will be harmed?" "Yes." The answer carried no hatred, only fear. Daniel looked at the man who owned the store. "What are you afraid of?" "That I will lose the business." Another resident spoke. "My husband works nights. I am alone with 2 children." Another said, "The city makes promises, then disappears." Another said, "We have seen programs open with good intentions and fail after 6 months." The room changed. The arguments did not disappear, but beneath each argument was something recognizable. A child walking home, a business barely surviving, a family alone at night, a community that had learned not to trust institutions. Fear had been speaking through statistics, property values, petitions, and accusations. Daniel understood the language. He had used it himself. Renee stood. "We cannot promise that nothing difficult will ever happen." Several residents reacted immediately. She raised her hand. "We can promise transparency. We can share our security procedures. We can establish a neighborhood contact line. We can invite residents to a monthly oversight meeting." Patricia remained skeptical. "What happens when someone breaks the rules?" We respond, "How? That depends on the rule." That is not an answer. It is the only honest answer. Daniel watched Patricia. She was not looking for policy. She was looking for certainty. He knew the hunger for it. He also knew no responsible person could feed it. "What would allow your granddaughter to walk home feeling safe?" Daniel asked. "Nothing can guarantee that." "No." Patricia looked at him. The admission seemed to lower something between them. Daniel continued. "What would help?" "Lights along the east side of the building. We can install them. Security outside during school dismissal. We can explore that. A number I can call that someone actually answers. You will have one." The store owner asked whether shelter residents could be encouraged to purchase food locally instead of being told to avoid neighborhood businesses. Renee agreed. Another resident offered to help repair the windows. Someone else asked about donating winter clothes. The conversation did not become harmonious. Several people remained opposed. Some questions carried suspicion. Some answers produced anger. But the room was no longer divided into good people and bad people. It contained frightened people trying, with varying degrees of skill, to protect what mattered to them. After the meeting, Patricia approached Daniel. "You are the attorney." "Yes. You think we are discriminating against homeless people." Daniel considered his answer. "I think fear can make any of us reduce a person to the worst outcome we imagine." "That was not what I asked." "I think some claims in the petition are unfair." Patricia nodded. "At least you said it." She began to leave. Daniel stopped her. "Do you believe the vandalism was justified?" She turned sharply. "No." "Would you be willing to say that publicly?" "To whom?" The neighborhood association. Patricia hesitated. People will say, I am supporting the shelter. Are you? I am supporting people not throwing bricks. Then say exactly that. She studied him. You make everything sound simple. No. I am learning to stop making everything more complicated than it already is. Patricia left without agreeing. The next morning, a statement appeared on the neighborhood association's public page. It condemned the vandalism. Patricia's name was first. The shelter opened on Monday. 38 residents arrived during the first day. 11 were children. Daniel remained at the building until nearly midnight. He told himself he was helping. In reality, he was watching Ethan. Every time the front door opened, Daniel looked up. Every unfamiliar person became a possible threat. Every sound from outside tightened his chest. At 11:30, Ethan found him examining the security camera screens. You can go home. I am staying. You are not scheduled. I do not need a schedule to help. You are not helping. Daniel pointed toward the monitors. I am watching the entrance. We have a guard watching the entrance. 1 guard and 2 staff members. That may not be enough. Ethan sat beside him. You have checked the same cameras for 4 hours. Someone broke a window. We replaced it. They could return. Yes. Daniel looked at him. The calm answer made him angry again. How are you not more concerned? I am concerned. You keep saying that. Because you keep asking fear to prove itself by looking like panic. Daniel turned back to the screens. A car passed. The headlights moved across the front entrance. Daniel tracked it until it disappeared. Ethan continued. What are you waiting to see? I do not know. That is the problem. Daniel felt the truth of it. A known threat could be assessed. An unknown threat required endless scanning. The mind had no completion point. Go home, Ethan said. I will leave after you. I am staying overnight. Then I am staying too. Ethan exhaled. You cannot protect me from every person outside this building. I know. Do you? Daniel did not answer. Ethan stood. There is an empty office upstairs. At least try to sleep. I am not tired. You have said that since I was a child. Ethan walked away. Daniel remained in front of the monitors. At 1:15 in the morning, something struck the reinforced front window. Daniel stood so quickly that the chair fell behind him. A second impact followed. He reached for the security radio. The guard was already moving toward the entrance. Daniel ran into the hallway. A brick lay near the door. The reinforced panel had cracked, but held. Outside, 2 figures were running toward a parked car. The guard shouted for everyone to remain inside. Daniel saw Ethan at the far end of the hallway. Get upstairs, Daniel yelled. Ethan did not move. Now, the car drove away. No one entered the building. No one was injured. The entire event lasted less than 30 seconds. Inside the shelter, children had awakened. A baby was crying. One woman stood in the hallway holding her son against her chest. What happened? She asked. Nothing entered the building, Renee said. You are safe. The woman looked toward the cracked panel. Her eyes said she did not believe the word safe. Daniel did not believe it either. Police arrived. Statements were taken. Security footage was copied. The shelter remained open. At 3 in the morning, the residents had returned to their rooms. The building became quiet again. Daniel found Ethan in the cafeteria. You are coming home with me. No, this is not a discussion. It has to be. Someone attacked the shelter again. And if we all leave, what happens to the families upstairs? The staff remains. I am staff tonight. You are my son. Ethan looked at him. I am both. Daniel felt the old fear. People he loved choosing risks he could not control. You could have been near the door, Daniel said. I was not. You could be next time. Yes. The answer broke something open inside Daniel. How can you say that? Because it is true. You expect me to accept that? I expect you to accept that loving someone does not give you control over every danger they face. Daniel stepped away. Anger moved through him. You think this is courage? Standing here while people throw bricks? No. Then what is it? It is where I decided to be tonight. Daniel looked toward the ceiling. Families were sleeping above them because they had nowhere safer to go. The shelter could improve security. Police could investigate. Open Door could pressure the city. But no one could create a world without danger before morning. Daniel felt trapped between two impossible choices: remain awake and vigilant forever, or rest while uncertainty still existed. He knew which choice his body had made for most of his life. "I cannot sleep here," he said. Ethan sat down. "Then do not try yet." "What should I do?" "Come upstairs." They entered the former library. Several volunteers were gathered in a circle. Renee sat among them. Patricia Mills was there too. Daniel stopped. "What is she doing here?" "She came after she heard about the brick," Renee said. Patricia looked tired. "My granddaughter saw the police lights from our window." A volunteer placed another chair in the circle. Daniel remained standing. "What is this?" "Something we do before overnight shifts," Renee said. "You sit in a circle. We remember why we are here." Daniel looked toward the door. "This is not the time for a group reflection. We need an expanded security plan. We will work on that in the morning. The threat is present now. So is everyone in this room." Daniel felt impatience rise. Renee continued, "Sit for 5 minutes. I am not meditating. No one asked you to." Ethan pulled out a chair. Daniel sat reluctantly. Renee closed her eyes. "You do not have to close your eyes," she said. "Just listen." Daniel looked around the circle. A security guard, 2 shelter workers, 3 volunteers, Patricia, Ethan, people whose bodies were tired and whose minds had every reason to remain alert. Renee spoke slowly. "May every person sleeping in this building be safe tonight." The words sounded too simple. Daniel waited for instructions. None came. "May every child upstairs feel protected." One volunteer lowered her head. "May every parent carrying fear be given enough rest for the morning." Daniel thought of the woman holding her son in the hallway. His anger softened slightly. "May everyone working here act with patience and clear judgment." Daniel noticed his breathing. "May the neighbors surrounding this building sleep without fear." Patricia looked toward Renee. Something changed in her expression. Daniel felt resistance. The neighbors had homes. They had not been attacked. Why were they included? Then he remembered Patricia's granddaughter walking home from school. Fear did not become less real because someone else had less reason for it. May those who oppose this shelter be free from hatred and fear. Daniel opened his mouth. No one else reacted. Renee continued, "May the people who threw the brick be safe." Daniel stood. "No." The word came out louder than he intended. Everyone looked at him. Renee opened her eyes. Daniel pointed toward the entrance. "They threatened children." "Yes." "And you are wishing them safety." "Yes." "They should be arrested." "Yes." "They should face consequences." "Yes." "Then why are you speaking as though they deserve compassion?" Renee held his gaze. "Because accountability and hatred are not the same thing." Daniel felt heat rise in his face. They returned after the shelter opened. They knew people were inside. We do not know what they knew. They threw a brick at an occupied building. Yes, and you want me to wish them well. I am not asking you to approve of what they did. What are you asking? To stop allowing their hatred to determine the condition of your mind. Daniel looked around the circle. No one seemed shocked by Renee's answer. He felt alone in his anger. "That sounds morally convenient," he said. "We offer goodwill while they escalate." Renee stood. "Goodwill is not passivity." "Then what is it?" "It is refusing to become what we are trying to stop." Daniel said nothing. Renee continued, "We will increase security. We will cooperate with police. We will pursue charges if the people are identified. We will protect the residents." Her voice remained calm. "But if we teach everyone in this building that the people outside are enemies, fear will enter every room, whether another brick comes or not." Daniel looked toward the ceiling again. Children were sleeping above them. "What do you expect goodwill to accomplish?" "It gives the mind somewhere to stand." That is not security. No, it is what allows us to build security without living in hatred. Daniel remembered the boulder of anger Richard had tried to hand him. He remembered the second arrow. He remembered fear sitting beside him in the dark lookout station. But this felt different. The people who threw the brick were not memories. They were not thoughts. They were real. They could return. How do I wish safety for someone who may want to harm my son? Daniel asked. Renee's expression softened. Begin somewhere easier. She gestured toward his chair. Daniel sat again. Begin with yourself. He almost laughed. Myself? You are terrified. I am angry. You are terrified. Daniel looked away. The anger had been protecting him from the word. Renee continued. Say silently, may I be safe? Daniel did not speak. Not because you are guaranteed safety. Because your mind needs to know that you are not its enemy. Daniel felt the tightness in his chest. He remembered the old guard waking him at 3 a.m. May I be safe? The phrase felt childish. He tried it anyway. May I be safe? His mind immediately responded. You are not safe. Daniel noticed the thought. He repeated the phrase. May I be safe enough to remain present? That felt more honest. Renee spoke again. May I be free from unnecessary suffering? Daniel felt the phrase reach the part of him that had spent hours staring at security screens. The danger had been real. The endless scanning had added another layer. May I be free from unnecessary suffering? May my body be allowed to rest when rest is possible? Daniel's shoulders lowered slightly. He had treated vigilance as proof of love. If he slept, he believed he had stopped protecting Ethan. But his exhaustion would not stop another brick. It would only make him less capable in the morning. Renee continued. Now bring to mind someone you love. Daniel did not need to choose. Ethan was beside him. May Ethan be safe. The wish arrived with fear attached. Daniel felt his mind reaching for guarantees. He stopped. May Ethan be safe. Not because Daniel could ensure it, because love naturally wished it. May the people sleeping upstairs be safe. Daniel pictured the families. May the people in the surrounding homes be safe. He pictured Patricia's granddaughter, the store owner, the parents who distrusted the shelter. May everyone who is afraid tonight be free from fear. That circle included both sides of the door. Then Renee reached the difficult direction again. May those who caused harm be freed from the fear, anger, or confusion that caused them to harm. Daniel listened carefully. The phrase did not say they should avoid consequences. It did not say the act was acceptable. It wished for the inner condition producing violence to end. If their hatred continued, more people could be harmed. If their fear deepened, another brick could become something worse. Wishing them free from hatred was not surrender. It was wishing for the source of danger to disappear. Daniel closed his eyes. He pictured the two figures running toward the car. He did not know their faces. His mind supplied monsters. He replaced the image with uncertainty. They could be teenagers. They could be adults. They could be people repeating something learned at home. They could be frightened residents convinced the shelter threatened everything they valued. None of those possibilities excused the act, but they returned the offenders to human scale. Daniel tried the phrase, may the hatred that caused this end here. His chest tightened. He tried again. May they be prevented from harming anyone. That was sincere. Then, after a pause, may they become free from whatever teaches them that harming frightened families will make them safer. Daniel felt no warmth, no sudden forgiveness. But the hatred inside him lost some of its structure. The offenders remained responsible. They no longer occupied the entire night. Renee continued widening the circle. May every person awake in this city, because they are afraid, find one moment of safety. Daniel thought of people checking locks, parents waiting for children to return, hospital patients watching the clock, veterans waking from memories, people sleeping in cars, people inside large houses still unable to rest. May every person carrying anger be released from the need to pass it to someone else. Daniel thought of Richard, the junior attorneys, his father, himself. May every being, known and unknown, near and far. Be free from unnecessary suffering. The language was broader than Daniel's mind could manage. He did not need to imagine everyone. He only needed to stop creating exceptions. For a few minutes, no one spoke. The danger outside had not changed. The cracked panel remained. The police had not identified anyone, but Daniel's body had changed its assessment. Not completely. He was still alert, yet the entire world no longer appeared hostile. The neighborhood was not one solid enemy. The darkness beyond the windows was not filled with a single intention. There were people sleeping, people working, people worrying, people who supported the shelter, people who opposed it, people who knew nothing about it. Somewhere, perhaps, were two people who had thrown a brick and were now telling themselves a story about why it had been necessary. Daniel opened his eyes. Patricia was crying silently. Renee handed her a tissue. My granddaughter asked me if the homeless people would hurt her, Patricia said. No one answered. I told her no. She wiped her face. But I did not know whether that was true. You cannot promise that no person will ever hurt her, Renee said. I know. You can teach her not to fear an entire group because of what one person might do. Patricia nodded. Then she looked at Daniel. I have been thinking of everyone inside this shelter as a threat. Daniel glanced toward the cracked glass. And I have been thinking of everyone outside as one. They sat with that at 4:30 in the morning. The circle ended. Ethan stood. Are you going home? Daniel looked toward the hallway. No. Ethan waited for an explanation. I am going to sleep in the empty office. Are you sure? No. Ethan smiled slightly. Daniel found a folded blanket and lay down on the floor. His mind remained active. A car passed outside. He felt his body react. Someone could return. He acknowledged the possibility. Then he returned to the phrases. May everyone in this building be safe. May everyone outside this building be safe. May those who are afraid be released from fear. May those who are angry be released from hatred. The words did not function as a spell. They did not guarantee protection. They changed the direction in which his mind was facing. Instead of scanning for enemies, Daniel recognized lives. Instead of rehearsing confrontation, he extended a wish. The mind finally had somewhere to rest. At some point, he slept. He woke after 8. Ethan was sitting in the doorway drinking coffee. You snore, Ethan said. I do not. You do. How long was I asleep? Almost 3 hours. Daniel sat up. The first thought appeared. I should have remained awake. He saw it. Then another. Something could have happened. He let it pass. What happened? Daniel asked. Nothing. The word felt different now. Nothing had happened while Daniel slept. The world had continued without his surveillance. Staff members had worked. The guard had remained at the entrance. Families had rested. Morning had arrived without requiring Daniel's control. The police identified the two people responsible 3 days later. They were 17 and 19 years old. Both lived within 6 blocks of the shelter. One was Patricia's neighbor's son. The other had worked briefly at the store owned by one of the petition signers. They admitted throwing both bricks. They claimed they wanted to frighten Open Door into leaving. No larger group was involved. Daniel attended the initial meeting with prosecutors. The older young man, Caleb Ross, sat beside a public defender. He kept his eyes on the table. Daniel had imagined someone harder, someone visibly cruel. Caleb looked exhausted. The prosecutor reviewed the charges: criminal damage to property, reckless conduct, potential hate crime enhancements, depending on evidence of motive. Caleb's mother sat behind him. She was wearing a hospital uniform. She had apparently come directly from work. When the meeting ended, she approached Daniel. You represent the shelter. Yes, my son did something terrible. Daniel did not soften it. Yes, she nodded. I am not asking you to make it disappear. What are you asking? To let him repair some of what he damaged. That will be up to the court. I know. She looked toward Caleb. He has been listening to people online. They told him the shelter would bring criminals into the neighborhood. Daniel thought of the irony. Fear of crime had led him to commit one. Did you know what he believed? No, her voice broke. I work nights. I thought he was home. Daniel recognized the sentence. I thought he was safe. The belief beneath so much control. The prosecutor later asked whether Open Door wanted the maximum available penalty. Renee said no. She requested restitution, community service, participation in a restorative justice process, and strict consequences if either young man approached the shelter with harmful intent again. Daniel did not immediately agree. They targeted an occupied building. Yes, Renee said. They could have injured someone. Yes, they need to understand the seriousness. Yes, then why reduce the penalty? I did not say there should be no penalty. You know what I mean. Renee looked at him. You are asking whether compassion is making us weak. Yes, it would be weak to ignore the harm, because accountability makes us uncomfortable. She closed the case folder. It would also be weak to use punishment, only because hatred makes punishment feel satisfying. Daniel looked toward Caleb and his mother. What do you believe will protect the shelter? Consequences, supervision, and the possibility that these young men understand whom they were trying to frighten. The restorative meeting occurred 1 month later. Caleb and the younger teenager sat across from shelter residents, staff members, volunteers, and neighborhood representatives. Patricia attended. So did the woman Daniel had seen, holding her son after the second attack. Her name was Marisol Vega. Her 8-year-old son, Luis, sat beside her. Caleb apologized. His words sounded prepared. I understand that my actions caused fear and damage. I take responsibility. Marisol looked at him. Do you know what my son asked me that night? Caleb shook his head. He asked whether we had to leave again. The room became quiet. We had already left one apartment because my former partner found us. We left another because I could not pay the rent. We spent 2 nights in my car. She placed a hand on Luis's shoulder. When that brick hit the window, he thought nowhere would allow us to stay. Caleb looked at the child for the first time. Luis did not look away. I am sorry, Caleb said. This time, the words were not polished. Marisol nodded. I believe you are sorry now. Caleb's face tightened. That does not remove what happened. I know. What are you going to do with knowing? Caleb did not answer immediately. Finally, he said, I do not know. Renee spoke. You can begin by repairing what you damaged. Both young men were assigned to assist with building maintenance under supervision. They replaced damaged exterior panels. They painted over the vandalism. They installed the lights Patricia had requested. At first, shelter residents avoided them. Staff members watched closely. Daniel did too. He did not trust them. Goodwill did not require immediate trust. Trust depended on behavior. But Daniel noticed that suspicion no longer needed to become hatred. He could protect a boundary without reducing the person outside it to an enemy forever. One afternoon, Daniel arrived and found Caleb helping Luis repair the wheel on a donated bicycle. The young man looked up nervously. Daniel nodded. He did not turn the moment into proof that everything had been healed. One repaired bicycle did not erase 2 bricks. But one harmful act did not have to become the only act Caleb was ever capable of performing. Both truths could remain. Months later, Open Door held a community dinner. Neighborhood residents sat beside shelter families. Some conversations were uncomfortable. Some people stayed only 20 minutes. Patricia brought food. The store owner offered discount cards to residents. Caleb served drinks. Daniel watched Ethan speak with Luis near the entrance. A car backfired outside. Daniel's body tightened immediately. The old guard returned. He looked toward the door. The security guard remained in place. No one else reacted. Daniel placed one hand against his chest. May I be safe enough in this moment? He looked at Ethan. May he be safe. He looked around the room. May everyone here be safe. Then he thought of the unknown driver outside. May everyone beyond this room be safe too. The fear remained for several breaths. It no longer had to decide who deserved his care. That night, Daniel went home alone. At 3:11, He woke. His heart was racing. The mind began scanning. Work, Ethan, the shelter, the future. Daniel did not search for a fire. He placed his hand over his heart. May I be safe. The words came more easily now. May I be free from unnecessary suffering. He pictured Ethan. May you be safe. He pictured Laura, Richard, Maya, Renee, Patricia, Marisol, Luis, Caleb, and people whose names he would never know. May all of us be released from the fear that turns other people into enemies. The body did not relax all at once. The mind did not become empty, but something inside Daniel stopped guarding every direction. There was no one left outside the circle of the wish. For a few moments, the world did not consist of people he had to protect and people he had to protect against. It consisted of human beings trying, wisely or unwisely, to feel safe. Some caused harm, some needed boundaries, some required consequences. All were still caught in the same search. Daniel felt the bed beneath him. The room was dark. Morning had not arrived. Nothing needed to be solved before the next breath. He closed his eyes. The guard inside him finally stepped down. In Buddhist teaching, loving kindness does not ask us to approve of harm, abandon boundaries, or pretend danger is unreal. It asks us not to let fear divide the world into people worthy of care and people worthy only of hatred. We begin with ourselves, because a mind at war with itself cannot offer genuine peace to anyone else. Then, the wish expands. May I be safe. May those I love be safe. May strangers be safe. May difficult people become free from the fear and hatred that cause harm. When goodwill reaches in every direction, the mind no longer has to guard every direction. The body receives permission to rest. Daniel had survived public humiliation, family estrangement, and a brick thrown through a shelter window. What finally broke him was a bowl of water. It happened 6 weeks after Open Door began accepting families. The shelter was operating beyond capacity. The volunteer legal network had expanded to 7 law firms. Daniel was still working full-time, still managing the consequences of the failed corporate case, and still trying to rebuild his relationship with Ethan. Every part of his life appeared to be improving. He was sleeping less than ever. At first, Daniel blamed the workload. He left the firm after 7, drove directly to Open Door, reviewed housing cases until 10, then returned home and answered messages from volunteers. He told himself the work was meaningful. That made exhaustion seem noble. But when he finally lay down, his mind did not rest. It moved. A tenant needed an emergency filing. A volunteer attorney had missed a deadline. Richard had scheduled a meeting without explanation. Ethan had not replied to a message. Laura had mentioned that Daniel seemed tired. Each thought led to another. Not one of them was catastrophic. Together, they created constant motion. Daniel tried everything he had learned. He noticed thoughts as clouds. He refused to fire the second arrow. He stopped watering imagined disasters. He acknowledged fear. He practiced loving kindness. Some nights, those practices helped. Other nights, his mind seemed to use them as additional work. He began evaluating whether he was noticing correctly. He criticized himself for following thoughts. He wondered whether his goodwill was sincere enough. He measured how long fear remained in his body. Even the path toward peace became another performance he could fail. At 2:40 in the morning on Thursday, Daniel sat in his kitchen with a legal pad. He divided the page into 5 columns. Work, Open Door, Ethan, health, other. He began writing everything that might require attention. He believed that if the mind saw the problems recorded somewhere, it would stop repeating them. 30 minutes later, the page was full. The mind continued. Perhaps the categories were incomplete. Perhaps the most important problem had not yet been identified. Daniel turned the page over and wrote another list. Calls to make, documents to review, people he might have disappointed, situations that could become urgent. At 3:30, He opened his laptop to confirm a court deadline. Then he checked an email, then another. By 4:15, he had answered 12 messages no one expected him to answer before morning. He returned to bed. His body was exhausted. His mind felt rewarded. Movement had once again disguised itself as responsibility. The alarm sounded 45 minutes later. At 9 that morning, Daniel entered a settlement meeting carrying a cup of coffee and a headache so sharp that light seemed to have weight. Helen Brooks, the chair of the firm's managing committee, was already inside. "You look terrible," she said. "Thank you. That was not an insult. I know. You missed 2 questions during yesterday's client call." Daniel placed his files on the table. "I answered both. After they were repeated. I had a long night." Helen studied him. "How many long nights have you had this month?" Daniel opened the settlement proposal. "We should prepare for the possibility that opposing counsel rejects the payment structure." "Daniel, they will probably challenge the liability language as well." "Daniel." He looked up. Helen closed the file. "I am not discussing the case yet." "Then why are we here?" "Because Maya came to me." Daniel felt anger immediately. "What did she say?" "That you are working until you cannot think clearly." "That is an exaggeration." "She said you revised a motion at midnight, restored the original language at 1:30, then changed it back at 3. The wording mattered. You sent 3 versions to the client." Daniel remembered only 2. Helen continued. "You also scheduled a conference call for Sunday morning and forgot to invite the client. I corrected it after Maya noticed." Daniel straightened. "If she has concerns about my work, she should speak to me directly." "She has." The answer stopped him. He remembered several conversations. Maya telling him to go home. Maya asking whether he had slept. Maya offering to take assignments from him. Daniel had treated each one as evidence that she did not understand the urgency. Helen leaned forward. "You are not functioning well. I am handling more responsibility than I was 6 months ago. That is the problem. I can manage it. You are not managing it. You are remaining in motion." Daniel felt the phrase strike something familiar. "A mind with nowhere to rest will keep moving." He had heard a version of that sentence before. Helen continued. "You have until Monday, away from the office. I cannot take 4 days off." "You can. I have 2 active negotiations. They will be reassigned temporarily." Daniel stood. "You cannot remove me from my own cases because I am tired. I can remove you because your exhaustion is affecting clients." His anger rose. He recognized the gift. He did not take it. But beneath the anger was fear. If he stopped, everything might reveal how fragile it was. "What do you expect me to do for 4 days?" he asked. "Sleep." Daniel almost laughed. "You think sleep happens because someone clears a calendar?" "No. I think you need to discover why it is not happening when your calendar is already clear." Daniel left the meeting without discussing the settlement. He went directly to open door. Renee was reviewing intake forms. "I have 4 days available," he said. She looked up. "You sound as though you were sentenced." "The firm believes I need rest." "The firm is right." Daniel placed his bag on the desk. "I can use the time here." "No. You have 83 open cases. We had 83 open cases yesterday, and you needed help yesterday. We need useful help." Daniel stared at her. "You think I am not useful? I think you are exhausted enough to turn every problem into an emergency. I came here to work. You came here because you do not know where else to go when no one permits you to work." The sentence made him want to leave. He remained. Renee closed the intake file. "Elias is conducting a small retreat this weekend at a center near Lake Michigan." Daniel shook his head. "I am not driving back to Colorado." "You do not have to. I am not attending another retreat." "You asked what you should do with 4 days." "I did not ask you." "No. You arrived and announced your availability as though I should assign you a rescue mission." Daniel looked toward the legal office. Several volunteers were working without him. The shelter had not collapsed because he spent a morning elsewhere. That should have reassured him. Instead, it made him feel unnecessary. "What is the retreat about?" he asked. Restlessness. Daniel picked up his bag. That is too convenient. Renee smiled. I will send you the address. Daniel did not promise to go. The following morning, he entered the retreat center 10 minutes after the first session began. 12 people sat in a circle. Elias was at the front. On a table beside him stood 5 glass bowls filled with water. Daniel took the nearest empty chair. Elias did not acknowledge his late arrival. He lifted the first bowl. The water inside had been dyed a deep blue. What do you see? He asked. A woman near Daniel answered. Colored water. Can you see the bottom? No. Elias placed the bowl down. This is the mind filled with desire. Daniel expected a lecture about pleasure. Elias continued. Desire is not limited to wanting money, food, sex, or status. It is the mind insisting that peace depends on one specific outcome. He looked around the circle. When I receive the promotion, I will rest. When my child calls, I will rest. When the diagnosis is clear, I will rest. When the relationship is repaired, I will rest. Daniel felt the words locate several places inside him. When Ethan trusts me again, when the firm respects me again, when open door becomes stable, when I become someone who no longer feels afraid. The water remains water, Elias said. But while color fills it, the mind sees only what it wants. He lifted the second bowl. The water inside was steaming. This is ill will. The surface trembled from heat. When resentment is present, everything is interpreted through it. A neutral expression becomes disrespect. A delay becomes rejection. Another person's success becomes an accusation. Daniel thought of Richard. Then he thought of the junior attorneys at the coffee shop. Then, more uncomfortably, he thought of the way he had reacted when Helen forced him to take leave. Anger tells the mind that it cannot rest until the offending person is corrected, defeated, exposed, or punished, Elias said. But anger keeps the offender present long after they have left the room. He set the bowl down. The third bowl had a thick green layer floating across its surface. This is dullness and heaviness. A man across the circle said, That looks like exhaustion. It can. Elias touched the edge of the bowl. Not every quiet mind is peaceful. Sometimes the mind withdraws because it has no energy left to engage. The person calls it rest, but the body wakes without renewal. Daniel thought of the nights when he fell asleep with the television on and woke feeling as though he had never stopped working. True rest is alive, Elias said. Dullness is absence without restoration. He lifted the fourth bowl. The water appeared clear. Then a fan beside the table turned on. Ripples moved across the surface. Every time the water began to settle, another current disturbed it. This is restlessness and worry. Daniel watched the moving surface. The bowl was not boiling. Nothing had colored it. Nothing covered it. There was nothing visibly wrong with the water. It simply could not become still. The fan continued. One ripple crossed another, then another. The surface never completed its return. Daniel felt an uncomfortable recognition. This was his mind at night. Not always terrified, not always angry, not always chasing one dramatic desire, simply moving. Email to meeting, meeting to Ethan, Ethan to Laura, Laura to the shelter to the firm. One thought crossing another before either could end. The restless mind is not always responding to a large problem, Elias said. Often, it has forgotten how to stop moving when no problem is present. Daniel looked at the fan. What stops the wind? Someone asked. Elias turned it off. The ripples continued. A few seconds passed. The water remained disturbed. Then the movement weakened. The surface began finding its own level. No one pressed the water flat, Elias said. No one commanded it to become still. Daniel watched the last ripples disappear. The nature of water is to settle when the conditions disturbing it are no longer being supplied. Elias lifted the final bowl. The room lights were dimmed, and someone began stirring the water with a wooden spoon. This is doubt. The water moved inside darkness. not honest uncertainty. Honest uncertainty can investigate. This is the doubt that turns against the capacity to know. Daniel heard familiar questions. What if I am practicing incorrectly? What if I have not really changed? What if my calm is only another performance? What if no amount of work will be enough? Doubt asks a question, rejects every answer, then uses the absence of certainty as proof that no answer exists. Elias removed the spoon. The mind remains active because it no longer trusts stillness. The lights returned. 5 bowls, 5 forms of disturbance: desire, ill will, dullness, restlessness, doubt. Daniel had experienced all 5 before breakfast. He wanted his son's trust. He resented the firm's intervention. He was physically exhausted. His thoughts would not settle. He doubted every practice he attempted. Elias looked toward him. You arrived, carrying all 5. Several people turned. Daniel felt exposed. I did not volunteer. You rarely do. A few people laughed. Daniel did not. What am I supposed to do with that information? He asked. Recognize which bowl you are looking through. That does not stop the disturbance. No. It stops you from treating every disturbance as the same problem. Daniel crossed his arms. A mind that wants something needs a different response from a mind filled with resentment. Elias continued. A tired mind should not be forced into greater effort. A doubtful mind should not be given endless arguments. A restless mind needs a place to return. I have tried returning to my breath. Have you? Daniel felt challenged. Yes. For how long? As long as it works. And when the mind moves, I bring it back. With what attitude? Daniel did not answer immediately. With discipline. Elias nodded. There it is. What? You turn returning into correction. Daniel looked toward the bowl that had been disturbed by the fan. When the mind leaves the breath, you treat wandering as failure. Then you return with frustration. The breath becomes a courtroom where every thought is prosecuted. That is not what I am doing. Describe what happens. Daniel hesitated. I notice a thought. Then I return to breathing. Then, if another thought comes, I return again. And after the 10th thought, Daniel remembered. He became irritated. He tightened his attention. He forced longer breaths. He checked whether the mind had become calmer. I try harder, Daniel said. The wind attempts to stop the wind. Daniel looked away. The phrase felt accurate and insulting. What should I do instead? Give the mind somewhere it wants to rest. The breath is supposed to be that place. For some people, at some times, and for me. Elias looked toward the 5 bowls. You have spent most of your life experiencing attention as pressure. When you command yourself to remain with one object, part of you hears your father preparing another test. Daniel felt the room disappear for a moment. The car after the spelling competition. Perhaps you are not as capable as everyone thinks. You need a resting place that does not feel like judgment, Elias said. What resting place? That is what you must discover. The morning session ended. Participants left for lunch. Daniel remained beside the table. He turned the fan on again. The water moved. He turned it off. The surface slowly settled. He repeated the action. On, movement, off, settling, no force, no technique, only the removal of continued disturbance. A woman approached. She had been seated across from him during the session. She appeared to be in her early 50s and wore hospital scrubs beneath a winter coat. I think you are making the lesson more complicated, she said. Daniel looked at her. I am observing. You are testing whether the water will settle consistently. That is observation. No, that is quality control. Daniel turned off the fan. My name is Susan. Daniel. I know. He waited. My husband was represented by your firm several years ago. What was the case? Medical malpractice. Daniel remembered many such cases. What happened? We lost. He searched her face for accusation. She gave him none. My husband died before the appeal, Susan said. I am sorry. So am I. She looked at the bowl. For a year after he died, I could not sleep. Daniel listened. I kept reviewing the hospital records. I was a nurse. I understood enough to know what should have happened. Every night, I reconstructed the final week. You were looking for the mistake. I already knew the mistake. What were you looking for? The moment when I could have prevented it. Daniel understood immediately. Did you find one? I found hundreds. Her answer carried no bitterness. If I had asked another question, if I had demanded another scan, if I had called a different doctor, if I had taken him to another hospital, Susan touched the table. The mind can create an unlimited number of doors after the room has already burned. Daniel thought of Leonard's broken photograph. What helped? He asked. Not the breath. Daniel almost smiled. What did? My husband used to place his hand between my shoulder blades whenever I was anxious. She raised one hand. It was not advice. It was not pressure. It was simply contact. Daniel waited. After he died, I would lie down and remember the weight of his hand. That was your resting place. At first, it made me cry. Then how did it help? Crying was not the problem. Daniel looked at her. Movement was the problem. My mind was running through the hospital, opening every door, searching for the night where I could save him. Susan's expression softened. When I remembered his hand, I stopped running long enough to grieve. Daniel thought of the lookout station. Fear had become grief when he stopped trying to solve it. What do you use now? He asked. My own hand. She placed it against the center of her chest. I do not pretend it is his. I remind the body that it is not alone while the mind settles. Daniel looked back at the bowl. A resting place does not have to be spiritual, Susan said. No, it has to be somewhere the mind can return without being punished for leaving. She walked away. Daniel remained beside the water. Somewhere the mind can return without being punished for leaving. That afternoon, Elias asked each participant to identify which hindrance was most active. A young father described desire. He wanted his former wife to reconcile with him and treated every message as evidence for or against that outcome. An older business owner described ill will. He had spent 2 years imagining conversations with a brother who had betrayed him. Susan described doubt. Even after 25 years as a nurse, she questioned every decision she had made during her husband's illness. When Daniel's turn came, he said, restlessness. Elias waited. And desire. More silence. Ill will. The group listened. And doubt. What about dullness? Elias asked. I am not dull. You fell asleep while Susan was speaking this morning. Daniel looked toward her. She nodded. That was not personal, he said. I assumed. It was exhaustion. Elias leaned back. You have been treating 5 different states as one problem, called insomnia. Daniel felt the truth of it. Some nights, he wanted a specific outcome. Some nights, he was angry. Some nights, he was too exhausted to engage with anything. Some nights, the mind simply moved. Some nights, he doubted whether peace was possible. What do I do when several are present? He asked. Do not solve all 5 before bed. Then which one do I address? The one feeding the next thought. Daniel considered the instruction. If I am angry, recognize heat. Do not call it restlessness. If I am exhausted, rest the body. Do not demand intense concentration. If I want something, see the wanting. Do not disguise it as planning. If I doubt, return to something directly known. And if the mind keeps moving, offer it a resting place. Daniel looked around the room. Can loving kindness be that place? Yes. Why? Because genuine goodwill is one of the few mental states that does not require a problem to continue. The sentence reached him. Worry required uncertainty. Anger required an offender. Desire required absence. Doubt required unresolved questions. But a sincere wish for well-being did not need anything to be wrong. It could exist without creating more work. Elias continued. Your mind is accustomed to resting only after completing a task. Goodwill allows an act to become complete in the moment it is offered. Daniel remembered the lamp. An offering could be complete before anyone responded. Tonight, Elias said, do not use goodwill to make yourself sleep. Daniel frowned. Is that not the purpose? If sleep becomes the price goodwill must produce. Desire has already colored the water. Several people smiled. Daniel did not. What should the purpose be? Wish yourself well. That is all. That is enough. That evening, Daniel entered his room without his phone. He sat on the edge of the bed. The mind began immediately. He had not checked the firm's email since morning. Open Door might need him. Ethan had said he would call. The settlement meeting had been postponed. Each thought offered a reason to stand. Daniel identified the first hindrance, desire. He wanted certainty before allowing himself to rest. He did not argue with the desire. He noticed how it colored everything. An unanswered message became evidence that something was missing. A postponed meeting became an incomplete future. The mind insisted that peace waited on the other side of information. Daniel whispered, I want to know. The sentence felt more honest than pretending he did not care. I want to know what happened at the shelter. I want to know what Ethan needs. I want to know whether the case will settle. His body remained tense. I do not have to receive those answers tonight. The desire remained, but it had been named. It no longer disguised itself as responsibility. Then anger appeared. Helen should not have removed me from the cases. The bowl began to heat. Daniel felt the familiar impulse to rehearse the conversation he would have on Monday. He paused. This is ill will, not strategy, not preparation. Heat. He noticed what the anger wanted. An admission that Helen had been unfair. A restoration of his authority. Proof that he was still trusted. The mind could not obtain any of those things in the room. Daniel placed a hand over his chest. May I be free from the need to win this conversation tonight. The anger did not vanish. It stopped expanding. Then heaviness arrived. His eyes burned. His limbs felt distant. The mind said, you should continue practicing until you become calm. Daniel recognized the old discipline. No, he lay down. The body needed rest more than another achievement. Within minutes, thoughts began crossing one another. Monday's meeting, the shelter budget, Ethan's future, his father, Claire's mother, Leonard's settlement. No single thought remained long enough to examine. This was the wind. Daniel remembered Susan, a place the mind could return without being punished for leaving. He placed his hand against his chest, not as a technique, not to slow his heart, only contact. May I be safe enough in this moment? A thought. Interrupted. You forgot to send Renee the revised volunteer agreement. Daniel felt the urge to stand. He noticed the connecting bridge. That means the project may be delayed. He did not cross it. May I be safe enough in this moment? Another thought. What if Ethan called while your phone was outside? Daniel noticed it. He did not answer. May Ethan be safe. The mind moved. What if he needs you? Daniel felt the worry. He did not punish himself for leaving the phrase. He returned. May Ethan be safe. Then another direction. May Laura be safe. A memory of their marriage appeared. An argument, a door closing, ill will, began warming the water again. Daniel noticed it. He did not demand loving kindness while resentment was present. He acknowledged the heat. I am still hurt. The honesty cooled something. He continued. May Laura be free from unnecessary suffering. The phrase was imperfect. Part of him resisted. He allowed the resistance to remain beside the wish. May Helen be safe. The mind objected. She treated you like a child. Daniel noticed anger. He did not argue. May Helen act with wisdom. May I act with wisdom when I see her. That felt sincere enough. He widened the circle. Maya, Renee, Richard, Claire, Leonard, Susan, the families at Open Door, the neighborhood surrounding it, the people whose names he did not know. Each wish gave the mind somewhere to land, not permanently. Thoughts continued moving, but each return became softer. At some point, doubt appeared. This is not working. Daniel recognized the fifth bowl, the dark room, the moving water. Doubt wanted evidence. How calm are you? How long have you been lying here? Will you sleep tonight? Is this real peace or another performance? Daniel did not present arguments. He returned to what was directly known. The hand against his chest, the weight of the mattress, the sound of one breath. I am here. Doubt asked whether that was enough. Daniel did not answer. I am here. The mind left again. He returned again, not as correction, as welcome. There you are. You wandered. You can rest here again. Daniel began to understand that composure was not the ability to remain perfectly still. It was the willingness to return without violence. The wind weakened, not because Daniel defeated it, because he stopped supplying new currents. He did not check the time. He did not measure progress. He did not demand that the next breath prove anything. The water found its own level. Daniel woke at 6:30. For several seconds, he did not understand what had happened. Then, he saw morning light beneath the door. He had slept nearly 7 hours. The first thought appeared. The practice worked. Desire immediately reached for it. Can you repeat it tonight? Doubt followed. What if it only worked because you were exhausted? Restlessness waited behind both. Daniel smiled. The 5 hindrances had awakened before the rest of him. He placed his hand over his chest. Good morning. After breakfast, Elias asked how the night had gone. I slept. That was not the question. Daniel corrected himself. I stopped trying to make myself sleep. What happened? I kept returning. To what? A wish that did not need anything from me. Elias nodded. And when the mind left, I brought it back. With discipline? No. Daniel searched for the right word. With permission. Elias looked toward the bowls. The mind learns from the quality of its return. Daniel sat across from him. I thought composure meant holding attention in one place. That is one expression of it. What is the deeper one? Having somewhere trustworthy to return. Daniel thought about his life. He had returned to work because work rewarded control. He had returned to argument because argument created certainty. He had returned to fear because fear promised protection. He had returned to shame because punishment felt like responsibility. None of those places allowed him to rest. What makes a resting place trustworthy? Daniel asked. It does not demand that you become someone else before receiving you. The words reached him immediately. His father's approval had demanded excellence. The firm's respect had demanded success. His own self-respect had demanded control. Even meditation had become a place where Daniel had to prove that he could be calm. Goodwill asked for nothing before offering shelter. May I be well. Not after I solve everything. Not after I repair every relationship. Not after I stop being afraid. Now, as I am. That afternoon, Daniel returned to Chicago. He checked his phone. There were 19 messages. No emergencies. Ethan had sent a photograph of Luis standing beside the repaired bicycle. Renee had confirmed that the volunteer agreement could wait until Monday. Helen had written, I hope you are resting. We will handle the cases. Daniel read the sentence twice. The old interpretation appeared. She does not trust you. Then another possibility. She is helping. The mind did not need to decide which story was permanently true. Daniel replied, Thank you. I will return Monday. He placed the phone down. For the first time in years, an unfinished weekend stood in front of him, without immediately becoming a problem. On Sunday evening, Ethan came to Daniel's apartment. They ordered food and sat at the kitchen table. You look different, Ethan said. I slept. For one night. Apparently that is enough for a visible transformation. Ethan smiled. What happened at the retreat? Daniel poured water into 2 glasses. I discovered I do not have one restless mind. What do you have? Several different ways of keeping myself awake. He told Ethan about the 5 bowls. Desire coloring the water. Anger heating it. Exhaustion covering it. Restlessness moving it. Doubt stirring it in darkness. Ethan listened. Which one is the worst? He asked. The one I do not recognize. Daniel placed the glass between them. If I think anger is restlessness, I try to concentrate harder. If I think exhaustion is laziness, I force more effort. If I think desire is responsibility, I keep working. What do you do when you recognize it? Something smaller, such as, if I want an answer I cannot receive tonight, I admit that I want it. If I am angry, I stop pretending I am planning. If I am exhausted, I rest the body. If the mind is moving, I return to something kind. If I doubt everything, I return to what I can directly feel. Ethan looked at the water. And then you sleep? Sometimes. That does not sound like a strong promise. It is the first honest one I have made about sleep. Ethan took a drink. What do you do if none of it works? Daniel considered the question. I stop turning wakefulness into evidence that something is wrong with me. Ethan nodded slowly. That might be the hardest part. It is. They finished dinner. Ethan left before 10. Daniel cleaned the kitchen and prepared for bed. At 10:45, he lay down. The mind arrived with its usual inventory. Monday, the cases. Halen, open door. Ethan, a desire appeared. He wanted another perfect night of sleep. Daniel saw the blue dye entering the water. He smiled. I want to sleep. The body remained alert. I do not have to force it. Then doubt appeared. What if last night cannot be repeated? Daniel felt the spoon moving through darkness. He did not answer. The bed was beneath him. His hand rested over his chest. One breath was occurring. Those facts were enough. He began the wish. May I be safe enough to rest. A thought crossed the phrase. He returned. May I be safe enough to rest. Another thought. He returned. Not harder, not faster, not with disappointment. Each return told the mind the same thing. You are not in trouble for wandering. You do not need to earn your place here. The wind continued for a while. Daniel did not count the minutes. He let the surface move. He stopped trying to press it flat. At some point, the distance between thoughts widened. The body became heavier. The hand on his chest slipped to the mattress. The water settled without being commanded. In Buddhist teaching, the mind is often compared to a bowl of clear water. Desire colors it. Anger heats it. Dullness covers it. Restlessness keeps its surface moving. Doubt stirs it in darkness. None of these conditions means the water is broken. They only prevent us from seeing its natural clarity. Rest begins when we recognize what is disturbing the mind and stop applying the wrong remedy. A restless mind does not need punishment. It needs a trustworthy place to return. Each gentle return is already part of the settling. The water has always known how to become still. The night Daniel believed his teacher might die, every lesson he had learned disappeared before the elevator doors opened. Elias had been admitted to a hospital near Lake Michigan with a severe respiratory infection. Susan called Daniel shortly after midnight. She had attended the retreat with him and worked at the hospital where Elias was being treated. He asked for you, she said. Daniel was already reaching for his clothes. How serious is it? He is stable. That is not an answer. It is the answer I can give you. Is he in intensive care? No. Does he need oxygen? Yes. How much? Daniel. Has a specialist seen him? Yes. What did the specialist say? That he is responding to treatment. But the next 24 hours matter. The sentence activated every alarm inside him. The next 24 hours matter. Daniel heard only one meaning. Elias could die. He drove through the city repeating facts, but the facts could not hold his attention. Elias was stable. He was receiving treatment. Doctors were monitoring him. Daniel's mind crossed every bridge anyway. Stable could become unstable. Treatment could fail. The infection could spread. The last conversation Daniel had shared with Elias had been about sleep. He had asked practical questions. He had challenged every answer. He had left without saying thank you. By the time Daniel reached the hospital, his mind had already written an ending. Elias would die before Daniel entered the room. Daniel would arrive too late. He would spend the rest of his life carrying all the words he had failed to say. He stepped out of the elevator and saw Susan waiting beside the nurse's station. What happened? He is still stable. Has anything changed? He is more tired. Is that expected? Yes. Did the doctor say that? Yes. When can I see him? Susan held up one hand. Before you go inside, you need to understand something. Daniel looked past her toward the patient rooms. What? He does not need an attorney. I know that. He does not need a student demanding another lesson. I am not going to demand anything. He does not need you to make him feel better so you can feel safer. Daniel stopped. Susan's voice softened. He asked for your presence, not your performance. Daniel looked toward the floor. I do not know what that means in a hospital. It means you enter the room without deciding what must happen there. What if he gets worse? Then he gets worse. The bluntness felt cruel. Daniel stared at her. Susan did not retreat. I am a nurse. I will not promise you an outcome I cannot control. I am not asking for a promise. You are asking everyone around you to speak as though the future has already agreed to protect you. Daniel felt anger rise. He recognized the heat. He did not turn it against her. Susan continued. Elias is receiving excellent care. His body is working hard. Your fear will not improve his treatment. What am I supposed to do with it? Know that it is here. Daniel almost laughed. That is what he would say. Yes, and then he would refuse to explain anything. Susan smiled slightly. That is also true. She opened the door. Elias appeared smaller in the hospital bed than Daniel had ever seen him. A clear tube rested beneath his nose. A monitor recorded his heartbeat. His eyes were closed, and every breath required visible effort. Daniel stood in the doorway. The mountain had become a body. The teacher, who had appeared unshakable, was now feverish, exhausted, and dependent on machines Daniel did not understand. Elias opened his eyes. You came, he said. His voice was weak. Daniel approached the bed. Of course I came. You sound offended. You frightened everyone. I became ill. You could have called earlier. I was busy becoming ill. Under any other circumstance, Daniel would have smiled. He could not. He sat down. For several seconds, he searched for the right words. How do you feel? Unwell. I can see that. Then why did you ask? Daniel looked away. The monitor continued its rhythm. Do you need anything? Yes. What? For you to stop watching the machine. Daniel realized he had been following every number on the screen. He returned his attention to Elias. Better, the teacher whispered. You should rest. I am resting. I mean sleep. I slept before you arrived. Daniel placed his hands together to stop them from moving. I do not know what to say. That is promising. Daniel felt grief rise. He had met fear in darkness. He had sat with anger. He had watched thoughts pass like clouds. But this moment contained something none of those practices could remove. A person he loved was suffering. Daniel could not reason with the infection. He could not refuse it as someone else's gift. He could not stop watering it. He could not extend goodwill and expect the illness to leave. The body had entered conditions beyond Daniel's authority. I hate seeing you like this, he said. Elias closed his eyes. That is honest. I keep thinking something terrible will happen. That is fear. I keep thinking I should have come sooner. That is guilt. I keep thinking the doctors may have missed something. That is your profession attempting to change careers. Daniel lowered his head. How are you still making jokes? I am not sure that qualified. A short cough interrupted him. Daniel stood instinctively. Susan entered. Before he could call for her, she checked the monitor, adjusted the bed, and waited until Elias's breathing became easier. Daniel watched every movement. What happened? He asked. He coughed. His oxygen level dropped. Briefly. Is that dangerous? Susan looked at him. Sit down. Daniel sat. After she left, Elias opened his eyes again. You are disturbing the water. I am concerned. You are manufacturing additional wind. You are in a hospital. Yes. You could become worse. Yes. You could die. The words came out before Daniel could stop them. The room became silent. Daniel regretted them immediately. I am sorry. Elias looked at him. Do you believe avoiding the word changes the possibility? No. Then do not apologize for truth. Daniel felt his eyes burn. I am not ready. For what? To lose you. Elias breathed slowly. You are not losing me in this moment. But I could, in another moment. Daniel wanted to reject the distinction. It seemed too small for the scale of his fear, yet it was accurate. In this moment, Elias was alive. In this moment, Daniel was beside him. The future had not entered the room. Only Daniel kept inviting it. What is required now? Elias asked. Daniel looked at the oxygen tube. The doctors need to treat you. They are. You need rest. I am. I should let you sleep. That may be useful soon. Daniel became frustrated. Then what answer are you looking for? I did not ask what should happen next. I asked what is required now. Daniel looked at his teacher. Presence. Elias closed his eyes again. Yes, Daniel stayed. He did not speak for several minutes. He listened to the monitor. At first, every sound felt like a warning. Then the sounds became information. A heartbeat was occurring. Breath was entering and leaving. Machines were performing their assigned work. The room was not asking Daniel to predict anything. Elias's hand rested beside him. Daniel placed his own hand over it. The skin felt warm from fever. He thought of Susan, remembering the weight of her husband's hand. Contact without advice. Presence without pressure. Elias's eyes remained closed. Do you remember the 7 qualities? He asked. Daniel leaned closer. What 7 qualities? The ones that arise when the mind is allowed to move toward balance. You never taught me 7. I taught you parts. When? Every time you were paying attention instead of arguing. Daniel shook his head. This is not the time for a lesson. Then do not make it one. Elias's breathing remained labored. Name what is here. Daniel looked around the room. You are sick. What else? I am afraid. What else? The machine is recording your heartbeat. What else? My hand is holding yours. What else? You are breathing. Elias nodded faintly. That is the first quality. What is? Knowing where the mind is. Daniel waited. Not correcting. Not improving. Knowing. Mindfulness. Daniel had heard the word many times, but Elias did not use it. Perhaps he knew Daniel would turn the word into a technique. What comes next? Daniel asked. Look more closely. At what? What you already named. Daniel examined his fear. Not the story that Elias would die. The fear itself. It tightened the center of his chest. It made his hands cold. It pulled his attention toward every change in the monitor. What do you find? Elias asked. My mind keeps moving into the future. Is the future here? No. Is danger here? Daniel looked carefully. Illness was present. Uncertainty was present. Medical risk was present. But no immediate crisis was occurring. Not in this moment. What else? I want certainty. Can this room provide it? No. Then see the wanting. Daniel noticed it. The desire was not subtle. He wanted a doctor to enter and guarantee recovery. He wanted Elias to sit upright and speak with strength. He wanted morning to arrive with proof that the worst had passed. The wanting colored everything. Even the quiet monitor sounded insufficient because it did not promise tomorrow. Clear seeing, Elias whispered. Not solving, seeing. The second quality. Investigation without panic. Daniel felt something change. The fear remained, but it had become specific. A body sensation, a future story, a demand for certainty. The wall had separated into parts. Elias coughed again. Daniel remained seated this time. The coughing ended. What is next? Daniel asked. Are you still here? Yes, fully. Daniel examined his attention. Part of him was with Elias. Part was planning questions for the physician. Part was imagining calling Ethan with bad news. Part was reviewing every conversation he had shared with the teacher. No. Return. Daniel looked at Elias's face. Not the teacher he might lose. The person breathing in front of him. He felt the hand beneath his own. He noticed the effort required for each breath. He allowed himself to care without turning care into catastrophe. Something in him became more awake, not anxious, engaged. The exhaustion created by resistance lifted slightly. "This is energy," Elias said. "I am sitting still. Energy is not movement." "What is it?" "Aliveness meeting the moment." Daniel understood. He had often forced himself to appear present while mentally occupying another room. This was different. Nothing in him was withdrawing. He was not reaching for his phone. He was not hiding behind information. He was here. "What comes after energy?" Daniel asked. Elias did not answer immediately. His eyes remained closed. Then he said, "Find something that is not wrong." Daniel stared at him. "You are ill." "Yes." "You are asking me to look for something positive." "No." "What are you asking?" "To recognize what remains intact." Daniel looked again. Elias was suffering, but he was also holding Daniel's hand. They were together. Susan was nearby. The treatment was being given. The room was warm. Breathing, though difficult, continued. Daniel remembered Margaret's lamp. He remembered Ethan removing his jacket at the restaurant. He remembered Claire's mother holding a hand even after losing a name. The mind had been focusing so intensely on what might be lost that it had ignored what had already arrived. Gratitude moved through Daniel unexpectedly. Not gratitude that Elias was ill. Gratitude that he was present for the illness. Gratitude that the teacher had asked for him. Gratitude that he did not have to discover his love only after the room became empty. Daniel's eyes filled. "I am glad I am here," he said. Elias nodded. "That is enough." The fourth quality was not happiness. It was a quiet gladness that life, even in this difficult form, was still being met. Daniel felt no celebration, only the strange tenderness of recognizing that this painful moment was also precious because it was real and shared. The gladness changed his body. His shoulders lowered. His grip on Elias's hand softened. His breath moved deeper. The monitor continued. The oxygen tube remained. Nothing external had improved, but the war inside Daniel had weakened. "What is happening?" Elias asked. "I am less tense." "Did you command yourself to relax?" "No." "Did you solve the illness?" "No." "Then allow the settling." Daniel closed his eyes. He felt the chair supporting him, the floor beneath his feet, the contact of two hands. The body did not need to prepare for every possible future at once. A wave of fatigue moved through him, not the dullness that came from collapse, a living heaviness, the kind that follows a completed exhale. "Tranquility," Elias said. His voice was barely audible. Daniel opened his eyes. "You are supposed to be resting, not narrating my nervous system." Elias almost smiled. The fifth quality had arrived without being produced. The water was beginning to find its level. Daniel remained with the contact between their hands. A thought appeared. What if the oxygen level drops again? He noticed it and returned. Another thought. "You should call Ethan." He returned. Another. "What if this is your final conversation?" Pain moved through him. He returned. Not by rejecting the thought, not by insisting it was false. He returned to what was directly here. Warm skin, breathing, presence. Each return became easier. The mind did not stay perfectly still. It trusted the place to which it was returning. Minutes passed. Daniel stopped watching the clock. The hospital corridor continued beyond the door. Nurses moved. Machines sounded. Someone laughed in the distance. A cart rolled past. All of it entered awareness without pulling Daniel away. He was no longer narrowing attention through force. Attention had gathered on its own because nothing inside him was fighting the moment. "This is composure," Elias whispered. Daniel looked at him. "The sixth." "Yes." "Are you counting?" "I am trying to determine whether you are." Daniel shook his head. "What is the seventh?" Elias did not answer. A doctor entered. Daniel released the teacher's hand and stood. The physician introduced herself and reviewed the latest results. The infection was serious, but responding to medication. Elias's oxygen needs had not increased. His fever had begun to lower. They would continue monitoring him. No promises, no final answers, only the condition of this moment. Daniel listened carefully. He asked 3 questions, not 20. The doctor answered them and left. Daniel sat again, responding to treatment. He said, "Yes, that is good. Yes, but it could change. Yes." Daniel waited for relief to become certainty. It did not. Fear remained. Hope appeared beside it. Both were present. Neither needed to remove the other. "I still want to know what happens," Daniel said. "Of course. I still want you to recover." "Good. I still hate that I cannot control it." "That is also present." Daniel looked at Elias. "How am I supposed to rest with all of that?" "Do not require one feeling to defeat the others." Daniel understood before the word was spoken. Fear, hope, love, uncertainty, exhaustion, gratitude, each had a place. The mind no longer needed to choose the approved emotion. It did not need to pretend calm. It could remain open to the entire truth. "I can be afraid and still stay," Daniel said. "Yes, I can hope without demanding a promise. Yes, I can love you without controlling what your body does." Elias opened his eyes. Yes, Daniel felt grief move through him again. This time, he did not tighten around it. The grief was not a threat to his composure. It belonged inside the moment. "Equanimity," Elias said. "The 7th quality. Not indifference, not resignation. The ability to meet the whole experience without forcing it to become easier before remaining present." Elias closed his eyes. "Now you may let me sleep." Daniel remained beside him. Within minutes, Elias's breathing became slower. The monitor maintained its rhythm. Daniel did not interpret every change. He stayed with his own breath, knowing what was here, looking clearly, remaining alive to the moment, recognizing the quiet gladness inside presence, allowing the body to settle, returning without force, holding fear and hope without demanding that either win. The 7 qualities were no longer a list. They had become a movement. One prepared the ground for the next. Daniel did not make them happen. He recognized them as they arrived. At 4 a.m, Susan entered. "You should sleep." Daniel looked at Elias. "What if he wakes? I will be here. What if something changes? The monitor will tell us. What if he asks for me? I will wake you." Daniel felt the old guard resist. Staying awake seemed like proof of love. Leaving the chair felt like abandonment. Then he saw the hidden pride. He had begun imagining that Elias's safety depended on his vigilance. It did not. Professionals were caring for him. Daniel's exhaustion served no one. He stood. "There is a family room down the hall," Susan said. Daniel walked to it and lay on a narrow couch. The mind immediately returned to the hospital room. What if his condition changes? Daniel named what was here. A couch beneath his body, a nurse nearby, a teacher receiving treatment, fear in the chest. He looked closely. The fear wanted control. Control was not available. He remained present. He recognized something intact. Elias had asked for him. They had shared the night. He allowed gratitude. The body softened. He returned to the sensation of breathing. Fear and hope stayed together. Nothing needed to be resolved. Before sleep, Daniel closed his eyes. When he woke, Ethan was sitting in the chair across from him. Daniel sat up. "What are you doing here?" "Susan called me." "What time is it?" "Almost 9. Daniel stood immediately. "How is Elias?" "Better." The word hit him so strongly that his knees weakened. "What does better mean?" "His fever is down. He needs less oxygen." Daniel walked toward the door, then stopped. He looked at Ethan. "You came." "Of course I came." The words echoed his own response from the night before. Daniel crossed the room and embraced his son. Ethan stiffened from surprise, then returned the embrace. For several seconds, Daniel did not manage the moment. He did not worry whether he was holding too long. He did not explain why he was emotional. He simply allowed relief to move through him. When they entered Elias's room, The teacher was awake. He looked at Ethan. You brought reinforcements. He called me, Ethan said. Elias looked towards Susan. She has become reckless with confidential information. Susan adjusted the monitor. You gave permission. I was feverish. You were demanding. That sounds more likely. Daniel sat beside the bed. You are feeling better. In this moment, Daniel heard the qualification. It no longer felt like a refusal to reassure him. It was the truth. In this moment, the fever was lower. In this moment, breathing was easier. In this moment, they were together. The future remained open. Daniel no longer needed to force it closed. Elias remained in the hospital for 5 days. His recovery was gradual. Some hours were encouraging. Others were difficult. Daniel visited each evening. He did not repeat the 7 qualities as a formal recitation. He practiced them. When Elias was tired, Daniel did not demand conversation. When the doctors brought information, he listened without immediately constructing a verdict. When fear appeared, he named it. When improvement appeared, he received it without turning hope into certainty. When uncertainty remained, he allowed it. On the 4th night, Elias asked Daniel to read aloud. What? Anything that does not involve law. Daniel found an old book of poetry in the hospital library. He read slowly. Elias listened with closed eyes. Daniel stopped after several pages. Continue, Elias said. You are awake? I am listening. Daniel continued. The words did not explain illness. They did not promise healing. They created a rhythm in the room. Attention settled around the sound of a human voice. Daniel finally understood why teachings had been recited beside sickbeds for centuries. Not because words magically controlled the body. Not because illness could be defeated through belief. The recitation created conditions. It gathered scattered attention. It reminded the frightened mind of qualities still available. It allowed the patient to be accompanied without being interrogated. It gave the caregiver something more useful than helpless calculation. Words spoken with care could become a place where 2 minds rested together. Elias was discharged on the 6th morning. He required several weeks of recovery and strict instructions to limit activity. He ignored the instructions within 3 days. Daniel found him at the retreat center, reorganizing donated supplies. You are supposed to rest. I am standing. That is not rest. I rested before standing. The doctor said no lifting. I am moving paper. Daniel took the box from him. You are impossible. I am recovering. Daniel placed the box on the table. You frightened me. I know. I thought you might die. I may still die. Daniel closed his eyes. Could you allow 1 sentence to pass without adding impermanence? No. Daniel sat across from him. Did the 7 qualities make you recover? Elias became serious. No. The medication did. The medication, the care, the condition of the body, and causes neither of us can fully measure. Then why did you ask me to practice them? I did not ask you to cure me. What did you ask? To meet the night without creating another illness inside yourself. Daniel looked at him. Elias continued. The body was ill. Your mind began building panic, guilt, blame, and imagined grief on top of that fact. The second arrow. Yes, but also 5 disturbed bowls, an overwatered garden, several clouds, and at least 1 mountain. Daniel smiled. You remember all of it. I had to hear you repeat it for months. Daniel leaned back. Were you afraid? In the hospital? Yes. Sometimes. Of dying? Yes. The answer surprised him. You appeared calm. Calm and fear can occupy the same room. Daniel remembered equanimity, not requiring one feeling to defeat another. What did you do with the fear? I knew it. The first quality. Yes. Then you examined it. Yes. What did you find? That part of me wanted more time. Daniel waited. For what? Ordinary things. Such as morning tea, unfinished books, watching you misunderstand simple instructions. Daniel laughed. Elias continued. I also wanted to see what kind of man you become when you stop treating love as a legal obligation. Daniel's laughter disappeared. I am trying. I know. Was wanting more time a form of attachment? Yes. Was it wrong? No. Daniel looked at him. Buddhist teaching does not require a person to become emotionally absent from life, Elias said. Attachment becomes suffering when the mind insists that love grants ownership over time. Daniel thought of the hospital. He had wanted more time with Elias. The desire was human. The suffering intensified when his mind demanded that the future guarantee it. What helped you? Daniel asked. Knowing that I wanted more time. That is all. Seeing the desire clearly prevented me from calling it something more spiritual. Daniel smiled faintly. What happened next? I felt glad for the time already present. The fourth quality. You remain determined to turn experience into a numbered list. It helps me remember. Remember the movement, not the numbers. Daniel looked toward the retreat windows. What is the movement? Elias answered slowly. Know where you are. Daniel listened. Look honestly at what is there. Remain alive to it. Recognize what has not been destroyed. Allow gladness to soften the body. Let tranquility arrive. Rest attention where it naturally gathers. And hold the whole experience without demanding that life remove the difficult parts first. Daniel repeated the sequence silently. It felt less like climbing a staircase than following a river. Each quality flowed toward the next. What happens if the sequence does not occur? He asked. Then know that. Daniel shook his head. You always return to the beginning. There is nowhere else to begin. Several weeks later, Daniel sat beside another hospital bed. This time, the patient was Richard Cole. Richard had suffered a mild heart attack during a morning meeting. The doctors expected him to recover, but he would remain under observation. Daniel almost did not visit. Their relationship was still strained. Richard had criticized his work, questioned his character, and attempted to shift responsibility for the failed case. But when Daniel heard that Richard had been hospitalized, he remembered the shelter. Goodwill did not eliminate boundaries. It also did not require an enemy to remain an enemy in every room. Richard appeared irritated when Daniel entered. Who told you? Helen. She has no respect for privacy. You had a heart attack in front of 12 people. That does not make it public information. Daniel sat down. How do you feel? Like a 70-year-old man who discovered the body does not care how important his meeting is. That sounds accurate. Richard looked at him. Did you come to offer Buddhist wisdom? No. Good. They sat in silence. Richard turned toward the window. My father died at 68. Daniel waited. I have spent 2 years believing I had passed the dangerous point. You believed age worked like a deadline. I believed I had beaten something. Richard looked down at his hands. Then this happened during a discussion about quarterly revenue. Daniel heard shame beneath the sentence. You were working. I was shouting. That also sounds accurate. Richard gave him a tired look. I thought I was angry because people were incompetent. What do you think now? I was frightened. Of what? Becoming irrelevant. Daniel felt the symmetry. Claire had feared losing value as her face aged. Richard feared losing value as authority moved toward younger partners. Both had mistaken change for accusation. I kept attacking people before they could stop needing me, Richard said. Daniel did not offer reassurance. Richard continued. You were right in the elevator. About what? We were both carrying more than we admitted. The apology was incomplete. Perhaps it was not meant as an apology. Daniel did not force it into one. What is happening in your mind now? He asked. Richard frowned. You said you were not offering Buddhist wisdom. I asked a question. I am thinking about everything waiting at the office. What else? I am angry that Helen cancelled my meetings. What else? I am afraid the committee will use this to force me out. What else? Richard looked toward the monitor. I am listening to that machine as though it is deciding whether I still exist. Daniel nodded. Anything else? Richard's eyes became wet. My daughter is flying in from New York. That is good. She has not visited in 3 years. Fear and gladness entered the room together. Neither removed the other. Daniel understood what was required. Not a lecture, not correction, presence. He stayed until Richard's daughter arrived. When she entered, Richard tried to sit straighter. He began explaining the medical details. She interrupted him and took his hand. For once, Richard stopped speaking. Daniel left quietly. That night, he returned home and lay down. The mind reviewed the day. Elias recovering, Richard in the hospital, the firm changing, Ethan growing into a life Daniel could not control, open door expanding beyond his ability to oversee every case. Everything was moving. Nothing waited for Daniel's permission. Fear appeared. He knew it. He looked more closely. It wanted time to stop. He remained alive to the moment. The bed was beneath him. The people he loved were alive tonight. A quiet gladness appeared. The body softened. Tranquility followed. Attention gathered around the breath without command. Fear remained beside gratitude. Change remained beside love. Daniel did not require either side to disappear. Before sleep came, he understood that healing did not always mean the body recovered, the problem ended, or the future became safe. Sometimes healing meant the mind stopped abandoning the present while waiting for certainty. Sometimes it meant a frightened person was no longer alone. Sometimes it was one voice speaking carefully beside a bed, creating enough space for another human being to rest. In Buddhist teaching, the 7 qualities of awakening are not trophies earned by a perfect mind. They describe a natural movement toward balance. We begin by knowing what is here. We look honestly. We bring our full aliveness to the moment. We recognize the quiet goodness that remains. Gladness allows the body to soften. Tranquility gathers the mind. Composure gives it a place to rest. Equanimity allows fear, hope, pain, and love to exist together, without demanding that life remove uncertainty first. These qualities do not replace medicine, erase illness, or guarantee an outcome. They create the conditions in which suffering is no longer faced alone, and the mind can rest even while life remains unfinished. The sound that destroyed Daniel's peace was not an explosion, a siren, or a scream. It was one man hitting the same piece of metal every morning. The hammering began at 6:12. 3 strikes, a pause, 5 more. Then a steady rhythm that passed through the walls of Daniel's apartment, as though the building itself had developed a pulse. Daniel opened his eyes. For several seconds, he did not move. He had fallen asleep less than 4 hours earlier after reviewing emergency housing documents for Open Door. His body felt heavy. His mind immediately began counting the strikes. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Daniel reached for the pillow beside him and pressed it over his head. The sound continued through the mattress. Metal against metal. Sharp, regular, completely indifferent to the fact that another human being was trying to sleep. Daniel checked the time. 6:14. The hammering became louder. He sat up. The apartment building across the alley had been empty for nearly a year. 2 weeks earlier, workers had begun clearing the ground floor. Daniel assumed another restaurant or retail store was preparing to open. Now he understood. A metal fabrication shop had moved into the space. Through the bedroom window, Daniel could see part of its new sign. Tanaka Custom Metalwork. The front doors were open. Inside, a man in a heavy apron stood over an anvil. Daniel watched him raise the hammer. The strike arrived half a second later. Daniel closed the blinds. The sound remained. He tried the practice Elias had taught him. Know what is here. Hammering, irritation, a tired body, a thought that the noise should stop. He looked more closely. The irritation was heat. The body wanted sleep. The mind wanted control. Daniel placed a hand against his chest. May I be safe enough to rest? The hammer struck again. Daniel's jaw tightened. May I be safe enough to rest? Another strike. The words began sounding absurd. No one could practice loving kindness while a stranger conducted industrial work beneath the bedroom window. Daniel got dressed and crossed the alley. A bell rang when he entered the workshop. The hammering stopped. The sudden silence produced immediate relief. The man at the anvil removed his protective glasses. He appeared to be in his late 40s. His black hair was beginning to grey. His forearms carried several old burn marks. "Can I help you?" he asked. "My name is Daniel Mercer. I live across the alley." The man looked toward the apartment building. "I am Leon Tanaka." Daniel waited for recognition. None came. "You started working at 6:12 this morning." Leon glanced at the clock. "That sounds right. Chicago noise regulations prohibit certain levels of commercial activity during early morning hours." Leon placed the hammer on the workbench. "Are you an inspector?" "I am an attorney." "That was not my question." Daniel felt irritation increase. "No, I am not an inspector." Leon waited. Daniel continued. "The sound travels directly into the apartments across the alley. I checked the zoning rules before signing the lease. Zoning permission does not exempt a business from noise restrictions. I also checked the noise rules." "Then you know there are limits." "Yes." "Do you know whether your equipment exceeds them?" "Yes." Daniel had expected denial. "What did you find?" "The city measured it before approving the permit. The sound remains within the limit." "That is difficult to believe." "You can ask the city." "I will." Leon nodded. "Anything else?" Daniel looked around the shop. Metal frames leaned against one wall. A staircase railing rested on a work table. Several tools hung in careful rows. "You could begin later." "I could." "Then why do you start at 6? "Because construction crews collect orders beginning at 8. I need the first pieces ready before they arrive." "You are choosing commercial convenience over the people who live here." Leon looked toward him calmly. "I am operating a permitted business during permitted hours. Legal does not mean considerate." "That is true." The answer gave Daniel nowhere to move. Leon picked up the hammer. "Are you going to change the schedule?" Daniel asked. "No." "Then I will review the regulations." "You should." Daniel returned to his apartment more awake than before. The hammering resumed before he reached the elevator. Now every strike felt personal. Before the conversation, the noise had been a physical disturbance. Afterward, it became a message. "I know you are suffering, and I do not care." Daniel opened his laptop. He found the municipal code, the zoning permit, and the sound limits for commercial fabrication. Leon had been correct. The business could legally begin at 6 in the morning. The measured sound level fell just below the prohibited threshold. Daniel searched for exceptions. He found none. At 7:30, the hammering stopped. Daniel was too angry to sleep. The following morning, it began at 6:11. On Wednesday, 6:13. By Thursday, Daniel no longer needed the first strike to wake him. He woke at 5:50 and waited. The anticipation was worse than the sound. He lay in bed, listening to silence that could not be trusted. At 6:10, nothing had happened. Daniel felt hope. Perhaps Leon had changed his schedule. Perhaps another resident had complained. Perhaps the city had contacted him. At 6:12, the hammer fell. Daniel's entire body reacted. He was no longer hearing metal. He was hearing disrespect. Every strike confirmed that Leon had chosen his business over Daniel's well-being. Every pause became preparation for another offense. When the hammering ended, Daniel remained tense because he knew it would return the next morning. The sound occupied hours in which it was not present. Within 2 weeks, Daniel's sleep deteriorated. He began spending nights at open door, telling Ethan that late work made the drive home impractical. The truth was simpler. Daniel did not want to return to an apartment where morning had become an attack. "You could buy earplugs," Ethan said. They were reviewing case notes in the shelter's legal office. I tried, and I can still feel the vibration. A sound machine. It creates another sound. That is generally how those work. Daniel looked at him. "This is not funny." "It is a little funny. I have a right to quiet enjoyment of my home. You also have enough money to move." Daniel closed the file. "That is not the point." "What is the point?" He should not be allowed to force other people out of their homes. Has anyone else complained? Several residents dislike it. That was not what I asked. Daniel had spoken to 3 neighbors. One worked an early shift and was already awake. One used earplugs. One said she had lived beside train tracks for 15 years and barely noticed the hammer. Their lack of outrage felt like a betrayal. It is objectively disruptive, Daniel said. Ethan leaned back. You once told me a fact does not become stronger because you add the word objectively. This is different, because it is happening to you. Daniel felt anger rise. He noticed it. Recognizing anger did not make Ethan less irritating. I have spent months learning how to rest, Daniel said. This man has destroyed that with a hammer. Ethan studied him. Then perhaps your peace was more dependent on quiet than you believed. The sentence struck exactly where Daniel did not want to look. My peace is not the issue. It sounds like the issue. The issue is consideration. Then speak to him again. I did. You threatened him with municipal regulations. I informed him of the law. You introduced yourself as an attorney. That is what I am. That is also what you do when you want people to feel pressure before you have made an argument. Daniel looked toward the open doorway. He wanted to end the conversation. Instead, he asked, "What would you have said?" I would have told him the truth. I did. No. You told him the rules. What truth did I leave out? That you were exhausted and needed help. Daniel looked down at the file. He had approached Leon as an opponent. He had not asked whether a compromise was possible. He had announced authority and searched for leverage. You believe vulnerability would have changed his schedule? Daniel asked. I do not know. Then why offer it? Because it would make the conversation honest. Daniel did not return to the workshop. He went to Elias instead. The teacher was still recovering from his illness, but had resumed meeting with students for limited periods. Daniel arrived, carrying copies of the zoning permit, sound regulations, and 3 articles about the health consequences of noise pollution. Elias looked at the stack. Are you suing someone? Not yet. Daniel explained the situation. The early hammering, the conversation with Leon, the legal restrictions that did not restrict him, the failed earplugs, the vibration through the floor, the loss of sleep. Elias listened without interruption. When Daniel finished, he asked, What do you want? For the noise to stop. That is clear. Or for him to begin later. Also clear. Daniel waited. What should I do? What has the noise shown you? Daniel stared at him. I did not drive here for another question about what an inconvenience is teaching me. Why did you drive here? For help. What kind? A practical solution. You already found one. Daniel frowned. What? Move. I should not have to move. Elias nodded. There is the suffering. The suffering is the noise. The noise is sound. At 6 in the morning. Yes. While I am trying to sleep. Yes. Sound that prevents sleep is suffering. It may create pain, fatigue, irritation, and difficulty. Daniel became impatient. What distinction are you making? The hammer strikes metal. Your mind adds, this should not be happening to me. That statement is reasonable. Reasonable statements can still create suffering. Daniel leaned forward. Are you telling me to accept anything people do because resistance is spiritually impure? No. Then what are you saying? Take appropriate action without requiring reality to become different before your mind can remain open. Daniel looked toward the window. That sounds like passivity. You say that whenever control is unavailable. I can file a complaint. Yes. I can speak to the landlord. Yes. I can organize the residents. Yes. And you think I should do those things? I think you should decide whether they are useful. Then where is the disagreement? You believe peace must wait for the result. Daniel felt the accuracy of the sentence. He had postponed rest until the case was won, until Ethan trusted him, until Open Door became safe, until Elias recovered. Now peace had been postponed until Leon changed his schedule. What if the action fails? Elias asked. Then I move. And until then, I continue losing sleep. Why? Because there is noise. Is there noise now? No. Are you at peace? Daniel became silent. The hammer had followed him to the retreat. He could hear it in memory. He could feel the anger in his body. Leon was more than 100 miles away. Yet Daniel remained in conflict with him. The sound occurs for approximately 90 minutes, Elias said. Your resistance continues all day. That does not make the sound acceptable. I did not say acceptable. What word would you use? Present. Daniel crossed his arms. You want me to meditate while he hammers. I want you to discover whether your practice survives contact with an unwanted sound. I have practiced in hospitals, shelters, and courtrooms. You practiced while believing the circumstances justified your discomfort. This is different. How? You have decided this disturbance should not exist. Daniel remembered the sound each morning, the certainty that Leon was choosing convenience over his neighbors, the assumption that every strike expressed disregard. What do you believe the hammer says? Elias asked. Daniel almost repeated his thoughts. I know you are suffering. I do not care. He heard how personal they sounded. It says nothing, Daniel admitted. It is a hammer. Yes. Does Leon strike the metal in order to disturb you? I do not know. Have you asked? No. Then you have turned sound into intention. Daniel looked down. Elias continued. You have also made silence into a condition for peace. Silence helps. Of course. Then why should I not protect it? You may protect it. The teacher's voice remained steady. But if your peace can exist only when every person, machine, vehicle, child, dog, and city behaves according to your preference, you do not have peace. You have a temporary agreement with favorable conditions. Daniel heard Ethan's earlier sentence. Perhaps your peace was more dependent on quiet than you believed. What does genuine peace look like? Daniel asked. Elias considered the question. Awareness that does not close when the unwanted arrives. That is too abstract. Then return to the apartment tomorrow morning. Daniel waited. When the hammer begins, do not use the sound as an object you must tolerate. What should I use it as? Sound. That is your instruction. Yes. No story? No story. No breathing pattern? Breathe as breathing happens. No loving kindness. If goodwill appears naturally, allow it. Do not use kindness as a weapon against noise. Daniel felt tired, simply imagining the practice. What am I trying to achieve? Nothing. Then how will I know whether it works? You will notice when you stop asking. Daniel returned to Chicago that evening. Before entering his apartment, he crossed the alley and stood outside the metal shop. Leon was loading a railing into a truck. He noticed Daniel. Did you find the regulation? Yes. And? You are operating legally. Leon nodded. Daniel felt the old urge to add pressure. Instead, he said, I approached you badly. Leon waited. I had been sleeping poorly before your business opened. The hammering wakes me, and I was angry before I entered the shop. You were angry while you were inside too. That is true. Leon secured the railing. Daniel continued. I used the law to make the conversation feel like a warning. That is also true. I am sorry. Leon looked toward him for several seconds. Thank you. Daniel waited for an apology in return. None came. He noticed the desire. I would like to ask whether there is any flexibility in your schedule. There is not much. Why? My largest customer sends trucks at 8. If the pieces are not ready, they buy from another shop. Could you prepare them the evening before? Sometimes. What prevents that? Leon gestured toward the workshop. I teach an apprenticeship program in the afternoons. Daniel had not known that. For whom? People recently released from prison. Veterans. Young people who did not finish high school. Daniel looked through the open door. A man in his 20s was sweeping near the workbenches. An older woman was measuring a steel frame. How many apprentices? Daniel asked. 8 right now. Is the program funded? Partly. The business covers the rest. Daniel felt his clean story become less stable. Leon had not started early simply to increase profit. The morning production helped create hours for teaching later. That did not make the noise disappear. It made Leon more than its source. "Why metalwork?" Daniel asked. "My father taught me." Leon paused. "I was arrested when I was 19. After I came home, no one wanted to hire me. My father gave me a hammer and told me steel did not care about my record." Daniel looked at the old burns on Leon's arms. "He trained me here in Chicago," Leon continued. "When he died, I sold the first shop. I regretted it for 15 years. And this is the replacement. This is the return." Daniel looked toward his apartment. "I still need sleep." "I know." Leon appeared to consider something. "The first 40 minutes are the loudest." "Yes, I can move the heavy work to 3 mornings each week instead of 5. Daniel had not expected compromise. "What about the other mornings?" "I can begin with cutting and assembly. The machines are quieter." "Could the heavy work start later?" 6:30, 7, 6:45. Daniel almost continued negotiating. Then he looked at Leon. 6:45. "I will begin Monday." "Thank you." Leon nodded. Daniel started to leave. "Mr. Mercer." He turned. "I am sorry the sound has affected you." The apology was simple. It arrived only after Daniel stopped demanding it. On Monday morning, Daniel woke at 6:41. He had slept for almost 6 hours. The room was quiet. His body was already waiting. He lay still. At 6:45, the first strike arrived. Metal against metal. Daniel felt irritation immediately. A second strike. The body tightened. A third. The mind spoke. He could have agreed to 7. Daniel noticed the story. Another strike. He does not understand how disruptive this is. Another story. Daniel opened his eyes. He remembered Elias's instruction. Sound, not disrespect, not attack, not evidence. Sound. The next strike entered awareness. It was sharp. It rose. It ended. Daniel waited. Another strike appeared. It also ended. He had been experiencing the hammering as one continuous wall. Now he noticed that the wall was made of separate events. Strike, silence. Strike, silence. The silence between the sounds had always existed. His anger had been joining the strikes together. Daniel felt the mattress beneath him. Another strike. The sound entered the same field as the weight of his body. A vehicle passed outside. A pipe moved inside the wall. Someone closed a door in the hallway. The hammer was not the only sound. It had become the only sound Daniel was willing to hear. He returned to the entire field. Breathing, mattress, traffic, hammer, silence. A thought, this is still unpleasant. True, he did not need to change the judgment. The sound was unwanted. Acceptance did not require pretending otherwise. Another strike. The body reacted. Daniel noticed the contraction. His shoulders lifted. His jaw tightened. The mind attempted to push the sound away before it arrived. He did not command the body to relax. He allowed the contraction to be known. Another strike. The sound entered. The awareness did not break. Daniel understood something subtle. The sound could reach his ears. It could create vibration. It could disturb sleep. But it could not touch the awareness in which all of those events were being registered. Awareness did not resist. It received the hammer exactly as it received breathing. The preference belonged to the mind. The openness belonged to awareness. Daniel did not become indifferent. He still preferred silence. He was still grateful the schedule had changed. He might still move if the disturbance became unhealthy, but the sound no longer needed to be converted into an enemy before action could occur. He remained in bed. Strike, silence, strike, silence. At some point, the rhythm changed. Leon was working on a different section of metal. The intervals became longer. Daniel noticed anticipation. The mind leaned forward, waiting for the next impact. That anticipation created more tension than the strike itself. He returned to the present sound. There was none, only silence. Then the hammer arrived. Daniel noticed it. The next silence was complete. For several minutes, He experienced each event separately. The mind wandered. He returned, not to breathing, not to a mantra, to the full field, nothing excluded, nothing placed at the center permanently. The hammer, the room, the body, the irritation, the silence, all present, none requiring a verdict. Daniel did not fall asleep again, but when he rose at 7:30, he did not feel defeated. He had spent 45 minutes awake without constructing a battle. That difference changed the morning. At the office, Maya placed a file on his desk. How was the metal concert? Shorter. Did you threaten anyone? Only internally. That is progress. Daniel opened the file. Maya remained near the desk. What happened? I heard the sound. You have been hearing it for weeks. No. I have been hearing what I believed the sound meant. Maya sat down. What did it mean? That someone did not care about me. That I was being disrespected. That I could not be peaceful until he changed. And this morning, it meant metal was being struck. Maya looked unconvinced. That sounds overly simple. It was. Did that make it pleasant? No. Did it make you sleep? No. Then what changed? Daniel considered the question. I did not lose the rest of the day. The practice continued. Some mornings were easier, other mornings. The first strike produced immediate rage. Daniel learned that recognition did not accumulate like money in an account. Yesterday's openness did not guarantee today's. He had to meet the sound again. Once, after a particularly difficult night, Daniel crossed the alley and accused Leon of beginning before the agreed time. Leon showed him the clock. It was 6:45. Daniel's clock had been 4 minutes slow. The apology was more difficult than the accusation. He made it anyway. Another morning, the hammering continued past 8. Daniel entered the shop, intending to complain. He found Leon and 2 apprentices repairing a wheelchair ramp for an elderly resident in the neighborhood. The building needed the ramp installed before an inspection that afternoon. Daniel's irritation did not disappear. The work still disrupted him, but context prevented irritation from becoming moral certainty. He waited until the work was complete before speaking. Over time, Daniel began visiting the shop in the afternoons. Leon introduced him to the apprentices. One was a veteran named Andre, who had struggled to find stable employment after returning from Afghanistan. One was a 19-year-old woman named Jasmine, whose high school had removed her after repeated fights. One was Caleb Ross, the young man who had thrown the brick at open door. Daniel stopped when he saw him holding a welding mask. Caleb looked equally surprised. Renee referred him, Leon said. Daniel looked at Caleb. You work here? 3 days a week. How long? 2 weeks. Leon handed Caleb a measuring tool. Show him the railing. Caleb led Daniel toward a half-finished section. It is for the shelter, he said. Daniel examined the steel. Open door needed a safety railing beside the rear entrance. You are building it. I am helping. Daniel touched one of the joints. Will it hold? Caleb almost smiled. That is the idea. Leon joined them. Steel tells the truth quickly. A weak joint does not become strong because you feel sorry for it. Daniel looked at Caleb. The young man understood the reference. Accountability, not shame. A harmful act required repair. It did not require a permanent identity. What does the hammering do? Daniel asked. Caleb looked confused. To the metal. It shapes it. By force. Leon answered. By repeated contact. Placed correctly. Daniel watched Caleb return to the workbench. He understood why the sound had begun feeling different. It was not only disruption. It was training. It was work. It was repair. It was a man rebuilding the vocation his father had given him. It was apprentices learning that their past did not determine the only shape their lives could take. The hammer remained loud. Its meaning had expanded. One afternoon, Leon asked Daniel to hold a narrow steel strip against the anvil. I am not trained for this. You are holding it. That sounds like part of the training. Keep your hands away from the marked area. Daniel gripped the metal. Leon struck. The vibration traveled through Daniel's arms. He nearly released it. Hold steady. Leon said. The second strike came, then another. The metal began to curve. Daniel watched its shape change. It does not resist? He asked. It resists. Leon struck again. That resistance is why it holds form. Daniel looked at the steel. Then why does it not break? Because we work within what the material can receive. Leon placed the hammer down. Too much force at the wrong angle destroys it. Correct force reveals the shape. Daniel thought of discipline. His father had used pressure without asking what a child could receive. Daniel had repeated the pattern with Ethan, Maya, and himself. He had treated every unwanted movement as something requiring stronger force. What happens if the metal is struck incorrectly? He asked. You heat it again. Sometimes you can repair it, and if you cannot, you stop pretending it is the piece you planned. You discover what it can still become. Daniel looked toward Caleb. The young man was measuring the shelter railing again. What was he building before? Daniel asked quietly. An enemy. Leon understood the question. What is he building now? A railing. The answer was literal. It was also complete. Weeks passed. The sound continued. Daniel still preferred the quiet mornings. On the days Leon used cutting tools instead of the hammer, Daniel slept later. He did not romanticize the disturbance. Noise remained noise. Sleep remained important. Boundaries and compromise still mattered. But he no longer believed peace and sound were mutually exclusive. One Saturday, Daniel led a small mindfulness session at Open Door. Renee had asked him after several residents said they struggled to sleep. Daniel resisted at first. I am not a teacher. That has not stopped you from teaching everyone else. The session took place in the former library. Parents sat in chairs. 2 security guards stood near the door. Luis lay on the floor drawing. Traffic moved outside. A washing machine vibrated in the next room. Someone upstairs dropped an object. A baby began crying. Daniel felt the group waiting for him to remove the distractions. He almost asked staff members to close the doors. Then he remembered the hammer. We are not going to create silence, he said. Several people looked relieved. One woman laughed. Daniel continued. We are going to notice that awareness is already receiving everything. He did not ask them to close their eyes. Begin with the sounds. The washing machine, the baby, a car horn, footsteps. Notice the mind choosing one sound and calling it the problem. A man near the wall shifted in his chair. Notice whether you are hearing the sound or the story you have attached to it. Daniel paused. A car horn may become disrespect. Footsteps may become danger. A crying child may become proof that the night will never become quiet. The baby cried again. No one moved to silence it. The story may contain useful information. You may need to act. But first, hear the sound before deciding what it means. Daniel listened with them. The room was not peaceful in the way retreat centers advertised peace. It was alive. Children moved. Pipes carried water. People whispered. A siren passed several blocks away. Daniel widened his attention. Allow every sound to enter the same space. Nothing excluded. Nothing permanently central. Notice that awareness does not have to push one sound out before receiving another. The session lasted 15 minutes. When it ended, Marisol remained seated. I heard the brick, she said. Daniel looked toward her. What do you mean? When the washing machine started, it sounded like the brick hitting the window. Her hand rested against her chest. I knew it was not the same sound, but my body reacted. Daniel sat beside her. What happened next? I wanted to leave. Did you? No. What did you notice? The washing machine. She looked toward the next room. Only the washing machine. Daniel waited. Then I heard Luis moving his pencil. Her son continued drawing on the floor. And the baby. The infant had stopped crying. And your voice. Marisol breathed slowly. The brick was not the only thing in the room anymore. Daniel understood the depth of the sentence. Trauma narrowed the field. One sound became the whole world. Practice did not erase the memory. It restored the rest of experience around it. Lewis looked up from his drawing. Mum, look. He held up a picture of the shelter. The front windows were enormous. A yellow light filled every room. Marisol smiled. That is beautiful. Daniel looked at the drawing. The building was not shown without danger. A small black shape lay outside one window. The brick remained, but it was no longer the largest object in the picture. The light was larger. That evening, Daniel crossed the alley on his way home. Leon was closing the workshop. The shelter railing passed inspection, he said. I heard Caleb completed most of the final welds. He should be proud. He is trying not to show it. Daniel smiled. Leon locked the door. I have another large order beginning next month. Daniel looked toward him cautiously. How early? 6. Daniel stared. Leon laughed. I am joking. That was not funny. It was slightly funny. Daniel shook his head. Leon became serious. I found a supplier who can deliver prepared sections. I will not need the heavy hammer before 7. Daniel felt immediate relief. Why did you change suppliers? The apprentices are taking on more work. I need the mornings for instruction. Daniel looked toward the dark shop. You changed your schedule. I changed the business. For the neighbors? Partly. Daniel nodded. Thank you. They stood in the alley. A train moved in the distance. A truck reversed somewhere nearby. The city continued making sound. Did you ever consider moving? Leon asked. Yes. Why did you stay? Daniel thought about the first mornings, the rage, the legal research, the belief that peace had been stolen. I wanted the noise to stop before I decided. Leon waited. I did not want the decision to be made by hatred. That sounds expensive. It was. Daniel looked toward his apartment. I also discovered I was not only living beside a metal shop. What else were you living beside? A school. Leon considered the answer. That is what my father called his shop. Daniel looked at him. What did he teach you first? How to stand, not how to strike. No. If your body is unstable, every strike carries the instability into the metal. Daniel felt the lesson immediately. The world would continue striking. Criticism, loss, noise, change, fear, people who refused to cooperate. If Daniel's mind believed openness depended on favorable conditions, every impact would transmit instability through him. Then what did he teach? Daniel asked. How to see the shape before forcing it. Daniel thought about his son, his career, open door, himself. He had spent years striking harder because life would not take the shape he had planned. What did he teach last? Daniel asked. Leon looked toward the workshop. When to put the hammer down. That night, Daniel went to bed at 11. The apartment was not silent. A television played somewhere above him. Water moved through the building. A motorcycle passed outside. His refrigerator began humming. Daniel heard each sound. The mind evaluated some of them. Too loud, too late, unnecessary. He did not punish the judgments. They were also sounds in another form. At 3:11, Daniel woke. The old fear arrived. His chest tightened. He listened. The refrigerator. A distant siren. Someone walking in the hallway. The mind said, someone is outside your door. Daniel felt the story beginning. He listened again. Footsteps moved past. They continued toward the elevator. A door closed. The building became quiet. Daniel placed a hand over his heart. I know you are here. Fear remained. He did not need perfect silence to meet it. A truck moved through the alley. The building vibrated briefly. Daniel widened his attention. The mattress, the breathing body, the night, the fear, the truck, the silence after it passed. Everything entered. Nothing stayed at the center forever. Daniel remembered what Elias had said. Take appropriate action without requiring reality to become different before your mind can remain open. That was equanimity, not tolerating abuse, not refusing to improve conditions, not pretending pain was pleasant. It was the refusal to close awareness until the world obeyed. Daniel's mind wandered toward Monday. He returned. It moved toward Ethan. He returned. A sound came from the hallway. He heard it before creating a person around it. Sound, then silence. The body slowly released its tension. Daniel did not know whether he would sleep again. For once, sleep was not the condition that defined the success of the night. He was present. The room was alive. Nothing needed to be excluded. A few minutes later, the mind offered one final complaint. It should be quieter. Daniel listened. The sentence passed like every other sound. In Buddhist teaching, equanimity is not the absence of preference. We may prefer silence, fairness, comfort, and cooperation. We may take wise action to protect those conditions. Suffering deepens when the mind insists that peace cannot exist until the world conforms. Silent awareness is not a room without noise. It is the openness that noise cannot possess. We can hear what is unwanted without becoming its enemy, set boundaries without hatred, and act without postponing our inner steadiness until the result is guaranteed. The practice is not forcing the world into silence. It is learning when to put the hammer down. Daniel once believed peace would arrive when life finally stopped testing him, when the case was won, when his son forgave him, when the people around him behaved with kindness, when the noise ended, when the future became certain, when there was nothing left to fear. But life never made that promise. The world did not become silent for Daniel. People still misunderstood him. Relationships still changed. Bodies still became sick. Plans still failed. Doors still closed. Words still hurt. Fear still returned in the middle of the night without asking permission. What changed was not the world surrounding him. What changed was the place from which he met it. Daniel learned that the mind can turn one difficult moment into an entire lifetime of suffering. A sentence spoken in anger may last only a few seconds, but we can repeat it to ourselves for years. A mistake may happen once, but shame can force us to relive it every morning. A future event may never occur, but worry can make the body experience it 1,000 times before it arrives. The first pain comes from life. Much of the pain that follows comes from the way we hold it. That does not mean your suffering is imaginary. It does not mean you should tolerate mistreatment, ignore danger, or pretend painful things do not matter. It means that after you have responded to what is real, you do not have to keep reopening the wound to prove that it hurt. One arrow is enough. You do not have to fire the second one. Throughout his journey, Daniel kept searching for the right way to control his mind. He wanted a perfect method, a permanent answer, and a form of peace that nothing could interrupt. Instead, he discovered something gentler. Peace was not the absence of thoughts. It was the ability to see a thought without immediately following it. Peace was not the absence of fear. It was the willingness to sit beside fear without allowing it to write the ending. Peace was not the absence of anger. It was the strength to feel anger without handing it to another person. Peace was not a life without noise. It was an awareness wide enough to hold both the sound and the silence that followed it. The mountain never stopped the storm. The sky never rejected the clouds. The water never forced itself to become still. Each returned to its own nature when the struggle ended. Perhaps your mind has been struggling tonight. Perhaps you are carrying a conversation that should have ended hours ago. Perhaps someone offered you anger, and without realizing it, you brought it home. Perhaps you are waiting for an apology that may never come. Perhaps you are blaming yourself for not knowing then what you know now. Perhaps you are trying to predict every possible future because uncertainty feels too dangerous to hold. Or perhaps you cannot name what is wrong. You only know that the room is quiet, your body is tired, and something inside you refuses to stand down. Wherever you are in your life, begin with what is actually here, not the story your fear is preparing, not the judgment your shame is repeating, not the future your mind is trying to survive before it happens. This breath, this room, this body being supported, this moment that has not asked you to solve tomorrow. You may not be able to control the first thought that appears, but you can notice whether you give it the next one. A thought may say, something could go wrong. The next thought says, that means everything is falling apart. The next says, I will not be able to survive it. Soon, the mind is no longer responding to the present. It is living inside a world built from fear. Pause before crossing that bridge. Return to what you know. You are here. You are breathing. The feared future has not arrived. And should difficulty come, you will meet it in the moment when it is real, not in the hundreds of imagined moments that came before it. Daniel also learned that compassion does not begin with the people who are easiest to love. It begins with the frightened part of yourself that you have spent years criticizing, the part that stays awake because it believes vigilance will keep everyone safe, the part that becomes angry because anger feels less helpless than grief, the part that controls because it is terrified of being left behind. That part does not need another punishment. It needs to hear what perhaps no one told it when it first became afraid. You do not have to guard every door tonight. You do not have to earn rest through exhaustion. You do not have to become perfect before you are worthy of kindness. May you be safe enough in this moment. May you be free from unnecessary suffering. May the people you love be safe. May the people you struggle to understand become free from the fear that causes them to harm others. May you hold clear boundaries without hatred. May you offer care without demanding repayment. May you keep a light burning without chasing anyone down the road and forcing them to see it. Some people may not recognize what you offer. Some may not be ready to return. Some may carry opinions about you that do not reflect the truth of your life. You can listen for what is useful without making their judgment your identity. You can accept responsibility without turning one mistake into a permanent verdict. You can change without hating the person you used to be. This may be one of the most important lessons of all. You are allowed to become someone new without declaring war on the person who helped you survive until now. The fear, control, anger, and restlessness may once have protected you. Thank them for carrying you this far. Then gently tell them that they do not have to lead the way forever. The present world gives us endless reasons to remain on guard. Our phones deliver crises from every part of the planet. Work follows us into our homes. Comparison enters through every screen. People are rewarded for outrage, speed, certainty, and constant reaction. Silence can feel irresponsible. Rest can feel like falling behind. But a mind that never stands down eventually loses the ability to see clearly. Rest is not withdrawal from life. It is how we return to life without passing our exhaustion, fear, and anger to everyone we meet. When you rest, you are not abandoning your responsibilities. You are preparing to meet them without becoming another source of suffering. Daniel did not finish his journey as a man who was never disturbed. He became a man who knew how to return. When he wandered into fear, he returned. When anger carried him away, he returned. When the mind created a disaster from one uncertain sentence, he returned. Not with punishment, not with disappointment, with permission. That is the practice. Not perfect stillness, the gentle return, again and again, until returning becomes more familiar than running. So tonight, let the unfinished things remain unfinished. Let the unanswered messages wait. Let the conversations that have ended stay in the day where they belong. Let the people you cannot control continue walking their own paths. Let the mind produce its weather. You do not have to become the storm. You do not have to chase every cloud. You do not have to press the water flat. Simply stop supplying the wind. The mountain is still there. The lamp is still burning. The sky is still open. And beneath everything your mind has been carrying, there is still a place within you that knows how to rest. Thank you for spending this time with me and for allowing this story to accompany you tonight. I hope something in Daniel's journey helped you feel less alone, less burdened, and a little more willing to treat your own mind with patience. Before you leave, I would love to hear from you. Which lesson stayed with you most deeply? Was it the mountain in the storm, the lamp beside the road, the second arrow, the garden of thoughts, the open sky, the disturbed water, or the practice of loving kindness? And what kind of story would you like to experience in the next video? Please share your thoughts and suggestions in the comments. Your stories, questions, and ideas may help shape the journey we take together next. Until we meet again, take care of your mind, be gentle with what you are carrying, and remember that you do not have to solve your entire life tonight. Good night, and I will see you in the next story.